Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be.
Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
Yeah, we'll be counting stars.
I see this life like a swinging vine, swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs, seek it out and ye shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. I don't think the world is sold, I'm just doing what we're told.
And I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing.
I could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive.
Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Lately I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
Yeah, we'll be counting stars. Yeah,
I feel the love and I feel it burn down this river every turn. Hope is a four-letter word, make that money and watch it burn.
old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. I don't think the world is sold, I'm just doing what we're told.
And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing.
I could lie. Everything that drowns me makes me wanna fly.
Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Lately I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be.
But baby, I've been praying hard.
Said no more counting dollars,
We'll be counting stars.
yeah, we'll be counting stars. Whoa.
Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Lately I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be.
But baby, I've been praying hard.
Said no more counting dollars,
We'll be counting stars.
Hey everybody, Pat, Whiteline, Rich Runner, Stands Alone, Jen, Cheryl, Meat Puppet. It's good to see all y'all. Is that everybody? I think so. What are y'all up to? Goodness, it's been a busy day. If I get a coughing fit, I'm sorry. This fertilizer that I'm using, or no, it's the potting soil. It's got something in it that just doesn't agree with me. So y'all be careful with your potting soil. Awesome, Pat. New phone. It's always fun trying to figure it all out. Always working, Ridge Runner. You need a vacation.
What's a vacation?
It's
I've heard
something.
rumors. But you're saying it's something what?
I said it's something we all need, I think. I sure need one. I don't know. Does a vacation
You
help? What's a
well,
vacation?
right? No, I mean it helps. The only problem is they never last long enough.
That's the truth. I know that last trip we sure didn't want to come back. Just driving around and seeing different things.
Yeah,
So that's today. Um, I went down to the market and
right on.
got little granddaughter her birthday present. And
Oh, there you go.
of course, they had a dress that I had to
Sure.
get, but it was used, so it was cheap. Hey, Donna, good to see you.
So that's not too bad.
No, and
Yeah.
it's really weird. It's got the year it was made. It's like
Hmm.
handmade, and I think it's 1992.
Man, that's an old dress.
Yeah, that's okay. It's in perfect condition. Handmade is they last, and
Yeah, no, absolutely. The handmade ones last a long time, usually.
mm,
My mom used to have those handmade patterns for clothes that you used to be able to buy, and she would make, sometimes she'd just make a set of clothes and stitch them together, and they'd last quite a while.
yep. Hey, Nunya, good to see you. I was over at Nunya's last night for a
Oh,
little
there you
bit.
go.
Hey, Gigi,
I can't see chat, but hello to the chitty chat.
a cheap vacation to Ontario, Canada.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as a cheap vacation with the way inflation's been going.
There's no such thing. It, and I don't think it's a vacation. Well, I mean, maybe it's nice to travel. Um,
If it's not something you do all the time, going out to travel is kind of nice. But if you do like what I do for a living, uh, driving somewhere for a vacation is, I mean, sure you can do it, but it's not the driving part. Enjoying the destination is fun. Being able to take time to stop and look at stuff if you want to is fun. But the driving part, man, not so much.
I know, and yeah, it depends on which direction. I don't
Right.
get along with bridges real well, especially high ones. I'm sure you're used to it,
Yeah, high bridges never bothered me. It's just another day in the office.
right?
Uh,
So, anything interesting you've been hearing about going on?
the only thing interesting that's happened between Easter weekend and now is my old Volvo I was driving for the company I work with now broke down. And after about day 4 of being in the hotel, almost into day 5, they said, okay, we'll send up another truck for you. And so I was able to upgrade from a 2021 Volvo to a 2023 Kenworth.
Cool. Well, that's
So I got
good. You're back on the road.
yeah, back on the road most of this, well, about half of since like Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
But from Friday afternoon last week, all weekend, and the first part of this week, I was stuck at the hotel while they were trying to get parts shipped in to fix whatever. Well, in my case, it was a turbo and an EGR part that broke at the same time that caused the semi truck to not travel faster than like 2 miles an hour.
Yeah. Oh, wow, Pat. That's
So
good to know. Thank you. And Gigi, I think it was supposed to be the other way around. Just saying.
I'm surprised Wildlife isn't up here already.
He may be.
Usually,
I just popped this up really quick,
okay.
so he may be eating or no
Yeah, who
telling.
knows? He's probably busy doing something, I'm sure.
So today, hey Mary, good to see you.
Excuse me.
And of course it's gone. I even shared it to myself so that I could read it to y'all.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if there's any validation. There were no sources with it, no
What was
links.
it? What was it about?
I'm fixing to tell you.
Okay.
That one of the departments, I guess from Doge,
Uh-huh.
has opened up Obama. And all this stuff about him not being a city. Hey, Riverway, good to see you. Did I say him being a city?
You did.
Where did that come from?
I think you meant citizen, but go ahead.
Yes. And it was a whole list of things against him. And
Sure.
tribunals, I don't know. But
I know what you're talking about. I haven't heard anything about that. The last time I heard anything remotely close to that subject was, I don't know, 4 to 6 years ago. There was a sheriff back when Obama was still in office.
he won't lie.
There was a sheriff trying to prove that he was legitimate or whatever, and his no problem with his birth certificate, and ended up proving that his birth certificate was false.
Yeah.
But that was back during, I think, his second term.
And but
Whatever
nothing
year that
was ever
was.
done about it. And so
Yeah.
this,
I haven't heard anything since then.
that's what this was saying. Illegal presidency.
That's interesting, because if they do go that route and can prove that he wasn't eligible to be president, then everything he ever did will be erased. It'll be
Erased.
done away with.
Well, if they can, I mean, we know that there's some
Well,
things done that can't be.
sure. I mean, there's a possibility that some of the stuff may not be able to be undone, but typically speaking, with normal circumstances, if it's not can they do it, it's are they going to actually get up off their butts and do something? Assuming that they do something, everything he enacted while president, regardless of what it is, will be basically declared null and void and erased as if it was never enacted. Unless it was something passed by Congress, and then that's a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah. And so this site,
so-
I don't know how reliable it is. I mean, most of the stuff they put out is pretty reliable. And
Sure.
but it's weird that when I shared that, it was immediately erased. And when I went back to the site that I got it
Couldn't
from,
find it.
it had
Yeah.
been taken down from there as well.
Yep.
And
The only way you could find it when they do that, to scrub it from the internet like that, is you go back to the you go search the Wayback Machine and find the website that you found it on from the Wayback Machine. To, if it was yesterday, you would scroll back to yesterday's date on the Wayback Machine, find that website, and then just pull up make a screenshot or print it out or something, and then you could find it listed.
yeah. Yeah. So do y'all remember hearing Trump say that something like you'll never have to vote again? There's been some talk about him being.
Yeah, Trump did say that shortly after he got in, something about no more voting or something.
Yes. And so I've been hearing the same thing about the Pope. There'll never be another Pope. But then there's this
Well, that's
person,
the Pope. Go ahead. This person.
this person
I'll make my comment in a second. Sorry.
that I actually have a video ABG put out, and it's pretty interesting as she is Catholic, and she's just,
Your bright's off, dum dum. There you go.
I'm gonna have to share
Sorry, I
the
was dealing with the
link.
four wheelers, being ignorant. But the whole thing with the Pope, though, there was some prophecy about there's a
See,
certain number of popes, and the one that just died was, you know, basically this next one coming up is supposed to be the last one, or some stuff like that, or the one that died was the last one, something to that effect.
so is this distractions from something else, or is this telling us, you know,
I
something
would
something big is
say
fixing to
just
switch?
just well, I mean, there is something big coming down the pike, but most people don't believe it and aren't ready for it. But that's
But do we trust Flynn? D. I mean,
I don't trust any government politician. Period.
so it's biblically
One of the
that he.
scariest phrases in the biblically, yeah. Uh, I can't read the whatever comment you got pulled up, but
Civilian volunteers are allowed to participate, as is allowed, on military tribunals, firing squads. Ooh. Okay. Hey, Damon, good to see you.
Good evening, everybody.
evening.
Benjamin, good to see you. Well,
But I'm inclined to think that most of the stuff going on is more for distractions. Like, hey, look over here. So while we're looking at the left hand, the right hand is off doing some shenanigans.
yeah. Yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly, hypothetically,
They'll
possibly,
they'll
maybe.
they'll re-release Schindler's List digitally remastered before they release those lists.
Didn't they already release Schindler's Remastered or no?
That's the whole point of it. They're going to digitally remaster it again before they
Oh,
even
do it
do
again.
that. Yeah, they're going to do
Right.
it XHD, XDH definition,
I guess.
extreme definition.
Gotcha.
So, God, I have so many questions.
Well, ask. I may not have the answer, but I'll try.
It just seems that it's still leaning towards the New World, the digital collapse.
Oh, there ain't no
Yeah, no,
if in it. It is.
that's exactly where it's going. Everything that's happening now is headed towards one thing: a one world government, a one world religion, and they'll divide the entire world into 10, I guess you could call them kingdoms or countries, whatever you want to call it. It'll divide the world into 10 zones.
Hey, D
Now,
Dog.
I out of curiosity, asked most smartphones now have these uh, built-in chat AI things in your message, like text messages as an option, like Gemini if you got Samsung or whatever it is with Apple or whatever other phone you got. But if you ask it, like, well, if you were to divide the world into 10 zones, uh, how would you do that? And then it goes through and it lists how you would do that. And I saved it after it asked it. I copied the whole text line and saved it. I can't post it in the back now, but it's like North and South America and Central America are all like zone one, or it's like North America through, just the North America was one, and then it went around and divvied everything up into the 10 zones. But right now they're still in process of trying to finish collapsing the U.S. so that they can make the one world government, because they can't leave us be, because we're too powerful as a country. So they have to work on
Iman.
Destroying us first so that they can form the rest of the one world government. And they're going the digital currency route that you always hear them talking about, so that if you do what you want, you get more money. Do what they tell you to, you get more money. If you don't, they take away your money and shut it off, and you don't have anything. Or if you got your car and all these electric cars or this whatever,
Sorry about the noise.
there's potentially ways to shut that off, or they'll shut your money off so you can't put gas or whatever in, because they don't want you to go to church, or they don't want you to go here or there.
Anywhere.
Yeah, because you've driven too many miles that week for your carbon footprint or whatever nonsense they're trying to push. But it's all about control. It's ultimately where it's going. They need to control us so they can finish collapsing to make this one world government.
Well, that's depressing.
It really is, because once that's in place, it's basically their way, or you get your head chopped off. Not trying to
US
depress anybody. I'm just
can't be part of the one world government. They're true deed.
not as an independent country, no, but they'll take like North America or North and South America and merge it together into one zone, or kingdom, as it's referred to in the Bible.
Is that in Revelations?
Yeah, I believe so. There's most of the what happens during the final 7 years, referred to as a tribulation in the Bible. Most of that's after it starts. The Revelation 4:1 onward through like 19 or 22, it describes all the events that are going to happen. One of those events being a one world government, a one world religion ruled by one person at the top, and he'll have 10 kings, if you will, that one king in charge of each of the 10 zones, or
Why 10? Why
president.
10 zones?
It's just the way. That's just the way God said it was going to happen. And when he had them write down what was going to happen in Revelation, they said it'll be a one world government divided into 10 kingdoms. Why they chose 10, I don't know. That's above my pay grade.
Hmm.
And there's one leader in charge, president, king, whatever you want to call it, in charge of the zones, and then they all answer to one guy at the top.
And who's the one guy at the top? Nobody knows.
The
yet?
Antichrist. The specific person, no, nobody knows who that'll be, but
it'll be the Antichrist.
Yep. So and that person is the person who has the final 7-year peace treaty that's signed between Israel and a bunch of other nations. That final 7-year treaty, when it's signed, the general thought is whoever the person has that gets that accomplished, that person will be the Antichrist. Because they're going to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, put it on the Temple Mount, and then halfway through the final 7 years, he'll go in the temple and say, "I'm God, worship me." That's a partial Cliff Notes shortened version.
Well, apparently, this new pope said something to the effect of that. And
Yeah.
um,
Well, they haven't elected the new pope yet, unless you're referring to something Francis said before he died.
no, okay, let me see if I can pull. Let me see if I have it.
Because I tend to ignore anything the pope says, or any pope for that matter says. But that's just my 2 cents.
Right.
Uh,
I don't know who this guy is. I know that all the world leaders were at the funeral today. Um,
yeah, that must have been the funeral for the Pope Francis that just died.
Yeah, I think that was around 3 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard Time.
I wonder why I didn't email that to me. Well,
But yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch any footage from it, or I know there's some
I
couple channels I
I didn't
follow
either.
that they dissect it, but I didn't watch none of their videos or nothing yet. Just been kind of out and about.
Yeah, I've been too
has
busy with work. I haven't had any time to do any of that.
Say, well,
has
hell,
all
they finna get ready to dim the sun, so I might as well go out and enjoy it, before they dim it.
right.
Yeah.
You know,
All for his kingdom. I yep, that's what I'm trying to find. Don't know what I did with it.
Hey,
Um,
you probably just misplaced it. I'm sure when you go to look for something else, you'll find it.
let's see if I can get rid of that. Uh-oh. Don't you start playing. No, we already played that. What is this? Yeah, my
What we got
computer's
here?
acting a little wacky. Okay, that's different. Okay,
Let's see here.
go to says my computer has a Trojan. I mean, that was quick, wasn't it? Been
Hmm.
using it
Well, that
for
if it's saying you have a Trojan, that's just some advertisements. You'll click on it, and then it'll ask you to download McAfee to get rid of the viruses in your finger quotes.
Norton's trying to get me to.
Yeah, that's typical Norton. Uh,
That's not. Go away. Why are you? Okay.
or whatever. But
A B G. There she is.
Did you get it?
I'm almost there.
Say if I knew what you were looking up, I don't know if maybe I have it or pull it up.
She's um yeah, this is like okay. Um I mean, this is crazy, y'all. Hey John, good to see you.
yeah, most stuff happening nowadays is kind of crazy. Usually,
Click on it.
I don't
some of
mind
these
it.
roads are pretty bumpy, right?
I'm gonna share it now. See what
All
y'all
right,
think.
let's see it. See what the hype is about.
Here, please subscribe. I'd really love that. If you're returning, how you doing? We're going to be talking about something that has me concerned, and I'm sure it's going to concern you as well. I wasn't sure I even wanted to talk about this, but it has me so bothered um, that I had to get it off my chest. Okay. Allegedly, and I say alleged because I don't know this guy. I don't want to know this guy because he makes me sick. Okay. Uh, the Antichrist has made himself known and has a message for Christians after the death of the Pope. He said, I am the legitimate Pope. There is no one else but me that you are obliged to obey. Really? Okay.
Now, O Christians in the East and the West, hear me and obey. I am a messenger sent to you from Jesus Christ, alayhi salam. Paul is false and led you astray. The church is corrupt and no longer upholds the law of God, nor does it defend the oppressed. The papacy has been stolen and the rightful heir has been pushed aside. There is no one else but me that you are obliged to obey. May God witness that I have proclaimed.
So now we're going to get into the nitty gritty and all the details. And because I literally dug. When I say dug, I dug. Okay. I went through the depths to find out every detail that I possibly could. So this Ahmadi religion of peace and light is a post-Islamic new religions movement led by Abdullah Hashim Abba al-Sadiq, who claims to be the successor of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Muhammad, the Comforter Ahmed, Simon Peter, and others. The religion is derived from the 12 branches of Shi'an Islam and is considered to be one of the emerging apocalyptic or doomsday movements from the Middle East. So there are channels on YouTube, TikTok, everywhere, to his religion claiming to be Mahdi, and that's Mahdi, that have appeared. Now, the phrase "the Mahdi has appeared" refers to be a belief in certain Islamic traditions, particularly in Shia and some Sunni communities, that the Mahdi is who is a prophesied redeemer, has emerged in the Islamic teachings. The Mahdi is expected to be a divinely guided figure who will appear before the day of judgment to restore justice, righteousness, and true Islamic governance, often in a time of great turmoil. Now, we can expect this guy to be the one to stop nuclear apocalyptic war and give the world a false sense of peace for the next 3.5 years before he starts unaliving Christians. Come to Christ now before it's too late. Okay, this is what is all over social media. Okay, this has stirred up a lot of noise, especially on social media platforms like X, YouTube, TikTok, with some calling him the Antichrist and tying his emergence to apocalyptic prophecies. Okay, so I'm going to break everything down for you with a clear head, sticking to what we know and avoiding speculation where possible. Okay, so Abdullah Hashim Abba al-Sadiq was born in 1983. He is an Egyptian American who founded the Ahmadi religion of peace and light, a new religious movement that splintered from 12 Shia Islam. He claims to be the messianic figure in Shia tradition, the Mahdi, the true pope, and the successor of multiple religious figures across Islam, Christianity, Judaism. His group, the Ahmadi religion of peace and light, promotes a apocalyptic worldview, emphasizing the imminent end times and his role as a divinely appointed leader. These claims are not recognized by mainstream Islamic, Christian, or Jewish authorities and are widely considered controversial. His movements have gained traction online with millions of views on platforms like YouTube and TikTok, where followers proclaim the Mahdi has appeared. The group's messaging often ties to end-time narratives, promising a restoration of divine justice. Some posts on social media suggest he has amassed a significant following with claims of miracles and allegiance from supporters, though these are unverified. The concept of the Mahdi is rooted in Islamic eschatology. I don't think I said that correctly, but I'll go on. So in Shia Islam, particularly in the 12 or Shia, the Mahdi is the prophesied redeemer who will appear before the day of judgment to establish justice and defeat oppression, often alongside Jesus in Islamic traditions. So Sunni Islam also has Mahdi traditions, though they vary in emphasis. The Mahdi is expected to emerge in a time of chaos, uniting believers and restoring true faith. However, specific claims about the Mahdi's identity are highly contentious. Self-proclaimed Mahdis have historically faced skepticism, rejection by mainstream scholars. Now, Abdullah Hashim's claims to be the Mahdi aligns with this tradition, but diverges by incorporating Christians and Jewish figures, which is atypical and rejected by mainstream religious authorities. His assertion of being the legitimate pope, especially following the death of a pope, likely referencing a recent or hypothetical event, is particularly provocative, as it changes the Catholic Church's authority and taps into Christian apocalyptic fears. So, you know, the message that was put out on social media suggests that Abdullah Hashim could be the Antichrist, a figure in Christian, like Revelations and also in the book of Daniel, who deceives the world, brings false peace, and persecutes Christians before Christ's return. The interpretation is echoed in some social media posts. This guy, he seems like a dangerous figure. He is tied to apocalyptic events, geopolitical conspiracies, okay? However, the Antichrist in Christian theology is typically a charismatic, deceptive leader who opposes Christ, often associated with a 7-year tribulation, including a period of false peace followed by persecution. So I want to approach this skeptically, okay? Abdullah Hashim's claims are bold, but they're not unique. His history is littered, okay, with self-proclaimed messiahs. And his movement's apocalyptic rhetoric and eclectic blending of Islamic and Christian and Jewish titles suggest a deliberate attempt to appeal to a broad audience in a time of global uncertainty. The viral thread of his message is amplified by social media, where sensational claims like the Mahdi has appeared or I am the legitimate pope is thriving. The idea that he'll stop a nuclear apocalyptic war and bring 3.5 years of peace is speculative. And it's also tied to Christian interpretations of end time prophecies. There's no evidence that he is the geopolitical influence to achieve such a feat. He is, and his group really remains a fringe movement. The death of the Pope references it's vague. Pope Francis, okay, yes, he passed. Okay, there's no major papal transition that has occurred yet, based on available data. This could be a hypothetical or misinformed claim circulating online. As for the false sense of peace, persecution of Christians, there are common tropes in apocalyptic narratives, but lack concrete grounding in Abdullah Hashim's actions so far. His group's focus seems more recruiting followers and spreading their message than orchestrating global events. Claims of miracles or CIA ties, as mentioned in some social media posts, are unverified and should be treated as inconclusive. The apocalyptic movements, like the Ahmadi religion of peace and light, often emerge in times of crises, economic instability, political turmoil, religious disillusionment. The Middle East, with its history of conflict, competing religious narratives, is fertile ground for such groups. Abdullah Hashim's claims tap into this, offering a unifying messianic figure for those seeking hope or even certainty. But his rejection by mainstream religious institutions and the lack of verifiable evidence for his miracles or authority undermine his credibility. So the come to Christ now, like some of the posts are saying, it's like a warning, okay, and it reflects a Christian evangelistic response to perceived end time signs. This urgency is common in reaction to figures like Abdullah Hashim, who challenge traditional religious frameworks. However, tying him directly to an Antichrist for a specific 3.5-year timeline risks oversimplifying a complex situation, and it ignores the need for discernment. So this guy is a charismatic leader of a fringe religious movement leveraging social media to amplify his claims. He's tapping into Islamic and Christian hopes, fears, but lacks recognition from mainstream authorities. Calling him the Antichrist or predicting that he'll stop a nuclear war and then persecute Christians is speculative. And then it leans heavily on unverified prophecy interpretations. His movement is worth watching, but it's premature to assign him a starring goal or role, whatever, in a global apocalypse. Now, as a Catholic, my instinct to question this guy is grounded in the Church's teachings on discernment. The Catechism of the Catholic Church warns that before Christ returns, the Church will face a final trial involving deception, including a pseudo-messianism, where a figure often associated with the Antichrist exalts themselves above God. And Hashim's bold assertions, calling him the Mahdi or the legitimate Pope and the successor of Jesus and others, fits the profile of a self-proclaimed Messiah, which naturally invites scrutiny from the Catholic perception. Okay. And the fact that Hashim's movements stem from a post-Islamic framework adds another layer of skepticism. And Catholicism and Islam have distinct theological frameworks. And while both share some final judgment themes, if you will, the claims of cross-religion authority, like being both the Mahdi and the true Pope, are highly irregular, and the conflict with Catholic doctrine, which holds that the Pope is the successor of St. Peter, appointed through the church's apostolic tradition. Because I immediately question, a lot of things that align with the Catholic call to test spirits and avoid false prophets. I was always told by my mom, okay, we're going back years, that the Antichrist will come, and when he does, he'll be wearing a blue turban. Then when I was an adult and I met my husband's grandmother, she made the same claim about the blue turban. Now, keep in mind, my mom and my husband's grandmother had never met each other. So the detail about the Antichrist wearing a blue turban mentioned by both my mom and my husband's grandmother is striking, especially since they never ever met. And this suggests either a shared cultural or religious source, or the idea of a remarkable coincidence. So, do you see what I'm trying, because the image of a figure in a blue turban is often linked to like 16th century Nostradamus. So I tried to connect that, but there's no evidence that this guy wears a blue turban or is associated with one. His public appearances, based on available media, show him in modern attire or religious robes, not traditional headwear like a turban. So his movement, this Ahmadi religion of peace and light, draws from Shia Islam, but doesn't emphasize specific cultural symbols like turbans, blue or otherwise. So he doesn't match my mom and my grandmom's prophecy based on any current information that I could possibly find. But here's what I do know. Where my brain, sorry, it stopped working. He has been described, that the Antichrist has been described as a mystery of iniquity, deceiving people and by mimicking Christ's role while opposing God. He will be a human figure, not a supernatural entity who promotes a secular or a false ideology. He will deceive many, even the faithful, through signs and wonders. The church rejects precise timelines or speculative identifications of the Antichrist, urging caution against apocalyptic sensationalism. Catholic theologians like St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas emphasize that the Antichrist identity will only be clear in hindsight, and the church discourages fixating on specific individuals like Hashim without overwhelming evidence. So the focus should be on fidelity to Christ and the sacraments, not fear-driven speculation. However, the church would likely advise caution because he claims, I am the legitimate pope. It's like they are heretical from a Catholic perspective, but yet they don't yet indicate the global influence or deception associated with the Antichrist. His movement is fringe, with no evidence of the geopolitical power needed to fulfill prophecies like a false peace or a widespread persecution. And that blue turban detail that is constantly stuck in my head, while personally significant to me, doesn't align with this guy's known imagery and may point to a different tradition or a figure. So there's that. But anyway, what do you guys think? Have you heard of this guy? I'm personally disturbed by it. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I'm an extremely religious person and I need to pray about this. I really do. So let's talk about this because I'm not okay with this. I'm really not. So anyway, I will see you guys in the next one, okay? You stay safe, you stay positive, you keep prepping, and as always, fear less. And God bless. Yeah.
Oh, that was kind of interesting. Although, not to nitpick, but use guys? What is she, from the mafia?
No, she's a good person. Autumn is she's just
I'm sorry, just the use guys thing kind of bugs me. I'm like, what is she, from the mob or something? But anyway,
well,
I digress. That's just a nitpick. It's not
yes,
anything serious. I'm just.
it's I say y'all. Kentucky says you and
Yeah,
we say something
yeah.
different.
Y'all, UNs, that's pretty standard language. No problem with that. That's I hear it all the time. But use guys, you don't really hear that much unless you're out on the East Coast a bunch.
Well, she is East Coast.
Oh, well, okay, so that explains it. But as far as the guy in the video, I don't think that guy's the actual Antichrist. He might be Antichrist-like, similar to that individual. Oddly enough, the actual Antichrist and the Mahdi that she's referring to in the video have the exact same characteristics described. Well, the Mahdi description fits the exact description of the Antichrist in the Bible between Daniel and Revelation. And not like kind of exact, I mean 100% perfect word for word match. They have the exact same description.
I think she's a result of this technology. She has done some research, but
Sure.
I think she does this. I don't know how many views she gets, or she wants to be popular. She wants to be noticed. Because she said a lot of nothing. When you listen to her, it's like, well, we don't really know this, and this is speculatory, and it's like, yeah, I mean, even the Bible tells us we're not going to know,
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, once certain events happen, you'll know for sure. But until those events happen, it's a mystery.
I don't even think then, because he says you will not know the time or hour.
Well,
And
the not knowing the day or hour, that's in reference to the second coming and when we transition from the end of the tribulation into the millennium. That's what that's tied to. That's not necessarily tied to a lot of eschatology for the rapture timing, which I don't think I agree to that extent. We won't know that either until it happens. The Antichrist, whoever that person is, once the final 7-year covenant with many is signed between Israel and a bunch of other nations, then we might have a good idea of who it could be, but maybe not know exactly until they're thrust into power and standing in the temple.
And also, why are we worried about it?
Oh, I'm not worried about it.
It's
an interesting for a discussion, but I'm not worried about it at all.
But like I say, that's a result of this internet. People are worried about all kinds of stuff. There's been many antichrists. I mean, there's an atheist doesn't believe in Christ.
There's actually a term called anti-pope. Not in the reference like a Christian would use antichrist, but I mean, it's a term.
Right.
But even in everything in this world, as far as like what labels everybody's wearing, whether it be Christian or Jewish or Catholic or whatever, these are just labels. And a lot of people don't even know what the label they're wearing really is,
Yeah.
And then you got all kinds of influence, especially with the internet. But like when you look into like the different cults that have been throughout time, just, within the period of from the 50s to now, there were basically cults, but they called them a religious cult, but it was a psychopath who had knowledge of the Bible and used it to manipulate people.
Right.
It's like
They're
Jim Jones.
just enough to be dangerous.
Yeah, Jim Jones. He was an
Oh
atheist,
yeah,
Yeah, you got to not drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
he convinced all them people to move down to South America, give them all their money and everything, man.
Yep.
And that's what you got to be careful of. A lot of people are using this internet just for fame. They want to get their likes up and their like and share.
Well, it's all about trying to generate income, I think. But
yeah, and then they monetize, and then they get behind a paywall and all this other stuff.
Right.
That's true. But she apparently a whole lot of us listen to her. And
I don't, but go ahead.
Put out a lot of really good information. Usually she has links and reference to anything that she speaks of. And so and I think that's why she was trying to explain the whole lineage, history, whatever, of how it could be, how it is said to be, because I think she's really struggling with this. Just because this guy is putting this out on all the social media platforms, and you saw the followers. The whole thing was disturbing. That she kept calling it what'd she call it? It wasn't a group. It was a crud. I can't remember how she said it. To me, it's cult sounding, but he blew. And I think because everybody keeps talking about it, we are fixing to go into some form of a transition. And so I think Christians are looking at it spiritually trying to see, is this biblically happening as it's said to, or are we just, because I have questioned before, could they assimilate revelations to make us think that? Is it trying to instill fear in people? It's like
I think it's more fear in this case. She's trying to generate money, use a little bit of fear to get clicks and views, and
I just don't see her that way, but it's possible. It's possible because I've been fooled before. I'm not saying I've never been fooled by somebody.
It's possible to fool just about anybody. But
yeah,
69497. I was distracted there for a second, but that's why you go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think we're in a time of chaos.
Yes.
Well, a little bit to an extent, yeah, but the real serious stuff hasn't kicked off, I don't think, just yet.
The chaos keeps us looking, and a lot of people are looking into religion, they're looking into history, they're looking in all kinds of stuff, trying to find answers,
Yes.
Well,
and in doing that,
they definitely are.
And in doing that, we're not paying attention to now and here.
Yes.
Well, and here's the thing, though. I will comment. Looking for religion is more, oh, look at me. Look what I can do. Look how good I am. It's for show. It makes you look good without actually having to be good.
No.
Religion, I'll respectfully disagree. Religion to me says, look at me. Look what I can do. Whereas actual faith in my case, involves a relationship with God, a personal relationship. And that requires time, dedication, and sacrifice and obedience on my end. If you agree, that's cool. If you don't, that's fine too. You're entitled to your opinion.
That's
Right.
the beauty. I think
I'm
that's the beauty of it. We've been in this world. We're told what we should believe, you know, or
Hmm.
this is the way it is, and that's the just the way it's going to be.
Right.
But I think a lot of people are starting to realize, wow, why is it like this? Can we do things differently? You know, and I
searching.
think that has started a stir in
Yes.
society itself. You know, um, and then there's the whole thing, like, who really, like, a lot of people think we need to get out and protest and all this, but the real power isn't in protesting, it's in lobbying. And we don't have the finances like Bill Gates would, or Elon Musk, or any of
Yeah.
these wealthy people. So really, should we come together as a people and put some money where our mouths are and lobby the government? You know, that's just like even these cults. Like you could say, the Scientology. Scientology, they put their money up. A lot of famous people in Scientology, and they put their money up and they lobby the government to get changes that they benefit from. And it really, a lot of these big industries and stuff like that do the same thing. So everybody is benefiting from the things the government has done, except for the people themselves, the little guy, the middle class.
Right.
Yeah. And so, but everything that they put out there could have a little bit of truth in it
Right,
to lure you in.
right.
And that's where it does take a lot of prayer, discernment, really searching your heart and asking for guidance from our Heavenly Father. So, yes, it is spiritual.
Right.
And a lot have been saying for a long time, this is a spiritual warfare. And we hear it's a cyber warfare, or, it's
Mm.
definitely an attack on the people that we've seen for the past, what is it, 200 years, 100 years?
For what, the country?
Well, in every way, everything that has been done has been to either shut people up or the use us as guinea pigs, slaves to the system, to make them rich. Some people here have managed to get rich that have kind of worked the system in their favor, which is great. But at the same time, it's just, I don't even know where I'm going. I lost it.
No, you were. That all made sense. Everything as far back as you could think, and even farther than that than any of us can think. It's all led up to this moment, to this
Right.
day, to this the next day. But yeah, I think a lot of people, not everybody, but some people they're just now more than ever, they're kind of looking at maybe that life preserver, that life raft to hold on to, and they're so caught up in trying to grab a hold of it that they don't even realize they're not even in the deep end yet. They can still stand up. They're only knee deep in the water.
We're being shown a lot, like how politicians think, how the bankers think, how the corporations think, which is
Sure.
something something we've never really experienced before. It could be a technological shock we're experiencing, because now it's like, wow, these people are really messing us over bad,
So
and it is kind of like, what can we do about it?
Yeah.
And then you look around and you do see there is change in the air, and it's coming, and it might be a slow process on purpose so that we
yes,
learn.
yeah, and everyone has their idea of what this change is going to be, but it, and that's why I keep saying, okay, so has it affected you personally in your personal life? Does anybody see rent going down in their area? Do you see things getting cheaper? Do you see your gas going down? Do you see your family getting together more? Are you spending more time with your community? It's those are the things that matter. Those are the things that are affecting you personally. All the other stuff in this internet that we dig into or whatever is you have to really be cautious, because if you carry that with you, it it it's gonna stress you out. It's almost like standing in your way of being with our creator.
Yeah.
But that's just it. The world is the world, and don't let it affect who you are. And this is what we have to overcome. I always said, how can I change this world? I have to start with myself. Meaning, I shouldn't let somebody convince me of what I should do or who I am. So many people like to, join the cults, or wear a label. I'm me, you know.
Yep. You
But
silly.
dang, I was going to tell you I was accepting new members, but I guess that's a no.
The what life cult?
Yeah. Comes with a free complimentary lightning bolt patch,
I'm in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I
Well,
said, and a lot of people are seeing things. That's just like what's his name, Bannon. He was saying people want to see some things happen. Um, we're hearing a lot of things, but we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing a lot of arrests. We're not seeing mass depopulation or deportations, or we're not seeing nothing. Gas prices. I think eggs came down a little bit.
yeah.
I know I can get a dozen fresh eggs for $4.
Nice.
Still. Okay, Meat Puppet, why am I seeing two of you?
It's good to have that option. At least you got that option.
Right.
And because I came down for a minute because I hit the wrong button and then went back up. But
You did the
that's all right.
thing.
Yeah.
It's still $9.39 for 30 eggs there.
Right.
Goodness. And I have not even looked at the store because I can get fresh eggs, but I can't believe that they're doing that. Just
Yeah, the egg prices lately have been kind of on the ridiculous side. So if you've got a farmer or someone close by, or some Amish that sells farm fresh eggs, go buy them. You get a whole lot better deal.
yeah.
I think there's been a big wake up call. I mean, and part of this is triggered by trade wars, the whole economic structure,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
everybody's fighting. There's a lot of propaganda put out, so many things.
Yes.
And it's like, just, don't get all wound up in it all, enjoy your life. I spend time with my grandkids and stuff, and, I really don't go on a whole lot of panels anymore. And, I'm just, there are some things we have to leave it up to the people who are in positions to do something.
Yes.
And that's the way it's always been. And hopefully there is change coming. There is that, a few things like looking on the global stage and stuff like that are taking place. And it might take some time, It's not going to happen overnight. And tomorrow
That's
we're
true.
all going to be millionaires.
I think the biggest concern for everybody is the one world, the one religion. I mean, because what I see happening in Texas is with all of these Muslim communities moving in, and their they say their purpose is to convert all to Muslim. So yeah, that's a concern. We know their laws, we know their beliefs, and I don't agree.
On that subject, Bonnie, I don't know about this woman that you watch, and I'm not going to knock it, okay? But you know what came to mind? I can't believe I'm doing this. The book, The Sentinel. Have you ever read that?
No.
The depiction, I don't know if they made it a movie, but I remember reading it. And it was like an old wooden house, you know what I mean? They put something up. And there's like 3 or 4 stories. And there's a little window, and there's a shadow in the window. And you know what the point is? His or her or its position is to watch, to be on the lookout. Like John said, on the internet, everybody's trying to get, I want 1,000 subs. I want 5,000. I want, I'm just saying, a little bit of discernment. That's all.
They say, we are the new media.
Yeah.
And, what did the media do? They did exactly the same thing. They put out all kinds of stuff to get you to watch them, And
I hate to bring it up. Did you see the judge that the FBI just arrested in the parking lot going to work?
that woman,
Is it
Yes.
Milwaukee, I think?
Hannah or something like that.
Woman.
Yeah.
That's a little far-fetched, but to John's point, what's his name? The FBI. The name's right there. The head of the FBI.
Kash Patel.
Kash Patel was tweeting it as it was taking place. To what John's saying. The new media. Do they do a press release or anything? No. They're tweeting it, right?
And that too. You notice, like, when there was any kind of incidents that happened,
Excuse me one second.
we wouldn't really hear it right away. We might hear something like, well, there was a shooting that took place. But there wouldn't be no details until they had more information. Now it's like, oh, there was 2 teams, and one was black and one was white, and here's their names, here's their family, and it's like, what happened to the victim and especially juveniles? You don't put their names out. You don't give all this information until you have facts, until after the court date and all this other stuff. But now we're getting like raw data. And it's like, wow. That's
why it changes so much, because they just want to get that breaking news or that news splash or that headline,
Or somebody there who had their phone out, it's all over the internet.
Oh, we had an incident like that here today. I'll put the clip in the back, but yeah, they shut down the whole I-20 intersection right there here in Augusta. They had a whole standoff.
Yeah, there's a woman who said some guy was trying to steal her son at a Walmart. And, you know, she pressed it. And then they showed later on, after they done basically harassed this guy, and they showed the video of the Walmart footage, he never touched that kid. And she said him and her were playing tug of war with her child. It's like, what kind of crap are we into now, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the whole, I don't want to see it anywhere. But you take a judge, this is not happening in my courtroom. That's always been a given, right? Clear the courtroom. But apparently she could not clear ice. I'm just saying.
Right. Well, there's so many things. It's like, why do we, they allow cameras in for when, you know, a civilian, you know, a citizen goes to court, but these big players, oh no cameras allowed in here. It's like, why can't we see that? You know?
Well, I think the reason you can't is because there's rules for them, and then there's rules for the rest of us.
Exactly.
We're not in the big kid club.
But too, I think a lot of it is fear mongering, because as long as people are scared, they really don't think clear. You know, you're thinking about all kinds of things other than the realities, really. You know, sometimes we tend to be focused on all this stuff and not even pay attention to our own families and friends, and, you know, enjoy life.
Know yourself and know, you know the enemy and know yourself. You need not fear the result of 100 battles.
Right. I mean, pray, keep it in prayer, and just keep a watchful eye, and, you know, but realize some of this stuff is just pure propaganda and fear mongering, and wanting to affect. They're playing with our brain is what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Keep doing things like you did today. Like you said, you went to the market, you know, did stuff like that.
Make it a point to turn this thing off and just go for a walk in the woods or park. Or, say hi to your neighbor once in a while. Spend time with your family and friends, and, you know.
That can't be said enough, John.
Yes.
Different way of looking at it. That can't be said enough.
I think that alone will change the world, you know, because people are so offended and defensive, and, you know, I mean.
At the market, they were playing some really good music, and I was bouncing around. It's, you gotta love it.
Yeah. They had a guy sitting up out at the market there singing.
Mm-hmm.
He was just singing. He didn't have any instruments or nothing, but he had a pretty good voice, though.
Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it was nice to see everybody out and about, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Happy.
Embrace our differences, you know. I don't want a world full of people like me, you know. I enjoy people who I can engage in conversation, and I can actually see different perspectives of things, you know.
Yes.
I don't know about in your area, but one thing that's going on locally, perhaps because the cap rate is in Calgary and it owns in every province, the rent's going up because of property taxes. And I'll be damned if I can find a property tax that's gone up double or more. That's a justification.
Mm.
You know, it I don't know. But
who's really controlled this world for thousands of years? Basically, it's been the bankers, the financiers, the users, you know. And this was something even Jesus was against, you know, because there are where you can have it where you pay little to no interest and little to no taxes, and a society could still function.
Yeah.
Well, he flipped the tables over.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Comes to greed, period.
When we stopped at the store, these two gentlemen got out of this truck, and I forgot what it had on the side of it. I was going to look it up to see what company it was. But they were asking if we were local, and they said, "Where's a good place to eat?" And we started naming restaurants, and then they lit up. That's the one. And so they took off, went to get something to eat, and they happened to be right across from the market. But they were just smiling and happy, and all they were worried about was getting something good to eat.
Yeah.
Really doesn't come down to a personal equation of happiness. What makes you happy? When's enough that you're happy with, you know? My dad always said to me, roof over your head, clothes on your back, food on the table, and love in your life, you'll be happy. Didn't mention a bank account.
Well,
Yeah. Monty made a good point. You know, that's like every religion out there. You have good people and bad people, you know, in
yes.
it, you know. That's just like somebody, if they're Muslim, that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad, you know. So long as they're not trying to forcefully, you know, make you change, you know, or anything like that, because like even there is that tension between even Baptists and Catholics, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even within the Catholics, you have the you have the Roman Catholic, and you have the what's the other one? What?
Or even like the Baptist, you have a Baptist and you have a Southern Fundamental Baptist. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was going to say that. Isn't that all based on details of the crucifixion, the separation between
It's almost like the same message. It's almost like a different delivery. You know, it's their delivery on it.
In the Catholic, like the Orthodox and the Roman Catholics, they're almost identical. The only thing is the Orthodox don't believe that the Pope should have like
divine.
the dictator, you know.
Hierarchy, yeah.
Yeah, the Orthodox believe in several different councils instead of one, but that's about the only difference, I believe.
Isn't there a point of divinity with the Pope and the Church? Isn't that one of their gripes?
The Pope, yeah, that's basically the difference between the Orthodox and Catholic. The Orthodox don't believe the Pope should have that position, you know, but they honor it.
Yeah. The whole point of absolution. Who grants it? But anyway.
I don't know. So
Candyman can.
Where's the line in the sand? And so I understand that also with, okay, everything is kind of backwards right now. The judicial system, banking system, all of them are just backwards. Like it used to be, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
Where now it's you're guilty till proven innocent.
That's the point, don't you see? And it's a cornerstone of many constitutions, ours, the Fourth Amendment. Your Fourth Amendment. We have common ground. it's getting trod upon to me.
Right. Yeah, our Constitution is a great document, one of the best documents in the world.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, just like a lot of things, like when I was reading on the Patriots Act, there was an argument whether it was legal or not.
Yeah.
But Bush said, yes, it's legal. My lawyers will make it legal. But it was not constitutional. So which takes precedence? The legality or the constitutional?
Exactly. I mean,
twice, shame on you.
Right.
believe it or not, Canada has a constitution. So that's why I'm speaking to it, because it's being trod upon. I wouldn't like it anymore up here. Believe me, if I had, of course, it's a different in situations, but you know, if that was going on, it's a fundamental part of freedom.
Right.
It's freedom.
Yeah, everything was about this kind. And too, a lot of people right now, they hate the government. They hate everything, really, you know. And to me, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, things are broken, you know.
Yeah.
But I think the foundation was solid. If we can get back to the solid ground, you know,
Yeah.
Yes.
to the Constitution, get back to the real rule of law based on the Constitution, you know.
Because that does affect you personally. Your
Right.
Exactly.
ability to drive to the store and back. You're not allowing people to just come up and take your children out of your home. Not allowing your city council to embezzle millions of dollars that you paid in with your taxes.
Yeah.
So there is, when Jerry said, where is your line in the sand, is we do have to stand for those things that they have overreached that do affect us.
Exactly. And I think somebody said in there, everything's became inverted. It's kind of like the criminals are running everything and they're getting away with everything, and the good people are paying the price.
It's like I told you about. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was about to say that I don't know if you call it a documentary or not, and it was trying to explain how things came to be. And it was more or less the common, I don't know if you call it common good, common goal. And when enough people in society believe in that, that becomes the government. More or less trying to explain the governments of the world now. When, as you say, it became normal, you look at Russia, most people, even though there's demonstrations, believe with Putin and that whole governmental monster. It's just normal. That's just the way it is. The corruption, the graft, the payback, that's just normal. When you accept that as normal, what's left? Nothing.
Right. Well, and we see how, you know, through time, and it's been like gradual, you know, we were based on a country, and even the world really had morals.
Yes.
You know, they believed in some form of God, and they had morals about them. But through time, look at what's going on now. You know, a lot of people are fighting against the churches, or fighting against the government and everything like that, because the whole, if I were the devil, you know,
Yes.
these bad people have got in and infiltrated almost every institution in society.
I'll tell you for one thing, Mark Carney, we kind of saw him as different. perhaps I'd love to hear that conversation you had with Trump. But that being said, the conservatives never released a platform. He did. The election's Monday. But he's planning to borrow over $100 billion more than Trudeau projected. I want to know why. Where is that going?
Behold the carnage.
I think that's the biggest question, where's all our money going?
Yeah.
Why do we have to pay so much, But yet we see where they're sending condoms to this country, and they're paying for transgender and, all this other stuff. And it's like, what has this world come to?
Oh, people around here is mad because it just came out this past week that the city that I live in, they have to pay back $6.5 million plus interest in unused emergency assistance funds, allegedly.
For unused
emergency assistant funds.
Yeah.
And they got to pay that back?
Plus interest, yeah. Almost $7 million plus interest.
How can you pay back something you never used?
Well,
If you didn't use
exactly.
it.
But that lets you know that it was used. It just wasn't used for any emergency assistance funds.
Right. It was stolen.
Yeah. Somebody got a new Cadillac, you know what I mean? Somebody went on a cruise, all allegedly,
Mhm.
I think one thing, we're all starting to catch on, That's like years ago, I worked for a small town, and they paid a politician who had a construction company to do it. And, they had to have a bond to cover, if something went wrong or whatever.
Yep.
Well, he got like 3/4 way through and said, well, we're out of money. So the town tried to apply for the bond to cover the rest of them. And they said, no, we can't, because that politician had political immunity. And I'm like, what? So he got away with only doing partial of the work, and then probably put the other quarter of the, I think it was a $3 million project, in his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the divide between mismanagement and fraud, or whatever you want to call it? Where's the line?
Right. And stuff like that. I mean, maybe with this technology, they can trace stuff like that, because, he probably had 2 sets of books, or he was marking up the materials or the man hours or something,
There's some type of ledger, yeah.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the Shawshank Redemption. Remember that? 2 sets of.
Good old Andy.
Yeah.
To give you a better analogy, Bonnie, that you don't read the Sentinel. Remember Indiana Jones and the knight guarding the cup of Christ? Who put him there? You ever think of it? Probably the Knights Templar. But to the point of the Sentinel, who puts these people almost in judgment? I'm just saying, I kind of listen to things with a little bit of discernment. Why are you doing this, right? That's all.
Why am I doing this? You're right.
Yeah.
What are you eating? Sounds good.
Listen, you just keep baking those pecan pies, kid, because I got another 100,000 orders.
I got you. I'm booked up till September, so you got to wait.
Okay.
Garrett.
Garrett's in the house.
Yes.
Go dogs.
Hey, Garrett.
He's Alabama, isn't he?
Oh, no, he likes Texas.
Oh.
Y'all adopted him along the way some type of way, I don't know.
I think he likes Texas, but it seems like I saw that he was from Bama.
Hey, dang, Garrett. I didn't know that about you, man. Mm, still all right in my book, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
there's.
up-
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Bonnie.
I'm just playing with chat. Go ahead, John.
I was watching a fella, you know, probably for the last 10, maybe 15 years, you know, he's been trying to figure stuff out, you know, kind of like we do, you know. But it was like last year sometime, he melted down, you know, and
Mhm.
it's like this will get to you if you try to figure it out because it's such a vast web of you know different players and you know the how they can manipulate and um,
Yes.
create illusions and you know and he melted down and he just came back and he's like yeah he said I had to take a break he said you know but he's
Yeah.
been doing this for you know 15 years 10, 15 years whatever it was
Mm.
you know like he said it's like you know a lot of things we cannot do anything about and even like how in the Bible it says you know um, what is it for we not struggle with the flesh and blood but the rulers and the evilness in high places
Mhm.
or something to that effect
Yeah.
And it can weigh you down. Um, even seeing, just doing this and seeing how all people are struggling in some way, whether it's physically or um, financially, spiritually.
Yeah.
mentally emotionally you
Yes.
know
Yeah.
it takes a toll I mean life itself I mean even before our you know the internet and stuff like that growing up and having a wife and kids and getting up every day and going to work and you know working my butt off working all the hours I could just to keep a roof over our head foods in our bellies and you know a few nice things you know but after doing that for you know 10, 15 years and it's like what there's got to be more to life than this you know we
Yes.
never took a real vacation really I didn't even get to see my kids grow up much you know because I was always at work and you know but you know then you had the whole um, 2008 thing then you know my wife decided to go to work and you know so I seen the effects of society you know
Yes.
I don't know about you, John, but often in my quote career, I have to sit there and figure out why did I just go through that?
Me too.
Why did I even bother getting up again and being at work at 6 a.m.?
right
Uh-oh.
You know, why did I just do that? Of course, it's for family, right? But still,
and it's not you know I strongly believe in work like do you have to work your
Yes.
life away you know I mean that's
Well, I told him Friday, I said, I ain't coming back till Monday. That's just how it is, you know. I'll be
right
back Monday, but not until then.
right
what do
when
you
you
do?
got when you got wife and kids and a mortgage you know
Yeah.
it's hard to say that to your boss you know
But
Yes.
there is reality. Why do they say we're working on the weekend? You will be here.
And I say that jokingly, but you know, if
Yeah.
there's something that needs to be done, I'm probably one of the first ones that will show up, not just say they will.
right
But yeah, I mean, I don't have a wife or kids, so I mean, a lot of things are differently. But I mean, I see and understand the viewpoints. because all these things affect everybody. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And you
But it
know,
is harder with families.
like Black Watch and Bonnie and me and all of us older people, we've seen a change in the world, you know, like when growing up, like my dad worked, my mom stayed home.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
the world, uh, kind of like that was the thing, you know,
You know,
that the man would provide for the family. But two, I know like World War I and World War II changed a lot of things because while the men were fighting and dying, the women went to work in the factories.
Yeah.
So it kind of changed the whole American dream, I guess you would say, you know.
Yeah.
it's funny you say that. I saw Rosie the Riveter today. She's still hanging around.
Right.
And from what I was told from my grandmother worked in the munitions, right? My dad went to war.
Yeah.
But the ones that were left behind, you know, the, what is it, A4, whatever, F4, whatever the category is. But those men were the most miserable SOBs to work for. Absolutely miserable. Kind of makes you wonder, right? Did they send the right ones to war or not? But anyway.
Maybe the world will change for the good, you know.
But it was also because of the war, neighbors were helping neighbors. They had the victory gardens. They were protective over them. If you asked, they would share. But again, some people were just so hungry they would go and take it. And so those things should teach us now what people are capable of when they're hungry. And there was something that you said a while ago, and I was thinking about the children society. Look at what they've done. I mean, our children, you can see a completely different generation there too that has been taught, programmed, whatever, to think completely differently than we ever did.
Right.
And I guess that's the generation gap is that they don't understand us, and we're just like, we want better for you, but they don't see it that way. They see it as control.
We grew up with that, Bonnie, a little bit of that. I did.
Yeah.
There were periods of time where I thought I'm being controlled, but that was just growing up.
Right.
Well, you know, testing the boundaries, if you will.
Yes.
You know?
It's normal for teenagers to be rebellious against their parents, I think. But this seems to be more of a permanent thing, that these kids have this attitude into their adult lives. And that's why you see so many people who don't even have relationships with their children because of these ideals that they have.
Well, and two, we as people, we want, and a lot of people, not me personally, but you have people, if there's something going on in society, they want the government to fix it. And when the government steps in, that's taking away your responsibility. That's like the schools turned into babysitters. You know, you have all these different things like police now have to be psychologists and determine whether somebody has a mental defect. If they need, you know, the courts have to deal with all that. And, you know, it just became all screwed up.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I do try to keep up with things, right? But like I say, there's the elections Monday. So everything's been, you know, stalled for about a month 6 weeks while they do their pandering. See where we go from here.
Yeah, it was just new technology. You know, like I said, people begged the government to deal with things, that really the government shouldn't have. They should have left it up to they overstepped to
Yes.
say, oh, we'll come in, we'll fix it, but it's going to cost you. In one way or the other, it's going to cost you,
But you want social benefit like SSI, we have CPP. Who can handle that? It has to be a federal government because they get input, in your case, from all states, in our case, from all provinces and territories. And they meet it out, you know what I mean? Because what we had here is every province was dealing with it, and the federal was dealing with it. So it was double layered. So they kicked all the taxes up to the federal government. Then you make your case per province, and so much comes to you, based on population and things.
But like this coming out to the open where people can discuss these things and kind of like, can we do something different? It's like, they came out with 401ks and different ways for you to create your own retirement, Why can't we have something where, like with our insurances and stuff like that, like whether we get it, because like usury, where we have to pay interest on money loans,
Yes.
that was kind of a concept. And like here in the United States, we had the Treasury, which is kind of like a capitalist structure. But then we had a safety net, which was kind of like a socialist side of things, where if you got laid off, you can draw unemployment for a short period until you get back on your feet or whatever. But it became so abused to where even like that, during COVID, where the government gave everybody a stimulus and people got unemployment. I had a friend who was drawing unemployment before that broke out, and they actually gave him the unemployment benefits of the whole virus thing. So he was like getting paid more than what he was if he went to work. Why wouldn't somebody want to go back to work?
But don't you have it like the pandemic is extraordinary, but the length of time you can claim UI, is based on your work record prior to it. The longer you've been working and putting into it, the longer they'll allow you to collect.
Right.
But there's a limit. You can't go forever.
Supposedly.
Supposedly.
But during that time, there was doing extensions and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Right. That's like I got laid off, several times throughout my career.
Yeah.
And, by the time I filed for unemployment, I had already found more work, because, I didn't sit around. I actually went and looked for a job. I couldn't afford to wait. So you had that 2-week period. Usually I was back to work before I even got a paycheck. And then once I said I got a job, I didn't even get that 2 weeks.
Yeah.
To the point of work ethic, for example, I could never roll my sick time, right? You used it or you didn't. My dad worked for the federal government, Customs and Excise. When he retired, he had over a year's sick time pay. In other words, he went to work no matter what, almost. The work ethic. Yeah.
So that's what I don't understand either is, okay, with a loan, a mortgage loan. pretty low interest rate, but at the same time, when you look at how much went to the principal and how much went to the interest, it's like 80 or 90% of that payment is going towards interest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime you pay interest, you're throwing it out the window.
Exactly.
That's why my dad always said, save up and buy what you want or need, or pay for it outright.
Right.
But then they came up with the whole credit and all this other stuff. And, but I never really got involved with that, because to me, it's like, why would I want to pay, whatever the interest? I did have one time a Sears card. It was like 26% interest.
Mm.
I borrowed enough I think I bought a lawnmower for a couple $100 or something like that. I'd never pay that thing off if I made minimum payments. I'd still be paying on that damn thing.
I don't know about up here, but there was raising demands to challenge that. Like, okay, you're 25, 26%. Why? Where's it going? Well, it's administration. No, it doesn't cost you that much. Point is, it got derailed. The inquiry as to why a credit card company needs that kind of money.
Oh yeah, it's a ripoff. And two, that's just like I did watch a video on credit cards, and a lot of states put a limit on what a credit card can charge you in interest.
Yes.
But they found a way around that. I think it was Maine. Maine doesn't have a limit. So they put their main office in Maine. And then now they can actually work in other states with unlimited. They can do whatever they want. See, they found that loophole.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's just like insurance. You pay all your life on insurance for your home, for your car, whatever it is. Never file a claim. You've been paying all this money in. And then when you do need to file a claim because of hail, tornado, whatever, you have to pay a deductible that's usually a pretty good chunk. And then they'll cover the rest of what they feel is a good price for the work that needs to be done, which usually isn't enough to cover what these contractors charge for the work to be done.
Right. I mean, as you look at things, you're like, what? This wasn't designed for me.
Right.
That's like every year we have to get tags or a sticker for our license plate. So I have to pay the sticker and a tax, Why do I have to pay that every year, Unless I sell the car or trade the car off, why would I need to pay more money every year on it,
Yes.
And then also, like the insurance in the state of Indiana, we have to pay uninsured motorist a fee.
Yes.
When it's a law to have insurance. So why am I paying an uninsured motorist fee for something that's law that I have to pay and everybody else should be paying,
And isn't that for if an uninsured motorist hits you, then
yeah.
But what happens with that, I learned with my mother's accident, her truck was, I don't even know if it was a year old. So his insurance wouldn't pay the full amount that the value of the truck. They only paid, I don't even know if it was half of it.
But my whole argument was, why, if I get in an accident, why am I paying theirs,
Yeah.
and not paying for my own vehicle,
Yes.
I don't know about down there, but I had a insurance agent. He was really good where I used to live. And somebody kind of dinged me, right? But it was enough that, I'm going to go through the insurance. I can't deal with this. And I walked into him and said, here it is, Patrick, and laid it all out. He looked at the number 500, and the look on his face, I said, this is high risk, isn't it? This guy's insurance is high risk. He said, yeah. I said, what's it going to cost me? I think it cost me $1,000 because of his insurance.
That's like I got full coverage insurance on my car. Every year, my car depreciates.
Yes.
Depending on how many miles I drive it and just its age itself. But yet my insurance goes up every year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, how do you make sense of that?
Yeah.
Well, I had a thing with the agent who replaced him, and I was trying to cancel. There was a penalty, a long story. And I said, what does it really matter? I'm trying to, get rid of this car or whatever. But she said, I want to look at this. I want to know. And I'll tell you the truth, not the agent, the worker in there. And she says, during COVID, our payouts went 400 to 500% higher. In other words, you're paying for somebody else. That's
But
why.
even on my home insurance, it doubled last year or the year before, just out of the blue. Same insurance, same amount, same.
That's like property taxes.
Yeah.
Whether you buy your property outright or you took out a loan on it, basically you're in possession of it. You should own it. But yet you have to pay taxes. And by paying taxes on it, because that's not unless it's an investment property, it's not an income. You're not, if you're living on it, well, unless you're working out of home or whatever, but then you can tax the business of it, but not the property. The way it should be. I don't know what they tax if you had it out of the home business.
So what happened to possession is 9/10 of the law.
Well, that went out the window when they changed the law.
Yeah, when they got to 9/10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these illegals can come in and take your deed and put their name on it.
Are you talking about because of unpaid property tax, that type of thing?
No,
Who's taking your property?
there were several cases that I saw that people would go on vacation or, have two
Like a
homes.
squatter.
They'll just go in and actually they could go to the courthouse and get the deed put in their name. And I don't know how they were able to do that. It seems to me that the person the deed was under in the first place would have some sort of say over that, but they got away with it.
Who are they? Oh, you mean somebody like a criminal?
Yeah,
took it.
these were
I got you.
illegals that came in and just, I don't know who taught them how to do that or how they knew to do it, but they got away with it.
Is
And
that
were,
eminent domain? Or is that what the government can do?
I don't know.
I know there's something about like if there's a piece of property and you go take care of it and clean it up and stuff, they can file for something.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can't think of the term.
A lien? You mean a lien against the property?
Yeah. Well, not a lien. They can actually say, I've been taking care of this place for X amount of time, and some kind of legality, they can actually claim that property.
Um,
Is that almost going to like a squatter's thing? You know, they.
Well, I don't know so much about squatter because I think you have to be able to prove that you maintained the
Yeah, you
property.
did some type of maintenance or improval or something like that.
I understood that for squatters, you had to um, prove that you resided there for 6 months with mail coming to you and everything.
That could be.
I don't know. Imagine it could change state to state or district, you know, those type
Yeah,
of things.
that's true too.
Some areas are going to see more of that happening, and some people probably never see it. You know, they hear about it on the TV. They probably never seen the squatter.
Uh,
Thought it's what they did on their hunting trips, you know, just find a bush and squat it.
is that like Uncle Fred who camps out on the sofa and then climbs up?
There you go. And he never leaves, you know, he's just always there.
Yeah.
How are you always here? You're never not here.
Well, that's why I go out and look around my property every day just to make sure.
Got to do a perimeter check.
Yep.
What happened with that property beside you that you were talking about? Open access? As I understood it, some sort of a have to keep an eye on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Behind my property, since the city annexed us in,
Yeah.
they made it public access.
Yeah.
So they could go pitch a tent, do whatever, I guess. And so, yeah, I keep an eye on that too.
That must be disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
I can have what make up a couple of special pecan pies. Yeah, step on. Boom.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Hey, John, by the way, are you on panel with Watt supposedly is allegedly. You got to kind of change.
Supposedly or allegedly.
No, it's allegedly.
Well, allegedly, it's supposedly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoot, man, if you was hungry today, you could have just walked through the market and feasted off of free samples. I think everybody that was cooking something had a free sample. A cookie, a cake, a piece of this, you know what I mean?
You know what they had in Detroit? Now that, because I know a guy, stone's throw from Detroit, but you know these dispensaries?
Yeah.
On 420, there's 4 periods when they start, like 9 a.m. and 12 and 4 and 9.
Yeah.
First 15 people got a free ounce or something.
Oh, I would, yeah.
Talk about door prizes. Wherever you go, there's a door prize, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Just when I saw that, and yeah, I don't believe it was like that.
I should point out this is epilepsy that why he uses it. But anyway, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing, you know. I don't have to explain why I like broccoli. Unless you don't like broccoli, then, you know, I just say I like it.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Supposedly.
Supposedly.
There's a guy in Calgary that I used to watch, and he was dating this woman, so to speak, in Tennessee. And of course, they made it public, so all blew up. But the point was, they got me like a 5-pound bag of broccoli. I didn't know he went through this criticism, and they called it his broccoli. I went on panel. I said, I got too much bloody broccoli. I almost got thrown right off. I had no clue about broccoli. Now that you bring it up.
See what I'm saying? That's how I knew this moment was meant to be. It all led up to this point.
Yeah. Geez, you can't even eat broccoli safe anymore. Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
You can always eat albino broccoli, cauliflower.
I was reading Chessboard's comment about Jeffrey Epstein's, one of the accusers just died from allegedly suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard about that.
You know, that whole Epstein thing goes into a whole web of other, because when you look at Epstein and then you look at the fellow that he took possession of his company, and then you look at, what is it? There's a place in Ohio where he lived, and he basically bought the whole town. There was like mini mansions everywhere. Now they're going in there and they're tearing all these almost brand new mansions down, and they're putting in a Microsoft corporation, some kind of facility there. Wexner, that's it.
There's a lot of people that believe he's living in Bolivia and told, you show your face, we'll finish it. He's still alive.
It might be all this money these people have. They can do pretty much anything. They can change their names, their sex. They can do whatever they want.
Protective custody. She worked for Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that. Good to see you.
What was the comment about Trump? I can't quite see it all.
Just I've said she worked for Trump.
Who?
The victim of Epstein.
Hmm.
Who doesn't right now? I do hate to say it, but the way he's dealing with things, it gotta shake your head.
CEOs. Have you noticed how many CEOs, plane crashes or sea trips or whatever?
Yeah, it started to become a thing there for a couple news cycles.
Or how many people are in these all positions? Really, there's judges stepping down. There's CEOs, and you know, some of them are disappearing, and all kinds of stuff. You know.
And that's Australia saying that. Interesting.
What did Australia say?
I'll stick it up there.
You know, I heard somebody say, you know, I don't like Trump. I can't stand Trump. You know, he might be, like you said, a manipulator and stuff, but he's our manipulator. You know, is it kind of like, do you fight fire with fire? You know, so I don't know. I mean, that's just something to me. It's like I don't know really, and I don't know if anybody does really know what's going on because there's so much behind the curtain. But you know.
Well, we didn't have the conservative guy I told you about, Pierre Palm. I call him Pimple Nose. He wouldn't put out a platform, the economic like Carney did, but he did say we're going to get rid of the CBC, which is the network. He's going after universities. I think he just slit his own political throat because we've already seen what happens with that, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't there protests down there with the universities?
Yes.
Recently about, and Trump reversed it. You're going to back your student visas. So he slit his own throat. We've already seen how that worked. Not going to have it happen here. But we'll find out Monday, how many people bought it.
How do you come to that conclusion that he slit his own throat by doing that?
Well, what's happening there, I hate to say it, the control of the media and everything else is paralleling, and like I said, freedom, Bronny, freedom. What country is going to get freedom? We have the same thing. We have foreign students and everything else. It's a parallel. I won't say a mirror image, but we face the same things. You just don't hear about them, or they try to cover them up.
Some of it too, like when it comes to like universities and stuff like that, these students are taking out tens of thousands of dollars in loans to go to school.
Yeah.
Most of them even get funded by government. To me, it's like, well,
Yeah.
If a school can't make it on their tuitions, why is the government? Because then the government can say, okay, we want you to teach this.
Control.
Right.
Same as the public schools. That's what our tax money is supposed to support, our public school.
Right.
Yeah.
Why would they need extra money from the government? What do you really need to teach children? I mean, back in the day, it was a big cheap tablet and a pencil.
Right. Well, and that's just like my grandkids. They're always having like candy bar sales, soap, all kinds of things. And I see kids standing at the intersection taking up collections for different school functions and stuff like that. And it's like, something ain't right here,
Yes. If the band wants to go perform out of state, our band, when my granddaughter was in, and they went to perform in Florida. And so they had to raise the money to make that trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, my one granddaughter, she's getting ready to go over to Europe for 9 days. I think it's over the summer, and it's going to cost like $4,000. That covers the flights and this housing and the meals and stuff like that.
That's cheap.
Yeah, I mean the price isn't bad, but it's like I would like to see even that. If the government's going to fund stuff, I would encourage kids to travel the world, because like here in the United States, we're told what China is, we're told what Russia is, we're told what all these other countries are, but you really don't know unless you experience it, and there's a lot of propaganda out there, some of this stuff is true, but some of it I think is just total BS, because they want us to think, the world's out to get us and we're all going to die.
Yeah. It's funny, Bonnie, you talked about Hungary, or somebody did. I think John did. I was looking for a truck, and I went to this used car. He has about 6. And he had a buddy in there. You want to go golfing later and all this, and I happened to listen to him. He was the one supplying the chocolate. If you really knew what was behind that, ever open one of them and the chocolate's white? The money, he was making a living off of that. It was very eye-opening.
Old chocolate.
What the school sells, he was supplying the chocolate to the schools and that.
So he was the candy man.
He was the candy man.
Yeah, Chef Ford, he made a comment about Roy Cohen, which was Trump's mentor as far as legal representation and stuff. And that's why I say Trump isn't just Trump. I mean, there's articles and stuff where Trump had the like the FBI was in the Trump Tower. There was a lot of bad people there as well, but wouldn't that be a great place to wiretap and, you know, like as though maybe Trump is working with the FBI.
Is that Combs, did you say?
It was Roy Cohn.
Yeah, because I was on the panel, this guy in Detroit, and this I won't say the name. He kept bringing him up until Motor City said to him, "Knock it off. I'm sick of hearing that about Combs." I don't know what he meant, but he knew what he was talking about.
Right. Roy Cohn, you know, he was famous, and you know, like I said, he worked with the whole Trump corporation. You know, Trump isn't just Trump. He's a more or less like an empire in himself. You know, and I think too, this could be what's going on, where you know, and I'm speculating. I don't know for sure, but you know, what if Trump was working with the government to take down like the corruption in Las Vegas? Because everywhere Trump went, there was crime was addressed. Put it down. You know?
Yeah. Oh, on the note, we have the U of T in Ontario, University of Toronto, and dare I say it, there's a lot of it's higher education. It's known. But what the premier did, because there's so many get into medical, for example, if you had a foreign student, they kind of front the money, right? They pay up front. And he says, what we're going to do is you graduate medical, you're going to practice here for 3 years. Then you can go where you want. Is that discriminatory? I don't know. But he says we can have, Ontario students that want to be doctors to practice in Ontario. That's what it's there for.
You know, that's just like when you talk about like medical and different things like that. I think like, why can't we do something like, hands-on training where, you know, instead of a child saying, I want to be a doctor, and they go through all these years of taking all kinds of courses, and a lot of them that probably don't even pertain to what they're trying to be when they get done with all their higher education. You know, if you want to be a doctor, why don't you go and the hospitals take them in and let them work with the doctors, you know?
Internships.
Internship, there you go.
Just like apprentices for electricians or plumbers or.
Yeah, but you go through here, you go through medical school, you become an intern for at least a year, and then you become a full-fledged, operate on your own type of thing.
A practicing position.
Yeah.
Yeah, practicing. Keyword.
I'm curious, can you look a doctor up online there? State
Yes.
otherwise?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you have that.
Even into their, if they've had any malpractices or anything like that against them.
Right. But that's just it. You know, with this technology, that's why I say, you know, we're in a time that, you know, and I'm optimistic, you know, that good things are coming, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, even like politicians, I look them up, you know. And it's like, a lot of people are like, well, how did all these politicians become millionaires? You know, and they're kind of like, that's, they're like negative on that issue. But at the same time, look how many go in politics now that are millionaires, you know.
Like I say, I'll be very interested to see what happens next week. Should be eye-opening.
And So when if they say the veil is lifting, is it because we're finding more truths ourselves, or because Trump is showing something?
Might be both.
Don't he's hiding as much as he's showing, Bonnie? He's getting called out in outright lies, as I understand it. He tripped up in one of his addresses, I think it was the White House, I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. And it's always said, China's going to pay the tariff, Canada's going to pay the tariff, the EU is going to pay the tariff. And he said, tariffs are added to the price of the goods. He finally told the truth of how it works. He's been out and out lying.
And maybe that's when you start talking, economics and politics and all this, there is a certain amount, like everybody says, we're in a spiritual warfare. We're in an economic warfare. We're in a political warfare, because there were things in play that was not looking good for probably most of the people in the world if it got into the wrong hands,
Like I say, we have our problems too. Trudeau got caught. There was what called the We Charity. I didn't know what it stood for. And it was something to do with meeting out money to education. You know what I mean? You kind of went to them and I want to, whatever. There was 900 million, over 900 million involved. But he never, whatever the word is, dissented from voting. But his mother got over $500,000 for talking speeches. His brother did. So we had kind of a congressional hearing, like your senators. You're under oath, you've read the ethics, whatever thing. Yes. He's talked about the weather and everything else. He never answered one damn question. That didn't do him well. Made you kind of think, how much did you get? Long story short, they pulled the 900 million back. So we have our, want to call it, that was embarrassing to the country. Made you really start to look at things. But anyway, he's gone now.
Yeah. Well, I guess it'll be interesting to see what happens. Is it next year we vote for the House and Senate?
I don't know.
Yeah, you know how they always give us the narrative that the Democrats are the bad ones and the Republicans are the good ones, and then but if you're a Democrat, it's like the Democrats are the good ones and Republicans are the bad. We've always got this split mentality going on, and it's like everything, we're always split on it. But you talk about like like China and how the Republicans are like, oh yeah, the Democrats been letting China get away with everything and all this. I came across this video of Nancy Pelosi, and she was addressing Congress, and she was pointing China out, saying the exact same thing Trump's saying now. How they're putting a 200% tariff on us, and we're only got a 24% tariff on them. And she was naming how the U.S. is just being screwed over.
Yeah. And the other side of it is, other countries are paying part of your tariff. Our Chinese imports went up. That's just the world economy.
Right.
Don't get it here, you're going to get it there.
Right.
You know, it's just it. And whose fault is it, John? You probably can. I got a few years on you. American company, whatever, international companies, people didn't want to pay the price, so they manufactured in China.
Oh yeah, cheap labor, cheap or even free child labor. You know, and that was part of the whole international argument. Like India, different countries like that. You know, I can't remember what it was. They were saying in India, which is where a lot of tomatoes for the Chinese corporation who makes Heinz ketchup, they were only getting like paid. It was like 3 cents for a kilo of tomatoes that they pick.
Huh.
This is the thing about, of course, they're always quoting the states. I can't help that. You go to Google, you know, women gaining weight, they go to the U.S. But the thing was, 97% of your clothing comes offshore. But for instance, Bangladesh, they pay them 50 to 85 cents an hour to stitch the clothing. Can you imagine working for that wage? You know, it's just the way it is, I guess.
Right.
Hmm.
And that's like, I mean, into, you know, they always say on the ladder of life, you know, from the bottom looking up, all you see is a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, really.
You know, from the top down, you look down, all you see is a bunch of smiley faces, you know. But I think when the faces, when they look down and it becomes angry and they're chasing them, their attitude will change, you know. They've had it made for so long because they could, you know. Like I said, we didn't have the ability for exposure. We were just going along.
I don't know about your education, John, or your experience, but the one thing I found working, the worst ones were the university grads. They were socially inept and they thought they never made mistakes. I'd rather deal with somebody who came through the ranks like I did.
I mean, it's a, you know, give and take. I mean, it's like I worked with engineers, and some of them were really cool, you know, but some of them were really arrogant. And it was like when you're dealing with something like that in atmosphere, like I was the contractor, and I was questioning the engineers as far as, because they are in a like controlled environment. You know, they got a computer figuring all their estimates and dimensions and stuff like that. They just have to put the information in. But when it hits me, I find mistakes. You know, I'm dealing with reality out here. Like, what if this is, you know, for some reason this was cut short, or that was made wrong, or, you know, I had to make adjustments, you know. So you had that reality versus the perfect scenario, you know. Some of the engineers didn't understand that. It's like, well, that ain't what I, you know, they wanted to fight, and everyone's like, well, yeah, okay, I see, you know, this is how we can remedy this. That's the main objective, you know.
It's interesting you mentioned that because towards the end I was offered security. We had a VM and MVS mainframe. They had their UNIVAC engineers. So I ended up at a lot of their meetings, and you're absolutely right. This is the way it's going to be. You know what I mean?
Right.
Their arrogance, whatever you call it. We create the product in an aircraft company. So, but I got along with them reasonably well. Yeah. Particularly CADAM, right? You control who gets in, but we take it from there. Period. Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, it's kind of a give and take game, you know, of America, you know. That's like a lot of corporate and political and even bankers don't really understand the people in the middle to poor class. They've lost touch.
Yeah.
And it's like, screw you, I'm better than you. And then they get into all kinds of drugs and what we call demonic crap, you know?
Yeah. It's a different world when you deal with the upper echelon. I don't know if you ever had experience with that, but it's was eye-opening. Talk about politics, office politics, cutthroat. Just part of the job.
Right.
But anyway, they went out of business September 2022. Over 100 years, John. But what I saw in mismanagement, small wonder.
Right. That's what we're seeing now. I mean, like 2020, I think something happened, you know. I ain't going to say one way or the other what, but something happened.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, I think we got some good things coming. It's going to take time, you know. Like Chessboard was brought up, you know, about Walmart and how they created a monopoly.
Yeah.
But I believe the government made that possible because we used to have the monopoly laws.
Yeah.
But, you know, just by changing wording, like it's a supply chain, it's not a monopoly, you know. Is that how they got around that? You know, I don't know, you know.
Well, anytime a business is going down, big corporation, something, who's the person they're looking for? The accountant.
Right.
The person with all the books on the money.
Yeah.
Always about the money.
They usually, if it's that big, they know how to rig the books, have two sets, or, you know, how to offset their money through different types of hiding, you know, the reality.
Case in point, how did they get Al Capone? Through his bookkeeper.
Yeah. But the criminals get smarter. Now they, you know, we need to hide our books.
Yeah. It's you know, one thing I had, John, that I won't get too much into it. There's computer associate software. That's what I used. IBM wanted it hooks into Rack app. They went to court. They got, you know, permission to go in and use it, but they decided to go with IBM. So they transferred me to software manager. I didn't like him. Strangely, he was Argentine. And I said to him, you do realize come Monday morning, I can't control the books, finance, like I could. What's your extension? Why? I said, they're going to phone you, okay? Alex Gideon is going to take a rip out of my backside. I'm going to tell him what happened, and the vice president is going to call you. Guess what happened Monday morning, John?
He wouldn't.
Because I couldn't, it was universal access read. I couldn't change it. I told him, I warned him. Yeah, it was interesting, to say the least, you know, but upper management. Yeah.
True, Lord. Investors' money.
Yeah. Blackwatch, from the time you was probably active and everything, I mean, so much in the cyber world has changed. It's like now they've got, I mean, these computers and phones we got are child's play.
Yeah.
You know, now you got NVIDIA and Palantir and all these bigger names that, like the government and corporates who have the big money, they can now have like computer systems worth tens of thousands of dollars, you know, lightning fast, and they can, I don't know how far advanced they are with the whole AI, and
Yeah.
you know,
That's
it's crazy.
That's what That's what's opening in Texas, Bonnie. NVIDIA AI supercomputer manufacturing.
Yes. And
Mm.
supposedly the billionaires are updating the systems because they were 50 years old and no connection to each other. Um, so supposedly they're working on the computer systems in the government right now.
Yeah.
And that was something I had read an article about, where regardless what people say, America does lead in technology. And there was a lot of intellectual properties that was being traded out of the U.S., like to China and Russia and different countries, which was, not good for the U.S. because that's the one thing I think we got going for us, that we can, maybe even take the advantage of whatever is going on in this world,
Yeah. But is there a way for us to do that? And the company that you just mentioned, Blackwatch, who owns it? Is it US? Is it China?
Who? I'm sorry. What? What did you question?
The company that you just mentioned that's
NVIDIA.
moving to Texas, who owns it?
It was an American citizen in California started it, and his friend bought into it. If you look in the history of NVIDIA, I think it's like a Greek name, but he's an American. And of course, they went public, just like Facebook, and
Right.
at a certain point they go. But like Jim pointed out, they did split. I mean, any stock goes so high, then they split it. I mean, it's just normal business. But it is American.
Yeah.
I think that's another battle, as far as technology and cyber. I've read articles on how they've used this technology to sabotage things. Like even like this Suez Canal, that could have been where they manipulated the GPS of that boat,
Yeah.
Well, I got a new term, GPR. They use that on Lady Di's too, whatever you want to call it.
Where they found the other one under the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like chessboard, Amazon. Well, you look at these major technology people who are in the news, like Elon Musk, Bezos, all of them. They're all pretty much involved in each other's business through investments. It's like Amazon. I'm sure Bezos has invested in it, and Elon Musk, and there's a whole list of these people. And yes, it is a monopoly, and I don't know. Is the government trying to address that now? Are they? Why are these people in our faces right now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've said it before. If you look at Bezos, where did he make his money? The bulk. It's not selling books and this and that. It was AWS, Amazon Web Services, which preceded Backblaze, the cloud. He was the original cloud. That's where he makes his money. So he's heavily into IT.
Yeah, like I said, it's a web. It's a web in itself. When you start looking at this,
Yeah.
as I say, Epstein runs into the guy he was with, who runs over to Navy vet, put the name of the place in Ohio, and now that's going to be a Microsoft mega center, and even like they want to set up these technology centers around the world, for data collection and all kinds of things. And I don't know if it's good or bad. You know, I think it's like anything in this world. It depends on who has it.
Right.
Well, in and of itself, it's a weapon. Help or protection, it's safe. Help
Right.
or aggression, you know, it's a
Right.
weapon.
Exactly. And so up there in DC, they're saying it's to help the people, like once they get all these systems working, Social Security, you won't have to wait so long for a result, or the food stamps, or the I don't know, they were naming off different things that would affect people. They're making it sound all good,
Right.
but is it?
That's
'Cause-
the big question, you know.
yes.
But like I said, it's like anything, you know. I mean, there's nukes in this world, and we haven't been blown off the face of the earth, you know,
Right.
because of, you know, who has it, and, you know, are they being cool with whatever it is they have, or are they trying to use it for nefarious reasons, you know?
I don't know. Biggest thing I used to get from an agent, like financial, I call them up and I say, I got a problem. And it's usually a woman because it's clerical. And she says to me, this is it. And I says, how do you know that? Because it's not false. She said, because the computer told me. I said, so the computer's always right. I said, I've got news for you. I know it's not. This mentality. Well, the computer says so.
Did I tell you about the conversation I had with Chat or GPT?
Yeah.
It was like, you know, I was asking it about itself, you know, saying, you know, how does it determine whether it's getting true information or a lie? And it said, well, my engineer program, you know, program sets the programs. And I said, yeah, but I go, and I got down, you know, it was kind of a lengthy thing, but I got down to where, but people lie. Yeah, how do you know your programmer's not lying? And then it said, I do not wish to continue this conversation.
Yeah. I'm going to hang up now. I don't know. Can be one of the biggest dangers going.
You scared the IT, John? Is that what I'm hearing? You scared
What's
the
that,
IT
Dee?
away? You scared the IT, John?
Well, it wasn't the idea, it was the
Chat.
the algorithm, you know.
The AI, I meant. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
got on to tell you a story. You guys were talking about, I think you're talking about AI, right? Talking
yeah,
about.
we're talking about all kinds of stuff.
And so this morning, my husband was showing me how to use Gemini. And you are the programmer. It does go around and get data for you, but also you're like the more data you give it, the more it can analyze your stuff. And so he was showing it to me because I want to use it for good, which does sound like an oxymoron, because the first time I ever heard someone say that, I thought I couldn't even believe it. I'm like, there's no way that. But what Bonnie is exactly what I was testing out this morning with my husband when he was showing me how to use the Gemini for looking up stuff and data for water. And then we can use it to help us fine tune or, search out our laws with regards to water. I mean, that's what I can do, but like we can all do it, So
Right.
but not everybody wants to engage in it. And then like an hour later, I'm going through my Twitter feed and I see this meme and it says John Connor looking at you after you built a relationship with AI, and he's giving the stink eye, you know.
Right.
I don't know who John Connor is, but I know he's in one of those like Mad Max movies or end of the world ones, right?
The Terminator.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I felt like a traitor and the AI called me out on it, man. That's what happened to me today. I was like, damn.
You can test AI. You could
Yeah.
test AI by asking it questions like January 6th, a controversial issue. You know, chlorine, or yeah, chlorine. Ask it about
Mm-hmm.
and see if you agree with that answer it gives you.
Well, I do need to find out about the chlorine because, like, our water is well water, and we had to shock the system, and then we had a little bit of chloroform in it, and there's this big debate about chloroform is bad for you, but only in big amounts, and it's like none of the data aligns because everybody is using different amounts of the chlorine in the water. So yeah, it's funny because that's what he was all in the water about our drinking water, and I am too, but we're in totally different
Right.
realms, but it's the same theme, and that's how it usually is anyway. But yeah, he's all into it. My husband tells AI everything about us, so there's no reason for me to not use it because it already knows everything about me anyway.
Right. But
He's
that's on a
already damn
personal,
told it.
that's
Yeah,
a personal level. It, you know, if
I
you're
know.
giving it your information, it can, you know, but like I said, ask it something about a controversial issue like the jabs or fluoride or January 6th or, you know,
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
things like that where you've seen there is a controversy, but the AI will take a side.
Interesting. Well, with my husband, what he's using, he's paying extra for it'll make videos for him and stuff. It's like $20 a month for that, but he literally put his whole strategic plan for doing his daytime trading, what he's trying to do and be successful at it. And I don't know, if that's ever going to really pan out for him or not, but he literally tells it his whole entire plan and has it reiterate back to him, where he may have made a mistake or, this or that. But I also seen this week another gentleman, a colonel, Tim Kirk, who had put it into Grok about his Warrior Healing Center and asked it to do an assessment for him about his. I'm seeing a little bit, and here's my mind with Bonnie about what the people are saying about DC. I do think that if we taught how to read the data, if we can actually freaking find our data, our budget. Nobody really ever says it's easy. A lot of this shit is hidden in grants, and yeah, it is there. You can read the big numbers, but to really trace it back, let's face it, it's not that easy. But maybe this technology will be a saving grace in that is let the AI just get controlled by itself. Exactly. Then I think we'll be in trouble, which it feels like it already is doing. Like this whole 30 thing, they probably just spurned that out in the AI and sent all the directives to all the counties. This is what you do to create disharmony in your community because they're doing a really good job of that.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the whole cyber war. That's like, if you look up like Stuxnet, it was
StuckNet.
uh, yeah, it was like a worm or, which the Israelis and the U.S. are pretty much partners in a lot of the technology. They used it against, Iran. Um, they infected the Iran nuclear plant with this worm, which could have caused major catastrophe. You know,
Hmm.
Hmm.
And now we're seeing that once that happened, it kind of like opened a can of worms, because now China's like, well, you did it.
Right.
Russia's like, well, you did it. So now you got that going on,
Mm-hmm.
because really, I mean, this is like a new um, field or area where there's not really a whole lot of laws.
Right. Yeah, I mean, what if somebody creates an AI system that is able to combat all of the same problems that we're each having in our counties with regards to water and or, what other bullshit ordinances your towns are passing. We got bike lanes going up everywhere, roundabouts, trails through residential neighborhoods. I mean, everything they're doing is disruptive to pure harmony.
Right.
From like when they took the bells away.
Well, and two, that's like who was it? Somebody in the chat was saying it'll never have a soul.
Right,
It,
chessboard. Yeah.
yeah, it's going to do what's logical. It
Mhm.
thinks a lot, but then again, it's all based on what kind of data was it fed. You know, and two, it might be we let's say it's a contractor. I want to put this road in. Well, you need to nuke that area, wipe out that population, and this is logical. You know, but it's very immoral.
Well, what anarchy says isn't logical to me at all. It just seems like some kind of dividing point. I mean, if you have a solution, that'd be great. But pointing out that, we have problems and trying to fix a problem is a problem. It's just, I'm sorry, that's stupid.
Right.
We have to fix some problems. If you have children, that you have to help fix problems. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what you mean by that. That's silly.
Well, that was one of the conversations I had with the AI. It was like, um, can and are is AI being used now by the government and society to help create solutions, which it is, you know. And I'm starting to think, and it couldn't answer, in what way or anything like that. But do you ever see some videos or something going on, and it's kind of like this is scripted?
Yeah, sure.
You,
Oh, totally. Like a play.
yeah.
Mhm.
So are they using this technology, and some of these things are scripted in order to get society, get the masses um, to move in a certain
Oh,
direction?
sure, John. All the time I think that. They run the narratives, multiple
Right.
narratives, right?
So China is having expos through October. Here's your solutions. That they're having these robot races. They're having these. They're
Japan.
creating. Yes, thank you, Japan.
Mm.
They're creating these robots to do everything necessary, even be the perfect wife.
Yeah.
Sex robots.
Men been waiting for that for a
They
long
don't
time.
tell them that. They don't even.
I
They
just
didn't
want puppies.
say anything about that part of it. She's the perfect wife. She will not argue with you. She will not. Um, she'll do whatever you tell her to.
Yeah.
The perfect
I,
wife,
mhm.
Stepford wife,
But you
whatever
know
you want.
what? A lot of men don't want that
I
really. They want a woman that challenges them in certain areas. Not all, but definitely in certain, intellectually, maybe in
Yes,
some other areas, but they don't really just want someone that will worship them. Some people probably do, men and women.
good to see you.
But that's like,
Stepford wife, yep.
man and woman, when they come together and unite, that's completion,
Hmm.
Yes,
and then you have a child. You raise a family. This is completion of who we are as humans, and they're wanting to take that away. This is why we're seeing a lot of families broken up and the kids are freaking out and all kinds of stuff going on because we've slowly lost what it is to be human,
Yeah, you're right.
And how to communicate with
Right.
you and build a relationship.
It's just me looking at it, but you look at it, Japan, even to this day, they're heavily censored. So I think a lot had time to play with this stuff, fantasy type of thing, because they're heavily censored, extremely heavily censored to what they put out.
But
Yeah,
too,
you're right about that.
it's like here in the U.S. I mean, like the Patriots Act. Even before the Patriots Act came into play, the intelligence agencies already had established surveillance. With
Yeah,
and you can read the
right.
reports on AT&T and AOL, and
Mm-hmm.
they've already been surveilling us. The only thing
Yeah.
is now we're starting to realize it. And
Excuse me.
this is why, like Obama gave out the Obama phones, and they want everybody to have access to the internet. And basically, they're doing the same thing here. And two, it's kind of like, even like we're a country with law and order, it's kind of like, well, if you're not breaking the law or doing anything wrong, um, who cares if they're looking at you,
Mm.
Um, that's the mentality of
Yeah.
most people.
Mm-hmm.
But it gets to be a problem when they start watching you in the shower,
Yeah.
and stupid shit like that.
I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Your phone rings while you're in the shower, and it's like, hello?
I'm afraid to
And it
wash
says,
my
you,
hair.
you missed a spot.
No, man, that's scary, John. Stop. I'm getting creeped out. No, it's true. Well, my friend told me that her daddy and her used to take TVs apart way back when. And she said, Daddy, what's that? And he said, That's a camera from China with their technology. You think they don't have freaking cameras in these TVs, these smart TVs? They all got cameras. You're going back somewhere.
Right. Well, not only that, that's just like a lot of our stuff was made in different countries, China, Taiwan,
Cola. Love you, honey.
Philippines,
Mm-hmm.
So there is that back door into every device.
It has felt that way for a long time. I can't remember the last time I didn't feel. I was a young child when I could feel that before the cameras were all in our face and we knew they were in the stores and the parking lots and everywhere. Like you know, I mean, Walt Disney. I know there's people in here that have done deep dives on Walt Disney. And that, uh, what do they call it? Playland? Walt Disney World. That guy worked for CIA. That whole place was set up with surveillance. They should have never lost one child.
Oh yeah, the amount of surveillance and technology is huge. I mean, there's a lot of your neighbor might be CIA, your school teacher might have been CIA.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of like how
Right.
CIA rolled.
Mm. Oh, and I wanted to tell Mary Freeland, I thought the same thing that woman really didn't look like Melania to me. Like her face when she got off the plane with Trump, it just looked off. She did not look as beautiful as Melania did, and I think that's why they gave her that stupid looking hat to wear too. And they're very careful with what angles they put her face on. But that's me lately. Like I'm in a fishbowl. They're putting out what they want us to see. I mean, I'm trying to not. I'm not gonna, well, I'm not gonna totally lose it, but I'm just saying the stuff is enough to make you feel like you're going in a psychosis when you just watch all their shit. They're definitely spinning stories and running a lot of narratives. And
Does
even
that
though there's good thing happening, and even though there's good, people that are exposing, quote unquote, blah 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 exposes blah blah blah. I don't give a shit. I've had enough exposure. I don't. It doesn't mean a thing when somebody's exposed something. What matters is when they keep getting killed off and they're dying.
So maybe we're thinking about this the wrong way. We keep looking for solutions. It's all a psyop. So we all need to become operatives.
Pretty much.
When you use
Fire
that
with fire.
language, you're gonna have more people up your butt than you already do. You use those kind of words.
If you can't beat them, join them.
In Minecraft.
I mean, we all are anyway. It just matters if you are taking control of anything and doing anything to help make this world be a safer, better place, at least with clean water. That's where I'm going with it. I'm condensing it all down, streamlining all of it down to water, because the people in this community didn't really care about the issues that I thought they would. And I tested them. Like, we tested it. We were out there, we went to the meetings. We were at the courthouse. We stood up at the protest. We did all the things. These people do not care. They still
Right.
mask their children. They still let them go to these public schools with these drag shows. The mayor was proudly telling everybody. So, what that to me, that was kind of a wash. It's like, well, now what? Who doesn't
It gets
want
to
clean
be too
water?
big. Right. So you're going with the water. I'm
Yep.
working on the air.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are working on,
Working on the earth.
Hmm.
Right.
yes,
The good earth, baby.
meeting
That's
the
right.
animals,
Yep. Food.
all of that is yes, the earth.
Who gets the
Yep.
water element?
What?
That's what Dee's working on.
Yeah, D's got water.
Okay, you're in charge of the water.
Well, that's a scary way to put it, but I'm focusing on it.
Was you here
But
earlier, D, when I was talking about, I was reading an article where um, really protesting doesn't really have much effect.
Yes, yes, I heard that.
It's more about
Hmm.
lobbying and
Yes, that's what you're
engaging.
working on, right? You're going to get that together so we can be one
Well,
big
that
lobby.
that takes that's a cooperative thing.
John Scott lobby, everybody.
well, indeed, that's what I was going to tell you
Yeah,
is if you can get others to help you with that, it
good.
does
I
make
hope
it easy.
so. Yeah.
It, the more people that are working on each thing, the better. And
Thank
that's
you.
that's
Yeah.
even in your personal life. You
Hmm.
know, the more
Yeah.
people helping with the gardens, the more food you're going to grow. The more
Hmm.
people helping with the animals, the more animals you can have.
Hmm.
But that's like that
Amen.
article.
Yep.
That article too was, engage with our
Hmm.
representatives. Don't attack them.
Hmm.
You know,
Right. Right.
um, maybe
Yes.
present questions and even suggestions of solution. But stay calm and don't go off.
Hmm.
We're going to burn the place down. That don't work.
No. Anarchy. Yes, you're totally right. That I remember that cyborg guy did say that, didn't he? That he did not believe that water was a human right,
Oh
and
That
no,
that's
you
we
what we're
can't
up
have the water.
against.
right. It's not a
Hmm.
free um, commodity, I guess, like he said.
We have to fight for that. That God gave us that right. God gave us the natural law and order of things, and we're letting it slip through our control. Like, we were born into this, right? I get it. I mean, gosh, it's been a lot of work just to figure out how bad it is, and it's hard to keep figuring out how. It's like, oh, some more bad stuff today. Yay! Some
Well,
more,
they're already
problems that are super fucked up with the world that we get to,
right.
shelf because you can't really deal with it.
They're
I can.
already taxing the land. They're taxing the water,
Mm-hmm.
taxing the air.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're backed up in the corner. We should all feel pretty cornered, and
Yep.
I hope that the fight or flight instinct will kick in for some people, but God can do more with less. Our God is mighty, and I just don't know rightly what timeline we're in, and sometimes I think, dang man, if we are in the little season, if we really
We're
are in
right,
the little
right
season,
now.
this is scary. I don't think we're coming out of this. I don't think tribulation's around the corner and Jesus is coming back. I think that it's possible Jesus already came back, built a lot of these cathedrals, worshipped on the earth for 1,000 years. Michelangelo, my angel, painted the cathedrals. The saints were all worshipped. That's why they're all in their famous places for all their famous things that they did. And they added 700 years to our timeline, is what some people believe. Now, I'm not saying I believe it 100%. How could I? I just don't
But
trust the church anymore and what they believe in their timelines and all their stuff.
how does that affect you? We're right here, right now. We can only
It's
do
not. It's not affecting me, but if we knew we were in the little season, and all the nations are being deceived, well, that already happened with the Antichrist, and now it would be with Satan. And I don't know how it would if that were really true. There's always this thing in me that wants the whole truth. I want to know the whole truth. That's all.
understand that, but we can tell that there's evil everywhere.
Hey, Jen.
Yes.
Miss
Satan,
you, honey.
demons, whatever you want to call it.
We don't
And
talk about that enough either. I mean, if we were in Satan's season, we would probably be talking more about the demonic activity and fighting it with prayer and with music and with the bells and whatever, frequencies and vibrations we had available to us, because we don't even know how effective that stuff is
but
for us.
I don't think we need to talk about the demons more. Fighting them, yes, with prayer, with binding them, doing what we can in that way. But I think the more you speak it, the more it gives it power.
Well, that's what the New Agers tell me here when they tell me I should breathe in air and breathe out evil, and there's only evil because I'm talking about evil, and they are willing to channel spirits apart from the Holy Spirit. So that doctrine to me, I'm talking about we should be
I'm not
talking
talking
about
like
it. Well, I know you don't, but we should be talking about it in a way as mature Christians, not saying, oh, I was walking down the street today and I felt this demon right up my leg, and it just grabbed my ankle, and like, not like that, but I mean more like, what do mature spiritual Christians do? They pray with those are our weapons. We have to pray, we have to
you,
worship. That's
but
all what I mean. That's all what I mean.
But
aren't we, whenever we're calling out the evil things being done,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
when we're calling out the evil things that are being done, isn't that the same as what you're saying?
No, no, I don't think we're talking about the spirit, what Ephesians 6 means. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, for pulling down strongholds. It's not the same teaching people that your prayers have invisible effects that you may not see. If I've experienced prayer where I've seen it working, but a lot of people don't understand, about that spiritual side, I think.
Oh my goodness. Really, Wingnut? I can promise you prayer has worked.
Prayer is for me, to align with what God has for me. Some people are not willing to get off their own throne. They are God, and they will not yield to a creator and ask the creator, what do you have for me, God? What do you want me to do with my life? And what is really the truth? Some people can't do that. So prayer is for the prayer as well as the one that we're praying for. And
Absolutely.
it works.
And
Yes.
grace. By the
But
grace of God, we're still here.
But like in the Bible, the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, even though Jesus walked the earth and through his death and resurrection, there's still the Holy Spirit that's still here with us, and it's within us if we accept that.
Yes.
So just like in Genesis where it says, God says you can eat from the tree of life, but don't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. I think we've fallen for that knowledge. The tree of life, let's focus on that. What is the tree of life? It's the here, the now, the reality. Everything else will lead you into imagination and fantasy and that type of stuff, magic and witchcraft. I think that's really what the Bible is saying. We're already blessed with the Spirit of God.
And when you have the Holy Spirit, you feel it move. There's no doubt in my mind.
Hey, Virginia.
Good to see you, Rich.
Virginia, are you outside, Dee?
No.
Okay, just checking. Goodness.
I'm indisposed at the moment. Thank you very much, but it's okay. I wanted to read something to you. I wonder if I can do it.
Excuse me just a second.
It's fine. Everybody does it. I wanted to read you something that I took a screenshot of today, and it's actually like the narrative that people okay with Jesus, but Jesus isn't their savior. It's this Christ consciousness thing, but I don't know if I can read it and stay with you guys or not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Dee.
Oh, you do? Okay. Oh, well, that was good. Okay, well, I almost got there. Let me see. Okay, so if I may just read a couple things here. This is what somebody wrote in some Telegram chat today. And I was like, oh, that's exactly what people say in the New Age movement. Okay, this is how they talk about Jesus. Okay. Okay, so this was in a Tory said Telegram thing. This person says, I strongly encourage you to research the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Emerald Tablets of Hermes, Trismegistus, and the Three Initiates, and the Kabbalion. For what it's worth, I went to Catholic school K through 12, and I used to firmly believe that Christianity is unique from all others as the one crucified for claiming to be the source. Jesus said and did raise himself from the dead. No other religion can claim this incredible fact witnessed by hundreds, if not thousands of eyewitnesses. But always keep an open mind for variables unknown. They put in all caps. The Emerald Tablets predate the New Testament by roughly 36,000 years, and it is most likely the source material for the teachings of Jesus. If you read the Apocrypha texts, you will learn that Jesus was a student of the Egyptian mysteries and he taught reincarnation and meditation. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD omitted this information from the canonized Bible. Ever wonder why 2/3 of Jesus' life has no record or documentation? He traveled to Tibet and India where he learned energetic healing and meditation. Christ consciousness is a high state of consciousness. It's our true nature, a state in which we are connected to our higher selves. This level of consciousness is the highest state of intellectual development and emotional maturity. When we say Christ consciousness, we're not necessarily speaking from a religious perspective, but from a universal perspective. Although the word has an origin related to Jesus Christ, it is not intended to relate solely to the personality of Jesus. This origin related to Jesus Christ is not intended to relate solely on the personality of Jesus. This name symbolizes the spiritual elevation that Jesus achieved and is a symbol of enlightenment achieved by all spiritual teachers after a period of suffering, resurrection, or enlightenment. That's every New Ager out here in Humboldt County. That is every single New Ager here in Humboldt County. That's how they believe.
Right.
Hey, Carolina, good to see you.
Oh, I mean, and it gets, there's so many beliefs out there.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them go back to strictly, prior beliefs. Like they believe in Ra and El and Inky and, you know, but they don't even try to, like to me, it was like Jesus brought a new way of thinking and a way of being, you know, versus the way it used to be. It's kind of like a transition period. That's why we're in the year 2025, you know, because where did time change or our time start?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was during the time when Jesus walked the earth, and you know, Jesus did, like a lot of people, like Jesus did. He knew all these different things, you know, that they call pagan. He knew that, you know, and he was trying to explain it in a way more how yes, it does deal with the Buddha. You know, the Buddha sees Buddha in a sense like we see Jesus. You know, other different places who had um, deities of worship was like Jesus to them. You know, they brought a sense of spirituality and they expressed it in different ways, you know.
Yeah.
Not to say it was bad or evil. And this is what Jesus was saying. There is a degree of, you know, if you take things out of text, you know,
Yeah.
I think Jesus and the Bible tried to set a lot, there's a lot of information in the Bible about who we are, you know, where we came from. And I think throughout a lot of time, you know, there was the expression of that, and maybe even the truth got lost somewhere, but Jesus corrected it, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
That's like, you know, the pharaohs wanted their people to believe they were gods. And in a sense, some, you know, people even today believe that we are gods. We were made in
Right.
God's image, right? Well, there was an explanation, and I found it to be very good, was, you know, imagine your hand, and that's God. And we're made in the image of God. But put a glove on your hand. That's us. We're filled with God, God's love, God's spirit, God's presence. But we're on the image. You take God away, and all you've got is a dead glove. You know, to me, that kind of explains it.
Yeah, it's
I've
nice.
description.
You
Who
know, a lot
wants
of the people that believe what I read to you guys out here in Humboldt, like I contend with that all the time, and I know I had my main big Jesus experience, like my born again experience, and then I've had thousands of encounters of my relationship with Jesus because it's an everyday, very personal, continual relationship with this invisible God that I serve and trusted my life with. And people think it's just, you know, something that I picked. Like, I didn't want this God. You know, this wasn't the God I had a different kind of God all put together in my own mind. But that was useless to me. Absolutely useless to me. And people that believe in the Christ consciousness, in my opinion, they have not had their Jesus experience yet. They are not going to take my experiences away from me in what I know to be true in my life, but I am also not going to be able to convince them of what I experienced to the depth that I have with my words. You know what I mean? Like they would have to ask for that experience. And guess what? Jesus is faithful. You know, he will show up if people really want the truth. I think that they just have to ask for it.
Right.
So who wants to answer Cola's question?
What is it?
Do you believe a person with the Holy Spirit living in them can even be possessed?
I do not.
No.
I don't either.
I do not.
At some point, maybe a person might give up that and believe something other than that,
Mm-hmm.
which would
Now,
allow,
yeah,
or
my
maybe,
dog, yeah, sorry.
or maybe even they're involved with some kind of cult where they try to summon spirits and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
I've seen like the closer you get to God, the more you the more you're filled with the Spirit. The attacks can happen. They can, like you're trying to get to church and you fall down a flight of stairs, or your car won't start.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Andy.
And so those aren't major attacks, but they're just things trying to keep you from getting where you want to go.
Right.
To
Now,
be with people who believe as you do. But at the same time, okay, I didn't get to go to church, but does that mean that's the end all be all? No. You can still sit there, call up a friend, have church right there together. It's there's ways to hey Andy.
well, you're noticing it now. If you just mention it now in lieu of what we were talking about earlier, that's, to me, you're noticing something that shit would be going on anyway, monkey wrench in your day going on. But it is more noticeable when, I have put that challenge out, like just go try to read the Bible or try to play a song or whatever, like get close to God, pray, get on your knees. I mean, it's one way to really get keen awareness of the spiritual realm, in my humble opinion, because that's something that I experienced with my husband as we raised our kids, trying to be like Jesus. That's all we were doing, and we gave our kids a lot of grace and we loved them and sheltered them from a lot of things of this world. But, just calling something out doesn't make it happen or make you hyper focused on it. It just means you're aware of it. And,
Right.
what can you do? I mean, I've had my daughter stop in the middle of my husband and I fighting. Stop, let me pray for you guys. Like that's powerful. When your kid is stopping an argument by praying for you, that's hard stuff to try to, prove and show to people, like this is how the spiritual realm works. But that is what I've experienced, and seeing my children be, aware of it and handle it the way we always handle it. We pray. We're like, oh, we need some extra protection right now. My car won't start. Lord, please. How many people have done that arrow prayer? I mean, but I wanted to say something about what Roots and Cola were talking about. I learned this thing from this pastor once. He said the Holy Spirit is in one of three ways with people. One of them is that, what is the way? One of the ways is the Holy Spirit is alongside of every person until we ask the Holy Spirit into our lives, because because our God is not a bully. He's a gentleman. And so I think that some people, just because they're aware of the Holy Spirit, maybe they don't have the Holy Spirit in them. That was one point. Another point I wanted to make on the opposite side of that point, my daughter, who I know has the Holy Spirit in her, also longs to go to like a deliverance conference, and she worries that she has any kind of demonic lingering, because she had she was 5150. She had lost her mind. And so that was right during COVID, and everything happened and stuff, and a lot of you guys know that story. But she she knows that she knows Jesus, she knows the Holy Spirit is in her, but there's a part of her that worries, and she just wants to go to a deliverance conference to make sure that she, and I'm always just like trying to assure her that she's okay. But yeah, you think it's an exception if you invite things in. And I think that's where she's at too, in that, she was doing rave shows and taking drugs she shouldn't have been taking. And just to full disclosure, you are inviting different kind of spirits in your body and your life when you take different drugs. That's for sure. I mean, I think even pills,
Mm.
so that's, that's both sides of it. I don't think my daughter can truly be possessed. But Sarah also said the same thing to me. My friend Sarah, you guys know, that she, her and her sister, she felt that they were possessed at one time, but she was a meth user and she was sure it was the meth, but they also had seizures, and she would put frankincense under her tongue. She was super into the essential oils, as a lot of you guys know a lot about Sarah. But she had that same, but she did never worry that she needed any kind of deliverance. That girl was like, you were not, there was no, I don't think that she was worried about anything like that. But I could see the fear in her eyes when she would think back on the past, and she knew she was possessed by a demon. That's how, I mean, I've had people tell me that, people that I love, that they've been possessed by demonic activity. So,
Well,
only lead, right, Jerry? Yep.
if you look at Job,
Hmm.
everything he went through,
But he wasn't
that
demonically possessed.
no, but God was allowing Satan to do whatever he wanted to him, as long as he didn't kill him.
Hmm.
But it was, I believe, because God knew his faith was so strong, he never lost faith throughout all of that.
Right. Right. But that's why this world, the Nephilim and all of that kind of stuff, to not be talking about that is what I mean when I say we don't talk about the spiritual realm enough. As far as what we're up against, we're not supposed to try to do this stuff in our own strength anyway, which is really comforting. It's good to relay the message to people. Hey, your prayers are powerful. Pray for the people that are leading your community. Pray for our president. Pray for the country. I stand outside almost every day. I put my hands up in the air and I pray to God that he will deliver this county from evil, the state of California, our country, and this world. And it's not a lot, but I feel like, who knows, who knows what. And sometimes I pray that God would deliver our military that are in supernatural, or in a position with supernatural abilities that, they wouldn't even think they could get out of if they needed, our good guys, they need those kind of prayers, because that's what faith is. It's evidence of things unseen. You can't see what your faith can do, but the prayers are talked about in Revelation. The bowls of the saints are go up as incense to God. I mean, these are precious things. Like our tears are held in a bottle. The hairs of our head are numbered. There's some beautiful promises of God that they're invisible and people don't get them, and Christians don't talk about them enough. I'm guilty about not talking about those kind of things enough too, but I'm trying. I'm trying. Hey, Brew, good to see you, honey. We are fighting an unseen world. Yeah, this invisible God. It's been on my brain a lot. The invisible things. The rave shows. Oh yeah. Garrett. Hey, Garrett. Good to see you, honey. Little appling. Little apple dumpling. Not gang. I think I've called her that many times. Apple dumpling gang. She's like, I'm not a gang. I'm like, I know. I know. But yeah, there's, this area here in Shasta County, there's a lot of witches and New Agers, and like they'd have burned me at the stake. They'd have called me a witch for my choices in medicine. And that's fine. That's fine. That's on them. How they look at facts, how they look at what the Bible says about plants and medicine. It's right there in black and white. I can't help it if they're too stupid to see the light, you know. But they lied to me for years and told me, "Oh, pharmakeia, that's plants, that's drugs, but pills got the pass during COVID. Now you're disqualified. Now what you say about that is irrelevant to me. You blew it. You don't even know how to interpret your own Bible. It's not that hard, It's not that difficult."
But sometimes, D, I think we get confused, like our mental state versus our spiritual state.
Yeah.
Some people, like you might be dealing with something and you're full of anger and all this in your mind, but once you let the Spirit of Christ work in you to calm you down and help you see clearly and help you clear your mind. So we have those two functions that going on at the same time simultaneously. And that's like a lot of people, I think that's how they beat addictions and stuff like that, because they found that peacefulness and that strength to hold on to for their mind to catch up and realize, this is something powerful. This is something that I really don't have the control to do myself, But then when they ask Jesus for his help and the Holy Spirit, it helps them to find that strength, A lot of people had to hit rock bottom before they could do that.
That's true. And also when you're praying for your enemies, if you're asking Jesus to touch their heart, I think that's pretty powerful too.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, the gift of faith. It's a gift. You have to pray that people receive that gift, that God would give them that gift as well, because it's not,
Yes.
it don't always come easy,
And two, as like, our body is actually the church. It's the temple, it's the church. With all the, like, we never knew what all was in our water, what all was in our food. All these things, what we put in our body, we're corrupting that sacred body, We take things for granted. Sometimes we, instead of being thankful for having what we need, we want more. you know. And that's become um, kind of like how society is designed, really. They show you these people in these big yachts and mansions, and it's like, wow, these people are successful. If I could become that, but they're missing out. It's like these people, most of them are dead. They have no soul. They have no spirit. They sold their soul for the things in life.
Right, right. Yes, James. Pour some little sugar on it, would you, though? Can you sweeten it up at all? I'll take some sugar-coated shit. I mean, it's just been so much winning lately.
Yeah, getting tired of
I
it.
mean, 2 judges ain't enough, but I did see something. Sean sent me a link, and we talked about it a little bit, about the Bar Association, Trump going after the Bar Association. And I mean, who would have really thought, if we were sitting around bullshitting a couple of years ago, that the courts might actually get cleaned up? Like, America has to realize you have a lot of indictments right now at this point. You have 460,000 unsealed indictments against your public officials. If you want to see some shit happen, you should probably start paying attention to the people in your county, because most likely all of them have been embezzling and committing fraud. Like, all these faces we're seeing, there's more big Tishes out there and Fonnie Willises and freaking judges that look like serpents, like, we're seeing a lot. We're seeing a lot of and FBI, that one video, Benny Johnson did a video about FBI agents, and that one chorpy derpy guy that was like, he's going to jail. I mean, it's been a pretty big week, actually.
There's things happening,
It's been a big week. I mean, if people aren't noticing some stuff, I don't know. Seeing those gang members all walking hunched over, there's a lot of optics, how
Like,
much is CGI? I mean, are there real people? Where are the people that are boots on the ground with what's her face? What's her name? Christy Nome. I mean, I like her, but that whole thing could have been CGI. Every time they were showing that shit, it could have been CGI. I don't think it is, but I mean, that's just where I'm at mentally,
well,
It's like
and 2D, and 2, they're showing us how crazy, how things aren't as what we perceive. Just like Christy Nome's purse got stolen.
Right. That
The
was a setup.
the director of national security or homeland security or whatever she is, her purse, surrounded by, I'm sure, special Secret Service, her purse getting stolen, it's like, come on.
She must have left it in the bathroom on purpose, if that's true.
Even that,
Right. Well, it don't take nothing but these low-level setups, John. You know what I mean? They don't have to be elaborate. These people are stupid and they're criminals. I mean, I could see it. Like, so it was a judge and was it his wife or was it her husband? Was the male? There was a couple that was arrested. One of them was a judge, and then there was another judge, the Wisconsin judge. And there was another lady that also was caught in 2019 that evaded ICE agents and helped evade another immigrant back then. They were posting her face. Now, she hasn't been arrested yet, but her name is getting posted around for doing the same thing that one lady that fucked around and found out. They showed her mugshot. She's all crying. They got her face. I don't know if you guys seen her, but she's the poster child for FAFO right now. So No way
But
that
that's
happened. That her purse got. She did. Jerry, you don't believe it, honey. You don't think Christy Nome did that, do you?
yeah.
Nothing's getting past Jerry. Yeah.
And 2D, I
Huh.
mean, we're watching this all play out,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And who's to say um, the military and whatever, whoever is behind what's going on? Who's to say they've already didn't go through and um, oh, tell people you're going to participate or you're going to get
Hmm.
this or how many people, because a lot of people I see don't even look like the people that they used to be.
No.
So I think there could be a great possibility of doubles,
Well, why were those fences all around DC, John? And there was a lot of construction that went on there for years, right
right?
under everybody's noses. Like they weren't just digging up the streets and blowing up underground shit, and manholes were blowing off. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that happened.
Right. But I think now we're kind of like we're behind, we're
Mhm.
getting old news.
Always, though. That's the way
Right,
it's always been, except
right,
for when Nancy Drew would be downtown and we knew she was live.
right.
That was about it. That's why I'm saying it. A lot of this, who knows how? Yeah, some of these meetings and hearings that they've had aren't pre-recorded. That we've seen where Jim George, like, okay, a couple months ago, there was a bunch of governors that were being grilled because they were sanctuary city governors. I was wondering why our piece of shit wasn't there, but he wasn't. And they were getting grilled by Congress for like, I don't know how long, hours. And it's like, well, what happened to that? Was that an open, did we see a partial trial there? I mean, they all had to admit that, yes, they did these policies, right? It was like they all admitted it on record. That's what that whole thing was about. That they were going along with their sanctuary city policies.
But what would it be like, you know, the amount of corruption that we believe there is, you
Hmm.
know, let's say they took everybody out, they shut down Washington D.C., they shut down all the law enforcement and the FBI, CIA, NSA, they just shut it all down. What would happen? There'd be mass um, oh, I don't think it would be pretty.
No, oh, for sure. And I think they shut him in. I think they shut him in. I don't think they could leave. I think that's why those fences were up. I think Congress had theirself a little. They never worked harder. When did you ever see them working through summer, working through Christmas break? I mean, there was hearings almost every day.
Right.
There was stuff. I've been watching politics for a few years. They made it look like it wasn't no big deal, but I'm like, aren't they supposed to be on summer break by now? I mean, they were working really hard, and Nancy Pelosi wasn't looking good. Mitch glitched out twice.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, what other weird shit did we see?
Biden falling down.
Feinstein died
Yeah.
they say
Yeah.
she died there in the Senate. I mean, it's just a bunch of weird shit, man. There's no way anything, but bravo on making it all look freaking normal because that none of that was. None of it was. And then Hollywood was, replacing Madonna with some chick who was 20 years younger than the last Madonna. And Kanye's been replaced. That ain't Kanye West. I don't think Cola now. And because that last album he put out, I mean, I'm telling you, it really seemed very anointed to me. It was like such an intense gospel record. And then all of a sudden, they're getting divorced. He has to sell that property in Wyoming. He disappears. He comes back. He's got blonde hair again. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Right?
Uh,
I mean, you can't help but to laugh. That's like today I watched
yeah.
at the Pope's funeral, Zelensky and Trump. sitting in the
Oh
middle of
my
this
gosh.
place.
Yes.
And it looked like Trump was just scolding him like a little boy, you know.
There were some videos with some action that was going on there. They were showing Trump like beating the shit out of Zelensky. Zelensky was in his little chair. He looked like a little munchkin sitting in his little chair, and Trump starts throwing him around the room and stuff. Oh my god, it was hilarious.
You know, there is a fella, I watch what he talks about sometimes, but he was talking about how which country has the biggest military in the world?
China?
The U.S.
Is it us? Good. Yeah,
And
yes.
so in
Fuck
that,
yeah.
you
Mhm.
know, it's kind of like whoever, you know, we could take out anybody. We're really not even challengeable.
Mm.
And with that kind of power, you know, um, and that's physical power. I mean, we can go in but our military doesn't want war. You know, they rather let's work this out. You know, um, you done some bad stuff. You're going to have to pay for that. If you work with us, you know, we might spare your life. You know, because maybe what they were doing wasn't crimes against humanity, but they weren't moral and ethical. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and this is kind of like, well, you know, if Trump does have not Trump. I'm not going to say Trump. The entity that Trump represents, which might be the military. You know, they could, and we know the military is experts on psyops. They can actually go into any country and take it over and put a new government in place. You know.
Well, we've proven to do that, right, with
Oh
Iran
yeah.
and others.
Right.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, it's a powerful military, and I mean, if the people don't run it, you know, there's a really great the one narrative, you know, that talks about Trump being chosen by the military and stuff. They say that was from MacArthur residual, and that, you know, that aligned up in 2009.
Yeah, that McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
I thought it was MacArthur. Okay, yeah, McCarthy.
Yeah,
Well, I got the story straight anyway, but you know that there have been many times that the country has tried to reassemble, at least 7, and JFK being assassinated was one of the stopping attempts. 9/11 was another one, and then there's a few more um, where, you know, the people would get very close to assembling and taking our country back from the corporation, and the shit would go down, you know. And I think they do the slow kill more than anything with these fires, and now we've got the weather warfare, and that's another thing that'll drive you crazy is the people that'll say that the weather isn't weaponized, and yet they'll believe this horse shit about climate change. They all live here too. You know, more libtards beliefs out here. They used to be, you know, not trusting of the government, and then it just became a total, their allegiance is to their dollars, is to their organizations that are feeding them and keeping them going.
Right. That's what I say. I mean,
Yeah, Indy.
the amount of what's going on, I don't even know if we can comprehend it.
Right.
Everybody's trying to figure it out, but you know, there's so many backstage, behind the door deals, and
Sure.
you know,
Yeah, it's crazy how they flip-flopped. I know. These hippies here, well, a lot of the ones that were truly like back to the landers, they just got the hell out of here. They moved to places like Tennessee, Montana, Idaho. Sorry, Texas. Bonnie, are you still with us, honey? I'm checking on her. Did she say she was going to go away for a little bit?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Dealing
I'm
with
sorry.
daughter. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry if we were talking too much. I didn't know if you were trying to get a
No,
word in.
you're doing great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mary, yeah, I saw that when Nancy Drew was out there. When she talked to those, well, she talked about talking to the bus drivers. Yeah, imagine if we didn't have her. I mean, I never got the feeling that she was like a plant or a psyop. You got the feeling that she definitely got taken under her wing, and she would get these little nudges, quote unquote. And so that's when you kind of knew that, she may have had some people take her under her wing a little bit. But I always felt that she was most organic. I met Mustang Medic in South Dakota. He was organic for a while, and then he got really big head. And I didn't meet, but then there was Richard Citizen Journalist too, and there was there's Penguin 6. He always seemed like he is for Biden's people to me. Richard Citizen Journalist seemed like he was like 3-letter agency kind to me from the beginning. I'd never really trusted him. I mean, he would show good stuff, but I'm sure a lot of you guys were watching those same people, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, like even with who was the woman you mentioned? I can't think of her name. Walked around DC.
Yeah, Nancy Drew.
Nancy Drew. Even with her, on the ground, even, if the government didn't want her to see it, she's not going to see it,
Right. You're right. By the book, what book? I don't know. I don't think, did we talk about that? I'm lost. I don't know. You might be behind in the chat. DC and Hollywood are connected for sure. And then the Pope and the Vatican, like that whole thing. Okay, so the Queen is dead, the Pope is dead. Weinstein, Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Diddy. Who else gone down lately? Did Jay-Z ever get hauled in yet?
I'm not sure.
And has she? I mean, how many other weird stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean,
That
like
was
with
weird.
the whole Diddy thing, that's kind of like really, other than some people who are saying, so and so said this and so said that. There's really
Yes.
nothing, and that's like Epstein died, and that was the end of that. Ghislaine, she's in jail for nothing, I guess. I mean, we don't know nothing about that.
Last I heard, she was real unhappy with her digs in jail, but it was like, bitch, nobody cares. Save it. You were horrible, and you little submarine license, you little driving kids around underwater. Can you imagine the shit they really do? It's like, you assholes. I've heard that those trains underground go up to like 6,000 miles per hour. I'm not saying I believe it, but I also wouldn't doubt it.
Right. But we heard so much. I mean,
yeah.
And that's why I say we're just they want this chaos. They want us in chaos, and they've achieved that, to where
but really, don't you think that our military has done a fine job of keeping things calm? Because even some of those grifter, loser, streamer people, they serve their purpose too, because they're keeping people spinning in their little circles instead of, going off and creating, chaos.
There's all kinds of movements that were created to destroy this country.
Right.
Well, even other countries around the world, like the whole industrial race complex,
Right.
You have all these people who want to make everything about race. Well, that's nothing more than to try to divide us all, And I think through the internet, I believe it is trying to conquer that, where I see a lot of people saying, this whole race deal is stupid,
Yeah.
And people are starting to see that, how, We're all brothers and sisters, you know, and
Mhm.
even and what's kind of ironic, you know, even in the Bible, you had Cain and Abel, two brothers.
Yeah.
You had Jacob and Esau, you know,
Mhm.
again,
Yep.
two brothers, you
Yep.
know, so it's family member against family member, you know,
Mhm.
but they put some kind of ideas in each side's mind to get us against each other, you know. In
Yeah.
this country, like, you know, oh, if you're a Democrat, you need to hate Republicans. If you're a Republican, you need to hate Democrats. And there's bad people in all of those, you know. And I think
Mhm.
that's how, like, with the, I keep forgetting his name. If I were the devil,
Yeah, Steve Harvey.
yeah,
Harvey, Paul
uh,
Harvey.
Mhm.
Paul
Oh,
Harvey,
Paul Harvey. That's right.
you know.
Steve Harvey Black. The wrong one.
I think I think that's how exactly how they do this. You know,
Mhm.
they
Mhm.
infiltrate good organizations and good people on both, and they create that dual, um, double side. You know, so
Yeah.
that we would fight each other. You know, it's like putting instigators in
Mhm.
each side, and then once the battle starts, those instigators crawl off into safety.
Mhm.
And that's how, you know,
Yeah.
you look at World War I, all the wars, and even we see it in the Middle East, how the very country, um, they fight each other, basically. Like, oh, you'll get like ISIS, you get these created entities, you know, to instigate, you know, and you
Mhm.
drag the good people of that country into it. And they're the ones who are the one that's going to pay the cost. And the instigators flee, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens every time in the assembly. Well, since I've been listening on the calls and participating in assemblies, there's all different kinds of assemblies, right? And you inevitably there will be a group of people that when they decide, oh, we can let's go do this and let's go do that, and the assembly is saying hold, right? We're just holding right now. We're not going up against these people. We're peaceably assembling and educating and da 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 da. And then these people decide, well, they're gonna go. They get mob mentality and they get
Right.
ahead of it, and then sometimes they end up in jail or prison because they don't know what they're doing. And so the knowledge is really well guarded for assembling, because I think of townships like Patterson, New Jersey, and Dearborn, Michigan, where we'll have our enemies using our own laws against us.
Well, not only
Not that
that,
they're all enemies. I'm not saying all Muslims are enemies, but like, you know if
but not
they're
only that,
if
like
yeah.
Chessboard said, wouldn't Sharpton and Jackson and others be on unemployment if they didn't keep the race baiting going? Exactly.
Mm.
You know, they're making their money by keeping. That's why I called it the race industrial complex. People who profit, you know, or they're achieving an agenda or goal
Well, we never
from
saw it
keeping
more
it
than
going.
what. Yeah, sorry.
And
Hmm.
they can even you know, say you form an organization, they can simply put somebody in your organization and
Hmm.
pretend to, like even in the mega movement, a
They
lot of people
do. Yeah.
a lot of people wear mega hats, and they're very much against the whole mega um, movement, you know.
Hmm. They like to play like that. They like
Yeah.
to play dirty. Some of these people do work really hard at scheming and stuff, and it's like, man, that line, be for something, not against, you
Right.
know. Um,
But that's the art of war, and that's how
mhm,
these, you know, whether it be a political or economic or whatever, they infiltrate,
mhm,
duplicate, you know, instigate, and then they
mhm.
flee, you know, and then the cycle repeats.
No, until the good ones figure out how to do the same thing.
And I think that's what they're showing us.
Mhm.
They're showing us how these people think and how they operate.
Mm-hmm.
Know
There's
your enemy.
3,000. Go ahead, Bonnie.
I was just saying, know your enemy.
Right.
What'd she say?
Know your enemies.
Oh, yeah. There's 3,244 counties in America. That's what it gets down to. And you know what I heard Pam Bondi say a month or 2 or 3 ago? That they're going to appoint 96 district attorneys. So that'll basically amount for a little less than 2 per state. So, I mean, I'm seeing court cleanup puzzle pieces all over the place.
Right.
But the American people got to understand, you know, you got to start watching like, uh, what was that jury movie we decided? 12 Good Men. What was that one called? Blazing Saddles. And I guess Miracle on 34th Street has a jury. We don't get to see a lot of movies. What they shoved down our throats was Law and Order. It's a
Right.
judge and a trial jury, you know, lawyers and a judge.
Right.
And the jury's pretty much, you know, we pick them. No, you assemble your own, you get your people. You know, they used to be your neighbors that would be who would come together for someone who was being accused of something.
Well, that's just like the way they adjusted the court system itself.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yep,
to
true.
where now you can go in and you get a plea deal. You get,
Right.
you know, you get the offer of not going to a jury because
Mm-hmm.
by law, really, even if I got if I was arrested for anything, I should be entitled to a jury.
Yeah, anything over $20,
Right.
actually, right in your amendment.
But in order to do that, imagine how much court time that would take.
Right.
You know, in a sense, that's why they did that. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that should have went to jury.
Mm-hmm.
But the people don't know. You know,
No.
it's kind of like, well, if it's a serious offense, you need to go to jury. You know, don't fall for their scare tactics and accept their plea deal because you're actually giving up your opportunity to prove your innocence. You know,
But that's why you need your 12 friends, though, because
right,
we've had conversations in the assembly where, you know, we can actually go through cases in counties where somebody either feels like they didn't have a fair trial. I'm not really sure exactly about all the ins and outs of that, but, you know, you think about people sitting in jail for a marijuana offense. Or any offense that has ever been won in any other court across the land, nobody should be sitting in jail for that. I mean, it's a matter of the knowledge and our ignorance and just what we've been spoon fed. And we have to get outside of that to find the information because best you can do is get 12 friends that would vouch for you in a court and learn how to do that. We're going to need to do that. Really, we are going to need to do that. I mean, these people won't stop being criminals. That's the thing.
right. Criminals don't
They
obey.
know.
Hi,
Right.
Huh?
Virginia. And
Hey, Virginia.
we're allowed to request a jury. We have to go
Good
to
night,
trial.
Gary. Yeah.
Over. Yeah.
Night, Jerry.
Okay,
Are y'all-
so this is a new memo to me. So if you have a jury trial, they usually do like jury selection. You guys are saying that you can actually provide your own jury?
Well,
It
this
is
is one.
believe
Yes.
a grand jury is built.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Now,
Interesting.
two ways about it, Roots, that I can tell you what I do know, which is very limited, but I'm learning, right? Devil Dog has his own grand jury, and he told me that you have to notify the courthouse that you are there. Like you don't just, but if he gets taken to court for something, he will be in the courtroom and he will inform the judge that he has his own jury there. Yes, that's one angle from him. Good night, Jen. Love you, honey.
Good
And
night,
then
Jen.
like with our assemblies, that we're learning on the calls and stuff. You know, there's assemblies for counties, and then there's grand juries. And
Hmm.
the grand jury, like California has assembled. We have a juror de jure assembly in place in California, and we have given notice. So we can take Governor Newsom or whatever, you know, we can set up a court trial. They've done two, but it really just had to do with people that contested the publication of our assembly, because you have to publish it in notice and it has to go unrebutted for 4 weeks. So the
Uh-huh.
first time California did it twice and people rebutted it 2 times. So those were the first people that the jury took to court, from my
Okay.
limited understanding of that. And that's about as much as I know, except for what I've been, you know, reading and stuff and about procedures and things.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what we
Hmm.
need. 12 friends that'll vouch for you. That's how it was in the old days with and they probably didn't have to file with the courts first or whatever. But, you know, when people knew how to do it, right? When they had to set up a court real quick. It used to be us doing it, you know. We didn't always have these judges in robes and shit like that all the time.
So,
Is saying, I'm sorry, Virginia.
oh no, go ahead. Yeah.
So, judges can make it where innocent go. I just saw this video not very long ago. This man had been in prison for 57 years.
Mm.
He was 18 when they put him in prison because he looked like the suspect that committed the crime. And after 57 years, they finally realized he was innocent somehow, some way, and let him out.
Good. 57 years, did you say?
Unreal.
Yes.
Wow,
Yes.
dude.
He was like 72, something
Mhm.
like that. And actually, he was on America's Got Talent because he could
Mhm.
see. But
Damn.
he didn't hold any grudges. Of course, getting out after that amount of time, he's homeless. He's probably doesn't even have any family left. I don't know. He was
Mhm.
just like alone. And he had that whole audience crying. But because his story was so sad
It's
that
slavery.
in all that time as an innocent man.
Wow.
And that's what John was talking about a while ago. Okay, no, you were D. When you were, well, both of y'all were. When y'all were talking about all the wars, all the signs of wars, all the brothers against brothers. So all of that is in Revelations as the end times. So is that why, or even better yet, how is anyone going to know they're not? Because this has been going on for thousands of years.
Mhm.
And
And
that's like
sometimes,
go ahead, Virginia.
sometimes they just want a head to roll. That's all I was going to say. It doesn't even matter if it's the right head. The public opinion is somebody is convicted.
Yes.
But like, you know, you're relating to biblical revelations. I imagine before every war, like the Civil War, it was brother against brother, neighbor
Yes.
against neighbor. You know, so there's nothing new to that. You know, this is a repeating cycle. But as far as like, there was a discussion I had on the jury with this new technology. Is it even possible to have bias or non-bias jury selection, because everybody already seen the whole thing play out on the internet. You know, that's
Right.
like, do you think you could actually be neutral in a Diddy case on a jury?
Well,
Probably not.
and that's why they won't pick me for a jury, because I told them years ago after being on a jury, and it didn't even have to do with abuse, but I told them then, if it's an abuse case, don't even call me, because I'll automatically, they're guilty. And which I shouldn't have said, because you have to listen, but at the same time, they have never called me again since.
Was it something I said?
Well, and look at how things are. You brought up a case where the guy was in prison for what, 56 years or something?
Crazy.
50,
The statute of limitation, you know. And look at how things play. Like, it seems like, look at these women that accused Trump of rape, and it was like 30 years ago. Or Kavanaugh, or the other judges, you know. It's like, at what point do you say, and two, none of them had anything like a police report or anything other than the accusation, you know? So how can, you know, how do you deal with that? That's like, you could say, I raped you 30 years ago.
When somebody says rape is sexy, then she's disqualified.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious, in the chat, I think it was Apple Dumpling, a grand jury, a group of citizens who investigate potential criminal activity. Is there a limit to what types of criminal activity you can employ a grand jury for?
Well, some cases are civil, I guess, and that's something that's always been confusing to me, as far as just what, you know, where the line is. You know, there is a separation there for sure.
Right.
Like the assembly doesn't want people really coming in and trying to just utilize the assembly for their own personal problems. There has been help for people that have had lost their children, you know, to the system, and the assembly is, some assemblies are able to help people with stuff like that. But then what happens is, like Ricky told me, that, you know, you'll get people that'll come in there and they don't want to do any of the work. They want everybody to do all the work for them. And it is work, it's research, it's time and energy, because we're not, you know, you have to look shit up,
Education.
you know, and you have to, and you have to know how to put stuff together. And so,
Allegedly.
Yeah.
like in Minecraft.
Got it, John.
Right.
You know, you talk about the limitations. You know the song "You Raise Me Up"?
Yeah, I love that song.
Secret Garden did it. He went to Iceland. It was like an Icelandic funeral march. But Josh Groban came up to Montreal, and he says, "I need another track for the album." So a producer said, "You raised me up." Long story, they took him to court, and it went years. At the end of it, the judge said, "Copyright's expired, case dismissed." Imagine the amount of money spent. What John just said, the statute of limitations. You think somewhere along the line they'd say, it just expired. You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Nobody pays attention to the judge probably went, am I the only one that sees this? Right? You know? But bring it to a criminal type of thing, like that man that paid for 57 years.
Yeah, like that's like Leonard Peltier too. He served a long time. And they say he is innocent, but you know.
That's where the grand jury confuses me, because when you go in to be picked for a jury, there's 100 and some odd people there for them to pick from. And
That's not the same as us assembling our, when you have your assembly in your county, that you are the grand jury, right? They're picking for
right,
civil cases.
yes.
Right.
Well, not always civil. I mean, murder is not civil.
Criminal.
So anyway,
Right, it's criminal.
what Virginia was saying, finding that many biased people. So they ask you, do you know anything about this case? Or do you already have your mind made up? And like when I was in court, it was for a car accident. This man ran over my car. And so like at least 10 people stood up and said, I know the case. I know Bonnie. She's innocent. And they had to leave the courtroom.
Right.
So it comes down to your word, just like anything else, is how honest are you going to be?
Okay, civil versus criminal, because I'm trying to wrap my head around the boundaries of using a grand jury. Now, murder, I guess we'd be looking at a federal criminal offense because it can make you a felon. Now, think about the OJ case. He was found innocent in the federal criminal murder investigation or trial. But in the civil, the family sued him for like wrongful death on the civil side of it, and they won. And
Right.
so would they have been able to use a grand jury, but the federal charged proceedings could not?
Well, see, and I
No, the
think,
grand jury is for the victim that's on trial, I believe. That's who the grand jury's for.
Oh, for the
You're picking
defendant.
your own.
but
Well,
I
I mean, OJ would have been the defendant in the civil trial as well. You know, the family was accusing him of wrongful death.
Right, but
I
he
think
would have had to be involved in a assembly already. They'd have had to file with the court, so he didn't have that available to him. If that's a criminal case, though, so I don't even know if a grand jury. I mean, I suppose they do, but yeah, it's confusing to me too. Who picks? Is it get picked, and when can you show up with your own? That's
Mhm.
always been unclear to me.
and I think that's when the sheriff steps in, isn't it?
I have no idea.
There's so many scenarios we can run by. That's like, you see some of these people who where the police might, they might die in a police encounter.
Mhm.
Well, the police officer is found justified in what he did, but the family of the deceased can still file a civil suit against the city.
Yep.
Yes.
And I don't know how that works because they do get granted, awarded the whatever it is,
To
And
win.
to me, it's like, well, if the person was already,
Not
guilty,
Indicted.
guilty.
why should they get some kind of reward for that?
So it's like, okay, if there's an accident and the person ends up succumbing to their injuries. Okay, so for that, then you have the wrongful death that can be filed, but at the same time, the person may have got just a speeding ticket or failure to stop at a stop sign ticket, just a citation. And so once that happens, it changes everything. So then the family can file a criminal charges against that person because they didn't stop, or they were speeding, or whatever it was. They caused the accident. They were drunk, whatever the reason was. And so then also at the same time, if the roads are not marked properly, if the stop sign is not visible because of trees or whatever, then you also have a suit against, I don't know if it would be against the city or the roads commission, whoever's in charge of the roads.
Probably the county. Well, it would depend on the jurisdiction of where the road is.
Right.
If it's, yeah.
True.
Mhm.
So there could be several cases against one person.
But doesn't the criminal side of it bring in intent? You got to prove intent.
Motive, right?
No,
That's like you know, and it kind of reflects on us as a society. You know, you can sue anybody for anything. You know, and that's the law.
Right.
You know, but there's no penalty. That's like, you know, like I was saying earlier, a woman could say I raped her 30 years ago, and if you know, I can't prove one way or the other, and she can't prove one way or the other. But should there be something for somebody who makes false accusations?
Absolutely.
You
A
know,
false accusation, I would think that there is charges you
perjury
can
or
press.
something.
Can't you press charges for slander and defamation? For sure you can. You'd have to countersue, but what a pain in the ass it is when they're doing something with no proof, doing it on hearsay.
But don't forget, defamation has to have harm, financial harm, some sort of, you got to prove harm.
When you slander somebody's reputation, it can be very harmful.
their
If
reputation
it
is
impacts your business or whatever, you have to show how it impacted.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying there should be. I'm agreeing with. I mean, I would think.
Yeah.
You think so too, John, that somebody should be held accountable if they wrongly accuse somebody and then
Right.
they put them
Yeah.
through.
And that's like today with this internet. You know, we all get on here, and sometimes we just repeat what somebody else said. You know, maybe
Yeah.
we didn't research it or anything like that. That could be perjury. You know,
true.
Right. Absolutely.
or is perjury only if you knowingly?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what you say, from what I understand, or because we don't know for sure.
Right.
What Chessboard is saying here about the grand jury, I think is the way it goes, because there has to be the evidence. You have to gather the evidence. You have to have a strong motive. You know.
Yeah, well, where it talks about it in the Constitution is about taking our public officials to trial. This is like the only way to hold them accountable. This is a fifth branch of government. We're above all the branches of government.
Right.
Right.
But even before it gets to the jury, there's a process. That's like I was watching, Supreme Court cases, and you have to present basically a pre-case to see even if it was worth their time, you know,
Right.
because they could throw it out before it even goes to court.
And they could rule on it too with a summary judgment.
Right.
I thought
That's what
grand jury was for, to determine whether it should proceed.
Right. I think that is the verdict, you know. There's enough evidence and there's a good, strong case here, we'll proceed. You know.
This whole online thing, I'm not saying wasn't chilled, it wasn't really bad, and he might not have been guilty, But this guy in the UK just got out a few months ago from 8 months in prison. Just so he
I'm
might
gonna try something. Devil dog, devil dog, devil dog.
Double dog, double dog, double dog. We'll square it.
Where is he anyway? Talking all this court shit. He's hearing me fumble over my words. What the
That's
hell?
funny.
Just leaving me hang out here. I
So
mean, he's
Blackwatch,
definitely
after
yeah.
8 months, they were released as innocent. Like, what were you saying? You just said someone in the UK after 8 months. Maybe I misunderstood. And I think he's left us for a moment.
Blackwatch, she's talking to you. D slaps Blackwatch up against the head.
Thank you. You're
Blackwatch, she's
closer.
talking to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bottom line is, you know,
Probably peeing.
we're all ignorant when it comes to a lot of things, you know, and I'm the first to admit it. But the one danger I see, like with the internet, is you have people trying to tell people how to conduct themselves. Like, you know, the police are just doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, can I see your driver's license and registration, please? You know, if you got nothing to hide, or even if you're a sovereign citizen, just say, I'm a sovereign citizen, you know. But now you got people, yo, man, I don't have to show you shit.
Right.
And pot
It's not
smoke rolling
wise.
out
Don't be like
the
that guy.
window, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, it's okay. I was asking, what did you mean? You said a case in the UK and something about 8 months, and I missed the what was the charge or the release or what happened?
Well, there's something that went on between people on his channel, and I'm not right up on it. I don't know. It wasn't chilled. It wasn't that, you know, under toe, but it was some sort of social interaction, and the judge found him guilty of harboring it or doing it.
Oh, so it was something on the internet.
Yeah, it was on his channel.
Okay.
For 8 months. He's saying, I'm not getting involved in that again. You know? So it does have its implications.
Yeah, after I got out of the service, I was in the reserves and as military police. And, you know, in that training, you know, like dealing with like domestic disputes and stuff like that, the police have to become very cautious and almost psychological analyzers, you know, like you know, if it's a man and a woman, you don't want to separate them. You know, you want them to be able to see each other, because then it, you know, the man might be like, what are you doing back here? You know, this way he can see what you're doing. You know, there's nothing going on. You know, you have to think about stuff like that, you know, because you can actually create a worse situation, you know.
And you know what they're going to, for the most part, police are going to look at domestic, man and a woman, the man.
Yeah. Well, I think that's changing nowadays a little bit, you know.
Yeah, bitches be crazy for sure.
Bitches be crazy, and it is clear.
Domestic is the worst call they want to hear, because it is so touchy. And even if it's happening, even if she's got her throat slit, bruises, whatever, how many times is she going to go back to him after it's all over?
Yeah. Oh, and it goes back to that, like, you know, me and my brother, we fought like cats and dogs. But if somebody touched my brother, I'm going to beat the shit out of him.
Right.
You know, that's kind of the mentality you have to kind of deal with, you know, even if he's got bruises and whatever, you know, there is that degree of loyalty and love. Maybe it's a warped sense of love, you know.
Yeah. And it is. It's usually one is controlling the other.
Possession.
Manipulated or whatever.
Wouldn't
And
you say crimes of passion they're pretty common? You're going to find that in domestic. Like I love me some true crime, and it's almost always someone you know. And a crime of passion, or a husband gets super mad, or a wife gets super mad, or a family member, or something. For the obvious reasons: sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And
Right.
I would imagine domestic calls are some of the most dangerous. For
Yeah.
real.
that's why I said it's not a call they like to get.
Hmm.
There was, mm, in my hometown, he was he had beat her. He had well, he had already killed her. Stabbed her like 26 times, and was pouring gasoline on her to
Jeez.
set her on fire when the police broke in. And so I don't even know how that was handled, but
Mm.
he got 5 years.
Why was she still there? If there were 26 events, what? Why was she still?
No, this was all at that one time.
Oh, okay. All of that. Well, still, like you were making the point earlier, a lot of times women go back um, to domestic situations.
Yeah.
I had an aunt that
Doesn't
all
seem
four of her husbands abused her, and she kept going back and kept finding more that were abusive. It's wild.
it's
Yeah.
a it's a it's something in them that's for whatever reason they are attracted to her.
Yeah, yeah.
And
They're putting it out for those kind of men to, I mean, they're welcoming themselves, they're opening themselves up to those kind of men, but a lot of times they don't even know, right? They don't really know
exactly,
that they're going to be that way, do they?
no.
And
I
sometimes,
mean, go
go ahead.
ahead. No,
Uh,
what I was going to say wasn't nice. Go ahead.
I just going to say, sometimes we try to uh, rationalize or make sense out of something that is senseless. And, we try to say, oh, it was evil, and so on and so forth. But I think our society and throughout the world, I think there's a lot of mental problems.
Yeah.
You have narcissists and psychopaths, and they got rid of the insane asylums. Um, and is there, um,
Uh,
and once somebody um, is you know you're asking the legal system now to become psychologists. um,
mhm.
was he just you know did he act out in a crime of passion, or her, or whatever, or is it just they're nuts, you know
I think
um,
people attract explosive energies. Like, so if you have a predator or someone, and by the way, I need to correct that. 3 out of 4 of my aunt's husbands were abused. One of them was really awesome. But anyway, I think you attract that with, let's say you're weak spirited in a sense, in some way. A manipulator can smell that a mile away,
right, a
and they
narcissist.
can turn on that
Yes.
charm to make you feel like, oh, this guy's my hero, and that's just
Yeah,
one example. There's a lot of dynamics that happen with that, but
But
yeah,
is that kind of like when I was growing up, and the older people, we thought about falling in love, and but today that doesn't seem to be. It's kind of like, let's hook up and have sex, or
yeah,
let's snort some of this or shoot some of that, and you know. But I know what you're saying, Virginia, that, and it is true, and I think today they call that game, you know.
game.
yeah.
They also call it trauma bonding,
Right.
And
It's like, man, you ain't got no game,
right?
you always think that they'll change.
Hmm.
It's even with adulterers. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
They come back. I'm so sorry. It'll never happen again, and it does. And so, we're supposed to be a forgiving loving people.
I think love is thrown out the window. And that's a big thing. I mean, God was described as love several times throughout the Bible. You know, God is, but a lot of people don't look for that now. You know,
Yeah.
they follow their lustful urges. They want the wants in life, you know, but they don't want that responsibility of protecting and providing and you know, the responsibilities of a relationship, you know.
Right.
Yeah, I will say one of the most beautiful examples of love I ever known was my husband's grandmother. Her husband was abusing on her and he was a real bad alcoholic, and so she legally separated from him for 16 years. But then when he was dying, she took him back in and took care of him, and then he died. And she lived to be 91 years old, and I don't think she ever regretted that. But nowadays, I don't think a lot of women or men in general would do that. Do you?
Yeah.
It's rare. It's very rare.
Mm-hmm.
Even family members don't do that.
Right. I'm sorry to laugh at it. It's so sad. It's true.
Like it used to be, you know, the parents or grandparents would die in the home, you know, of the family, and the family would take care of them to the end.
Yes.
But now it's like, oh yeah, stick him in the home or her,
Yes.
you know.
Send them to a home.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to deal with it.
No.
We have a lot that have, thankfully, taken care of things.
Do you ever watch the movie I Care a Lot?
Oh, yes. That is horrible.
You know, but that's kind of like how the system is. You know, they'll find an elderly person, and then that's like how much they got in their bank account and all this and that. Knowing if they could get a doctor to put them in a home now and sign over their what do they call that, where you sign your
assets.
Yeah, you get
reverse equity,
Their
reverse
deed.
home loan.
Power of attorney.
Power of attorney.
Oh, power of
Oh,
attorney.
power of
Yeah,
attorney. Yeah.
Right.
There was a
That's
time.
a big scam. That's was very popular too for a long.
Yes.
It probably still is.
Yeah.
And they try
Another
to
way to grift and thieve and take advantage of people.
The gold bar is the ones that don't have family.
Right.
That's what made the whole pandemic
Yeah,
bad.
the COVID and shit. Yeah.
Because you know, so many older people were put in these homes and they couldn't see their family at their last time. You know.
Yeah.
Murderous. It was just
Yeah.
Diabolical. That is
It
some of the
was-
most diabolical shit I have
Yes.
ever heard.
Yes. Thank you. Exactly.
And that's
And
crazy
evil.
chessboard. You know, some, let's say, elderly women or men, they are grifted hard because they'll meet someone online. That person is, it's not even the Nigerian prince anymore. Everyone
Right.
knows about the Nigerian prince.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they will get their hooks in emotionally. And yeah, 200,000. What was that idiot that sent almost $1 million and she thought it was Brad Pitt? And it, you know, come on, people. But it's
Like
sick the way that the scammers work.
Oh, and not only that, you got some like guys in foreign countries and anywhere in the world really, who are sounding like a woman. You know, and they're online. You know, you don't see a picture of them, or they'll show you a picture of, you know, whoever, whatever.
Feeler in.
You know,
that totally happened to my son. And I knew when I heard the voice, I was like, this is not a normal voice. They're disguising it somehow.
Right.
Oh, today it's very easy to voice change it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very easy. Couple $100, that's all they cost.
And that's
Yeah.
just like online, you know, like my emoji, I could put a sexy chick, you know, and even if I cammed up, I can have that, what do they call that? The background, beautiful
Mhm.
girl.
Avatar?
Yeah, you know, and really, you know, anybody can play anybody now, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. And they do.
Well, y'all seen the real me.
Yeah. I've been around. The only person I've never seen is Blackwatch. The rest of us, we've.
I've seen Black Watch.
Oh, lucky.
He accidentally turned his camera on, freaked himself out.
Yeah.
That was my imaginary friend.
No, it was you.
I'm Brad Pitt.
Yes, John Dunning, you are very handsome. I've met you many
Yes,
times.
he
You're
is.
a handsome man.
They both are. Black Watch is all right too.
Yeah.
He's not ugly.
Right. All
He's all
right.
right for a Canadian.
I got the Boy Toy of the Year award last year, so
Man,
I
I
doubt
do
it.
really feel bad for the old elderly women though that fall for that shit because you know they just
Yes.
want love and they're just feeling delighted that somebody wants to talk to them and stuff. That is so freaking sad.
Mhm.
And John said something about voices. So
Mhm.
back in the day when I worked at the call center for either the airlines or the infomercials or Miss Cleo, I've told you all of that some of the men I worked with, their second job was the sex lines because they had and this was in the late 90s, early 2000s. So voice changers would have been way more expensive. They just could manipulate their voice to sound like a sexy woman. And I'm telling you, dude, like short men with big glasses and kind of nerdy and whatever, and they would tell me their voice. They'd be like, well, this is my other job. I play, Tamra, and it was like my eyes popped out of my head.
Whoa.
Wow. And they made great money and they
Tamara.
just did it. Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like,
Right? Oh
whatever
my
the
God.
900 numbers had, the commercials we had forever.
A cyber Tootsie or a cyber
Yes,
clinger, you know?
yes. And a lot of those men, if any of you are guilty in the chat, you were talking to a dude. All right. You might have thought it was something sweet, but it was a man, Maury.
What? Yeah,
So,
no, that's true. Creepy.
but there's okay. Look how many relationships have been built. It just that we know of right here.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
I
know,
heard this the other day that Jeremy and Kristen got married.
Oh,
yes,
that's sweet.
oh,
and
yeah.
Yeah.
Camel Carl and
Uh-huh.
Pamela. Yeah.
Pam,
and
yeah, Pamela.
and so even if you go on, oh, what's the big one? eHarmony or something like that, where
Right.
they
Tinder.
get a million questions. You can't even meet for 3 months. I mean, they're pretty strict about how they do it, from what I understand. But I've known people who have ended up married through one of those, and they're still together. So,
Match.com.
yes, and
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that
so
happens.
it
I know many
can,
couples.
Mhm.
Hmm.
but I mean, if somebody puts like 1,000 hours a month into that for a year, are they really fooling you? Is that their goal?
I think the goal is almost always money.
But what if there's no money? I
Okay,
mean,
well, another goal, there's a show on I think it's TLC, but it's called 90 Day Fiance. And it's where it's a reality show. It's very, very bad. It is not a good show. All right, but I have learned a lot
Oh
about
Lord.
the K1 visa. And that is where, like you can meet someone, let's say I could meet someone in Turkey and quote unquote fall in love. And in order to get the K1 visa, which gets you citizenship into the US, you have to like prove that you're a couple. You have to live together for 90 days, which is why they call that, hence the name of the show. But there are so many scammers. There are so many, like, I would say middle-aged women, 40, 50, 60, even 70s in their age, and these very young 20 or 30-year-old beefcakes from freaking, somewhere in Turkey is one I can think of him off the top of my head, what he looks like, or Africa, or South America, or whatever. And they're very handsome and they're charming and whatever. Then you just kind of watch the dynamics of what's going on. And it's like, wait a minute. Now, there have been a few couples that are still together that seem pretty legit. This show has been on for at least a decade. And, they kind of follow them around. Some of it is very contrived. But as far as the process and the way that the manipulators get that green card and that K1 visa and then get citizenship through. Now, one thing that's interesting is you have to sponsor, let's say I fell in love with a dude from Turkey. I have to sponsor him for 10 years. There's like paperwork involved in this. It's easy, but it's not. But love, the whole, I went on vacation and fell in love with an Italian. It's a thing. And there's a very set process for it. And there's a lot of folks being scammed through it. Even men like the Ukrainian women, the Russian women, the some of the exotics. There was one dude.
Oh yeah, they do.
He was all over this Ukrainian chick, and he was, and the girl was literally like a internet model that had like 15 American men sending her money. He was not special,
Damn.
Yes, Bob, your case, Bob, is different. You went through the process I'm talking about, but you guys have been married like 20 years. Like your case is different. I'm talking about the scammers who take advantage, particularly of women in their golden years. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but really they don't have to be that meticulous. After 9/11, I figured all they have to do is call the American embassy and say, I'm a terrorist, I hate America, and I want to come to America.
You're in.
Yeah.
Can we pay you? Let's pay you some money. I got a place for you to stay too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yep.
Who would have thought?
I don't know how it works down there, but I think it was my niece. My sister's daughter was going to university. And a guy from France came over for the 3 or 4 years. They fell in love, yada, yada. But it took them 10 years to get citizenship, to come here, to marry her.
Yep.
It didn't happen overnight by any means. But
no, it takes time. Mm-hmm.
They are still together, as I understand. Oh.
There are success stories, but I'm sorry, if you're a 70-year-old woman truly believing a 22-year-old beefcake from the UAE is in love with you, I'm not saying it's not possible. All right,
I mean, you have seen Harold and Maude.
Serious thing, okay? But would you really
Harold and Maude,
that
right?
dude? Come on.
There goes Virginia blowing my cover again.
Right?
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
Be love you long time. That's exactly what it is. And actually, you see that a lot with the in Asia with the women. To be fair, Bob, there are a lot of scammers, but this has gone on since World War II in particular. Men brought back a lot of women from Japan or Philippines or, somewhere out in the Pacific. They fell in love with them while they were serving out there and got this process going. And I mean, I have neighbors like that, and they were together decades before the man passed away, but he was a veteran and had met her while serving. I mean, that's very common. My grandparents are a story of that.
You know, it's a good example
That's
of
cool.
Virginia, the musical Miss Saigon.
Hmm.
That's all about the guy coming home. Who is this girl in this rusty bed? I like my memories as they were. And
Right.
now I'm remembering her. Yeah.
Hmm.
Because there's a difference in culture too. You know, like I think in America, there's been so much going on. Like, you know, women don't trust men, men don't trust women, and you know, the whole love story got thrown out the door somewhere.
Yeah.
I think, you know, in some countries, like Asia or something like that, you know, if she's willing to make a commitment, she's committed, you know.
Yep. Yep.
Mm.
Loyalty
I mean,
runs through all cultures, I'm sure. And disloyalty does too.
yes, in all cultures for sure.
Now,
Vietnam, yeah, Bob, that was a big one. Vietnam, yep.
I'm not, my father, no doubt, was faithful throughout. But when the Canadians liberated much of France, it was like hoo-ha day, right? Between the women and the soldiers.
Right? Why do you think all the tattoo shops and the bars and whatever, they're right outside the port towns? Those US soldiers pull up with all that money and all that opportunity. You know, they're like glistening coming up on the water. Not just US, but you know, other, in fact, Canada and US work very closely together with the military operations, but you know, you get what I'm saying. They are beacons in the night, and some work out.
Oh, I used to dream of going to one of those port towns and seeing the military men come off in their fine uniforms.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
But I
girl.
wasn't really never single enough to go and check that out. But Officer and a Gentleman did that to me, of course.
Right.
Watching that movie and any other movies that you've seen that kind of thing happening. You definitely don't know port towns, but you get an idea of what they might be like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of that's illusion too,
Sure.
because being in the military, and you know, I was stationed in Germany, and my unit would spend a lot of time out, not even at the garrison or barracks. We'd be out in the middle of nowhere doing exercises and stuff. But
Mm.
when we come back, and like say you go to the bar, the other unit would go out and be out in the boonies. Well, all their wives would be in the bars,
Mm.
you know, and you'd see this woman's wife or this man's wife with this guy who's, you know, in a different unit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so much of that went on, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe I can
Yeah.
make John cringe a little bit. Because my father, he should have died. The Belgium underground got him out before the Germans found him, wounded. But he shared one thing. The assumption of the medical community within your military group, if you will, the assumption when you go on leave, what you have to come back and go through. You get my drift, John?
Well,
The assumption you're on leave and what you're going to do had something to do with a very funny looking umbrella. I said, I'm not enlisting.
Wait, hold on. Explain the umbrella. I'm trying to follow you here. The enlisted, something they were trying to do, and an umbrella. Help me understand this.
The assumption is what you're going to do on your leave.
Okay. Meaning what? Like
In,
get a tattoo, eat some spaghetti? I mean,
in combat. He was
okay.
always in combat, right? Well, the medical community, the staff doctor had a little umbrella, and you don't want to know what he did with it.
What's the that's what I'm wondering about. Is the umbrella is a euphemism. I can feel it in my soul. What is going on with the umbrella?
It's actually not a euphemism. It was real.
I can't remember what they call that.
Yeah, not Nice.
Okay, so a literal umbrella? Are we talking?
If
It's
you,
like
I guess I have to say it. They assumed you went and found a woman.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
So they kind of cleaned you out, is a nice way of putting it.
Oh, all right. I'm starting to pick it up now. Okay. I was trying to put it together. I gotcha. Well, it is kind of a euphemism.
In combat, that's what they thought you did. They assumed you did,
Mm-hmm.
and you really had no choice. That's why I said I'm not enlisting. I'm not, no.
Right.
Well, I mean, they didn't do that just because you went on leave. I mean, you'd have to have symptoms.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Apparently not. Welcome back, Cotter,
Oh.
But anyway, that's what it was like in Europe in the battle, World War II.
Yeah, and Garby, that's a good question. Like, how many bastards are out there? Just you got to imagine all those port towns, all the one night stands, you met some guy and you don't even know who he was because he was on leave, had a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Chessboard, I'm not playing naive. I really I didn't understand the umbrella.
It's more or less a blade.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, that's like, going to a foreign country and, you get some time off and stuff. In my unit, we didn't get a whole lot of time. I didn't get a chance to really see a whole lot of Germany, other than like border patrol and different things like that
Mm-hmm.
from a helicopter or different things. But it's, to me, I seen how the guys, like what Blackwatch is saying, they couldn't wait to go to town,
Right.
But to me, I wasn't looking to get laid. I always, ever since I was young, I was always taught one day you'll find this one woman and you'll fall in love, and you'll get married and have children. So I didn't really play that game like they say.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of people, a lot of men, they play the game. It's like, how many women can I get? And they learn, like what you said, they learn how to play on emotions, feed them a bunch of bullshit, like, oh, baby, you get with me and, I'll take you to the USA.
Yep. I promise.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it's not only overseas. So in Texas, an Army sergeant was sentenced to life after a spree of rapes and barracks break-ins. And life in prison for a violent campaign of sexual assaults and physical attacks on women stationed at the fort. I don't even know how to say it anymore since they changed the name. Concluding one of the most high-profile courts martial in recent years. 31 years old, was convicted on 29 counts, including rape, intent to commit kidnapping, attempted premeditated murder, sexual assault, indecent visual records, robbery, physical assault, and obstruction of justice. He's going down.
And that was just last week. You wonder why they let these people out early.
Yeah. Involved 5 female soldiers attacked in their barracks.
Lady Smith. Yeah, but a lot of people, even like just today, well, yesterday, I was over at my daughter's and helping my son-in-law. And my daughter was telling me that my granddaughter, who's 13, she had a little boyfriend, and she broke up with him.
Excuse me.
Now he's mad. and he's telling people all kinds of stuff, and you know, he's mad, but at the same time, he doesn't know how to take it. You know? But my daughter knows parents. You know, I said, you know, don't let it get out of hand to where the little kid stalks and, you know.
Well, he doesn't know how to take rejection.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, milady. Anne, okay. Anne has brought up a couple of things here. So military, people had children, whatever countries. Now moving on. Are you supposed to have respect for military service people like that? Truly. And then maybe they should have taught military people to have respect for themselves and leave others alone. Don't you think? Oh, and that's a lot to unpack because, you know, going to like World War II and whatever, a lot of these, they were very young men. They were scared. They were away from home. They were, you know, open to love, right? I do respect the military, our military, Canadian as well. We work hand in hand. Other militaries, like, I very much respect their service, you know, and I don't think they're taught to not have respect. It's just like Bob says, men and women get together. It's kind of human nature, and they do. You know, the boys will be on leave and they'll go to the bar and they'll meet a beautiful brown woman and shit happens and maybe a baby happens. But I don't think that they're untoward per se. You know, that's just my thoughts. I do respect them, even though I know bad shit happens.
And it's not only the men that are in the military, their wives at home a lot of times, or not being faithful to them either.
Yeah.
That's like the military. You are really taught great respect.
Mm-hmm.
We even went through etiquette classes on which fork to use and how to, you know, a proper setting at the table to take your hat off before your right foot hits the inside of the door. You know, you open the door for your elders and the women and the children. You know, you were taught a great deal of respect. The only thing is, like everything in this world, you get some bad apples, you know.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about wives at home, the military car goes up the street. Each one hopes it doesn't stop here.
Yeah. Yeah. You see a certain car pull up. Yeah, you know. And certainly if a man goes on deployment for 9 months and he comes home and the wife is 4 months pregnant, something is wrong, Maury. But they do have a code of conduct, like Lady Smith is saying. I was married to a sailor, or more than one, and you couldn't even show PDA to your wife in public. Like, you weren't allowed to like really hold hands or like kiss at the Taco Bell, like, especially if they were wearing their uniform. The code of conduct was very, very strict.
Right.
Wow.
But it's like everything, you know, you get some bad apples, you know.
Yeah.
And two, if you're talking about war environment, a lot of them snap, you know.
Right.
They more or less mimic the enemy, you know.
If you look at World War I, it was like fighting in the trenches. You wonder how anybody stayed sane.
Right.
You look at what that was like.
I agree, and pretty much all wars have been full of corruption. I agree with that.
Right.
I hesitate to judge anyone brave enough to be in those trenches, you know. And to be sure, there are bad apples, but war itself is horrible. Yes.
You can lose a part of yourself.
Yep.
In a war like, you know, Vietnam or World War I, you know, any war, you know, if you have to take a life, you're going to lose a part of yourself.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what my father did. He says, well, I'm not going to get married. I'm not going to marry you. They're going to take me. And he says, you got varicose veins. We don't want you. Go have an operation. How much is that? $1,000. You want me, take me. By the time you go home and get married, enough Canadians died, they take anybody. He went to war married.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way it was.
I heard a statistic one time that it was upwards of 85% of the men who got deployed would end up in a compromising position with a female out in a port somewhere. And it's unfortunately some of that culture is there. And the women too, they all get lonely. And it's a lot of sacrifice going on whole families, you know.
Yes.
I think war is like in maybe what I'm picking up is okay, so the enlisted men who go, sometimes they know not what they have signed up for. We used to, you know, especially in the first couple of world wars, right? It was the kids who didn't get through school very well. You could either go to military school or jail, or reform school for something, or you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they did what they had to do to push through society. I don't think that they necessarily were thinking of tearing up another country sometimes as much as sometimes civic duty. You know, I'm like breaking down intent out loud. Sorry, I have so many words, but you know, there's a few intents. Some of it is civic duty, some of it is military or military school, you know?
Yeah.
We like your words, Roots.
Some of them, even World War II, after Pearl Harbor, they were pissed. They were like, yes, we want to go and defend our country. And you saw the same thing 9/11. They had the whole, it was a very high percentage that joined the service right after 9/11 because they wanted to go and defend our country. And so I think they do have that desire, thinking that they are doing what's right for the country and to protect their families at home. When with that mindset, and then once they get over there and actually see it, then I think something changes.
It does.
I know when it changed for my father.
Yeah.
I can tell you this story.
That's like, you know, as males, we want to defend our children, our women, our families, our country, you know. These young men went to war out of love, you know, for their country and their families and friends. And you get over there and you find out, you know, how barbaric people can be, you know, and it changes you. Like I said, especially if you have to take a life, you know, you change, you know, and some people can't deal with that. It's hard. But that's just like, you know, as a male, you know, I can shut my emotions off. You know, you're not going to affect me.
Yeah.
Really?
A lot of people can't do that, you know.
Yeah. A lot of men can.
Yeah.
They can erase you like a.
I know my father told me very, very little. Used to watch combat every Friday night. But after he went, my mom told me, and he said when he wasn't officially discharged till 46, he used to wake up in cold sweats when he got home.
I know a lot of men that, and they usually ended up in divorce because of the nightmares. They wake up swinging. You know, they're in that. They don't even know where they're at.
No.
they're still in it. And
Yep.
Anne, what you just said there, no. There is no reason ever for the children to be involved in that. That was at the Little Ways.
Oh, the priests are, yeah, I see.
Mm-mm.
I struggle comparing priests with enlisted men. I struggle with that comparison.
Definitely.
This last week, I told you guys last week I was in that Tim Colonel's. I sent you his link too, Bonnie. You thanked me. I don't know if you hung out in his space at all, that Colonel.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and he has a great program out in Arizona called the Warrior Healing Center. And so the last couple weeks I've been really thinking about the veterans and the struggles that they have and just how our country has really left a big hole for supporting them in a lot of ways, because that's what's being revealed right now. And today it was interesting because on a channel I didn't expect it, this man was they were talking about when they first met. It was Roots and Refuge, and I don't know if any of you guys watch that channel, but it was their anniversary, their 14-year anniversary, and so she did a little video with him, and he just kind of said in passing how when they met, he was completely shut down. Like he didn't even have the ability to be empathetic. And they mentioned something about, they dated for like a year. And then when they decided to elope, they went right to the base. So I just picked up that he was a veteran,
Yeah.
and they were sharing a lot of their, stuff they've been through. And he was just really comparing his empathetic level to hers being way too much, and just like, but it was interesting because here he was a veteran explaining how he was just completely shut down, but that with her, she kind of helped him to get through the healing that he needed, and I guess and hearing John say that too tonight, it was like, oh man. And of course, the world shuts our men down too, even if they're not veterans. The world is just like, really harsh on men. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a running theme to be thinking about for me. And I just wanted to share that.
Yeah.
Yeah, even right now, what's going on in the world, there is a psychological effect taking place.
Mm.
You know, people are emotional, we're scared. So there are things that's taken place, and we don't take it serious. Because it's unbelievable.
Right.
True.
And that just our minds, or is it not real? Is a lot of this stuff being used as a way to recondition our minds to accept whatever is going to happen?
Well, John,
So-
doesn't that give us strength though to anticipate a little bit of how dark it really is?
Right. To a degree, yes, because like they can play on our emotions, which we've seen that. Um, even like every event, like we call them false flags. Pearl Harbor, the World Trade Centers. These are events that took place. Were they actually intended, to rally the troops, to justify what came after?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta wonder if Pearl Harbor was false flag, though. It's pretty clear
Right.
the intent. Just saying. I know what you mean about 9/11.
because we know, everything goes way back, and it all starts with like trade wars and the banking system, and these people profit off of wars.
Mhm.
You know, and it's not that I blame the individuals for doing what they felt and believed was right. Like I said, all these young men, they went to war because of love for their fellow country, fellow man and woman and child. They were doing what men do. We protect.
Right.
Now, whether it was necessary by politicians and bankers and stuff like that, that's a different story.
Well, Blackwatch, Pearl Harbor did happen. My family was on the base. I used to live in Pearl City. I've walked over.
Sometimes false flag means you didn't know who it was. That's what I meant. It was
Right.
clear it was Japan, and it was clear why.
Well, the
Right.
U.S. and Japan, like we knew, they knew, we knew, they knew, we knew. Okay, like I don't believe that it was a true surprise attack, but I do know it happened. And we were complicit. They were complicit. This was a backdoor deals going on to settle some power in the Pacific. That's
Hitler wasn't too happy with it, was he?
yeah.
That's the last thing he wanted was the United States involved. But anyway, but my idea of a false flag is, you think it's this nation, but it's not. It's somebody else. It was clearly
Yeah.
But
It's
they're all-
deception in some sense. Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole debate, like even on Pearl Harbor. There
Mhm.
was, the people in the military knew that there was something going on, and they could have warned the people at Pearl Harbor to be on the lookout. But that message never got to them.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
Keep your shit widespread and keep them in the bay, but anyway, is what it was.
So you were talking about the psychological warfare that's going on right now. And you can see, listening to people in chat, listening to people on panels and everything, and then what I have experienced. And so a lot of people have suffered a lot of losses in their families. And
Sorry.
so when you're in that grief, the mourning of those losses, you could be weakened. It does affect your mind. It affects you in every way.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it kind of makes you like if you feel like you've lost all, which I haven't, but you can still get to that feeling sometimes where, what the heck, I'm gonna do what I need to do to protect the rest of this country, the rest of the family, the rest of it. It does make you stronger in the sense of, what do I got to lose?
Well, you hold on tighter to what you got too. Hey, Remote.
Hey,
Yes.
Remote. Love you.
Yes.
Good to see you. Another
Remote.
Canadian in the house.
We're being invaded.
Don't you kids never go to bed? You Canadians never go to bed.
No shit.
Yeah, like you was talking about, the whole psychological exercise really that's being played out.
Mm-hmm.
We're learning. We're learning. Know thy enemy. We're starting to see how we could be manipulated and deceived, and we're starting to see some of the players.
Mhm.
And maybe this is kind of what needs to happen, so it doesn't repeat, you know.
How many
Um,
times has it repeated? That's what I wonder.
well, I'd say it's been probably go back to Cain and Abel,
I was gonna
Oh
say
yeah.
the years.
Right.
Thousands.
Identify your enemy. Oh, and I did want to say a prayer for that for you, um, for them, for
I
sure.
know that's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
The
And it
Vancouver, is that what you mean?
Vancouver. Yes.
I don't know what happened. What happened?
She's
drove
saying
in
a. Mm-hmm.
crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, people drove through the
Mm-hmm.
crowd.
Innocent
Whoa.
people. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'd not heard that one.
I think it just happened. Just
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
waiting for
don't know all the
it.
details.
Okay.
I saw that in chat, but you guys were heavy in the middle of something, and I didn't want to just like blurt that out. But I also haven't been keeping up with the chat, so I apologize if I know that's Bonnie's job, anyways, not my job.
Yeah.
I put it up on the screen whenever she
That's
said
her
it.
job, not my job.
As Bond's finger inches closer to the eject button. Splash one.
That's it. I've had it with that bitch. Get out of here, D.
She would never.
She could.
I could, but I
She
wouldn't.
could. She
She
could.
wouldn't. I would get kicked out way before you.
Ramon would kick me out.
I remember when I was about 14 or 15, there's this guy that wanted to join the rock and roll band, Strother McFarland, but he decided to go to the armories, with the uniform and the boots. And I thought to myself, do you really have any idea? You don't play soldier.
Yeah.
Any idea what it's really like? Because I already heard the stories.
Hey, Kush.
But even just hearing it's not experiencing it. And for all of those who have ever experienced anything like that, God bless them, because it's no one wants to take someone else's life. That's just, we can talk about Billy Bad here and
right.
Carrie, whatever, but at the same time, that's the last thing I would ever want to do.
Yeah.
But look what society promotes, like Call of Duty game and Grand Theft Auto and all these movies and music that promotes, fighting and taking lives. And, it's a game now.
Right. But John, I wonder sometimes if that isn't satisfying the need for men to protect in a way where they're doing it virtually and not necessarily, not to say that our men aren't protecting us, but do you know what I mean in that it's satisfying that just like porn can do for the sexual side, the fighting can be, because that is in a man's natural instinct to not to kill others, but I mean to protect.
Right.
If I'm tracking with anybody, I don't know if I'm making
I don't know so much about whether it's satisfying a need or causing a problem. Look how many,
not a need, but rather an urge. Not saying
yeah.
it's necessary at all by any means. Just
But look at
saying,
how many young kids are acting out today.
right.
In violence and crimes and even killings and
But is it because oh my gosh, they started like 7 or 8 years old. This this little girl, she's just looking off out the window. She's not paying attention in class. She's got ADD.
Yeah.
Put her on
Drugger.
drugger.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
This
Well,
drug's
yeah,
gonna
the whole
kick
way we
your
raise
attention.
children is far
Yes.
from Little House on the Prairie days, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then look what those drugs are doing to them. I really
Yeah,
think those drugs are messing up their
of
minds.
course.
Well, not only that, this technology has become a babysitter.
Yep.
Yes.
Right.
It's like hand them an iPad and let them sit there,
They're
memorize.
safe. We like that they're safe. They're not in the ER. We're not taking them to the ER every other week because they're
Right.
jumping on a trampoline or whatever. I remember having those thoughts when I knew my kids were just, rain 6 months a year here. Well, thank God for the TV and the video games and I know they're safe and they're not getting hurt. And that's lame. I mean, I had to tell myself, like, yeah, that's great, but we have to go do real life stuff too. And we did. So, I love the screens when we traveled in the car too, even though there were times when we're like, okay, put your screens down. We want you to pay attention to what's going on
Look out the
outside.
window.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Look at the
It's such a
beauty.
novel concept, right? Look out the fucking window. My gosh.
The way that
Oh,
we indoctrinate our kids, it's the Hegelian dialectic straight up. They cause the problem and then give us the solution. Their kids' attention spans are shortened. No
Yeah.
child left behind, left them all behind. There is no
right.
standard for success. You get a participation trophy. There's no losers. No. Yes, there is a loser.
Right.
There is a freaking loser. There is first place, second place, third place ribbon. Okay,
That's
there's a
right.
loser. We are coddling and then giving them the devices are basically an opiate. And somebody, I think Dee just said, they're not outside getting hurt, or
Yeah.
somebody said, they're not playing and they're not going to fall and skin their knees, and they're under control.
Right.
F that, dude.
Ah,
Boy, if my son does not do his math work and his writing, there's absolutely zero, whatever little shows he likes. Like,
yeah.
no, I will make him sit and stare at a corner. And then, if he wants to go outside, put his little boots
Yeah.
on and go play in the dirt,
Yeah.
absolutely go for it. But I'm not going to hand him a tablet or something.
Right.
That's like a reward later. Okay, you did all your schoolwork, you had your shower, your dinner. Now you can have this little bit of time. Remember, like 15 years ago, it was limit screen time for your kids to like 30 minutes a day. And then it was 2 hours a day. And then it was, school is going to be literally, we hand your kid a Chromebook all day.
Right.
And then they have
Right.
to go home and do their homework online all night.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
nothing to see here. That screen
Such
time is
bullshit.
fine all of a sudden.
Yeah.
That's
Total
on
bullshit.
their school list to get them a tablet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And not a writing tablet.
No.
I saw a meme. It was showing a Chicago teacher walking across the street. She's all decked out in her little pantsuit and her briefcase, and it says, it's showing Chicago, Cook County, maybe teachers making $100,000 a year, and the reading level, 11% of students can read. There is a problem there, and they're lazier than ever. You're right, Roots. They sending home the homework all the time. It's like, what the fuck do these teachers do all day?
Well,
What are you sending my kids home with 3 hours worth of shit to do? Now, our kids' school was great. They got to spend time outside a lot, especially when it snowed. My kids would bring 2 extra sets of clothes because the school was like, it's a snow day, and they would let the kids play outside, and they had the Little House on the Prairie lifetime. Somehow we were blessed with this amazing opportunity. They went to a school with less than 25 kids, K through 8th. I mean, amazing,
Well, the students used to be merit-based, and so were the teachers. When I was going to school in the 80s and 90s, If a teacher had too many kids fail, that teacher didn't get a promotion. They didn't
Right.
work into a 6-figure salary. The
Right.
school board would be like, hey, how come no one in your class can read? There was merit for the teachers as well, and we have put both of those right in the toilet and flushed it. Teachers and students neither have accountability. That's why we have the chaos we have. And there's fucking litter boxes. Certain
No
days
doubt.
where a furry can go piss in class because they're makes them comfortable. No.
Well, you said it right there. The magic words were school board, and that's a lot of that's our participation, of course. And so, but this, if we don't provide that oversight, they just do what they want.
They
They
don't care.
really do. Oh, let's give ourselves a raise! Yay!
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll vote in another. Yeah.
Yeah, but how much has the the government or influence on schools? That's like, when I grew up, they did have discipline. There was actually a paddle hanging on the wall.
Yes.
If you act up, your butt's going to get warmed up. But then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, that's cruel. That's inhuman.
Because there's always someone that ruins it. There's
Right.
probably abusers. Like, I'm sure I would have had it out with a few teachers if they whooped my kids' asses in school. Maybe it really depends.
But if they, but it all depends on an individual basis.
Yeah.
I see where if a teacher whipped your kid, but your kid was a very good kid, then I'd question it. But like my mom and dad, it's like, yeah, did you whip him enough?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely for that too. I remember when my kids went to this little preschool, Christian preschool, that Miss Becky took me aside and she goes, "Yeah, that lady there, she had just dropped her kid off. She said if I can't spank her kid, she wasn't going to let me have her kid here." She basically said,
Yeah.
And I don't think she did it in front of I don't know how that worked out, but.
And
private schools can do that, I guess. Private schools
it's like
can.
everything. People have got into our system, and they've ruined everything. We have no morals, we have no discipline. People are yelling freedom, freedom, but with freedom comes responsibility. And it's like, oh, you can have the freedom and you don't have to be responsible for nothing. It's like, it don't work that way.
No.
If you want something, you have to work for it.
Yep.
It's not given to you. Nothing's given to you. There is always some sort of trade we make in life.
Right.
That's what's missing. Earning what you get.
Right. And it's in by the old ways, we developed self-discipline. We developed self-improvement and pride in what we did. And, now it's kind of like, oh, you don't have to do nothing. And so you don't experience those great qualities of being human,
Yep.
We're not very self-reliant right now, but it looks like things are going to be better for us, hopefully. But it's going to suck before it gets better, they keep saying. But I think we're in the suck part.
Growing pains.
Right.
Yeah. Factories need to open up again. I mean, our town could use something. We've lost fishery. We've lost Sun Valley Bulb Farm. It was a big immigration hub for a long time. I mean, they were cleaning shit up here before they were cleaning shit up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's very quiet, but it's definitely changes. But there's no jobs here. There's not good jobs here at all.
That's like, I always thought hard work, and that's what I was taught. Work hard, you'll make it okay in life. And that's true. I live by that, and it's gotten me here. But at the same time, there was times in my life, like I said, I questioned, because I was working so much just to provide a roof over the head and food on the table and keep the bills paid, that I missed out on most of my kids' lives. And I
Right.
question, isn't there more to life than this?
When you were married, though, I bet your wife didn't have to work.
No.
Yeah.
And
And that's so commendable, John. I mean,
Yeah.
she was able to stay home with the kids, and that really is a great way to raise your family. I mean, it sucks for the man, but a lot of them that I know, and my husband included, are very proud if they can accomplish that. You know.
and I could see too. I mean, even though I bitch and complain, you know, it's like, wow, but that was growing pains. That's
Yeah.
that's part of life. It didn't have to be that hard, I don't believe. I believe, um, with the way society is and the,
Yeah.
pain and all that
Right. It
could have
shouldn't
been,
be.
yeah.
You're right. It
At the
shouldn't
same
have to been that way for you too.
But at the same time, I could see where, in some senses, there are people who are making a lot of money doing very little, and they
Hmm.
spoil their kids way too much.
Their
You
kids won't be good when they grow up. They
Yeah,
won't be. They won't be kind children. You see the. I was thinking about that when Rich was talking about the devices and how we don't didn't let our kids have them that often, but you see these 3 and 4 year olds,
Hmm.
and I seen this one mom was training her kid how to do like a critique of Starbucks versus Dutch Brothers. And she was like clicking her nails and she had the
Oh,
whole air about her.
why is a child drinking Starbucks in the first place?
Right?
Like, why? Like,
I mean, really, I don't know, but
what's
like
wrong with my kid? Oh,
it
and I
was
do know
really
parents that feed
just
their kids Starbucks.
it was just really gross because it also was feeding that these phone things, with kids. Let me see. They always want to see the video. I mean, we're not that much better, as adults sometimes. Like
Yeah.
we are all movie stars on these. We get to be on the internet and and I mean, I don't long to be famous. That's not what I'm saying, but that desire to like see yourself on camera, that you see that with the kids too. And when they're growing up constantly with that constant videos and watching themselves, I mean, what is that really going to do? You
It
know?
reprograms their brains, the literal neurons and how they fire. Um, I think for us, we're all mature people, and I think
Right.
it's about connection. I
Mhm.
think our intents, we were all raised in the analog age. I think
Mhm.
the intent here, other than Garrett and his AI, which he never answered about his entertainment,
Yeah,
is
other
because
than
we're just
Garrett.
all trying to connect.
Yep, for
Um,
sure.
the intent with the kids, man, the parents, absolutely. There are some. One of my sisters was one. It drove me absolutely nuts. She would hand her son, a toddler, like 2 years old, her iPhone to shut him up. It was kind of like the
Yeah.
new pacifier. And
Right.
there was this little kids channel. I think it was called Ryan's World or something. And it was a little Asian kid that would open toys. And this little guy has millions of followers. I'm talking tens of millions. Now, what's funny is he's grown up now, so it's getting a little awkward because the family got rich on their couple.
He
It's kind of
opens
weird, but
toys all the whole time.
that's all he did. That's all he did was open the
Who gives
latest
them to
toy that
him?
was cool. Well, his parents did. Dude, he had millions of followers. They made enough money to buy the newest toy. And for what, I don't know
Wow.
why, but it became this thing a lot of young kids got addicted to.
Wow.
Like watching, it's kind of like reaction videos.
Right.
And
Oh
this
my
was
gosh.
like
Was he
over a
doing like
decade ago, and I'm like
wow.
flabbergasted by this. And I would shit on her, and she would get mad at me because I don't do social media. I've never had Facebook, MySpace,
Yeah,
Instagram,
yeah.
X, whatever. This is the only one, and
Right.
I don't put my kids on it. She would have them
Yeah.
on there. They knew how to scroll. They were watching some Asian kid open dinosaurs, like fucking 2 years old in
Wow.
Taco Bell. Have them look out the window. She got mad at me. Just it's a lot of parents. It's just an example of how a lot of parents, she
Yeah.
would rather put her thoughts somewhere else. So she gave him that
Right.
pacifier.
Right.
That's the
Yeah,
best
that's
word I can
it.
use.
Yeah.
Hmm.
ignore the child and be satisfied that it's engaging, but it's not engaging with you, and you're the mom. That's just so sad to me. Yeah.
Adults are addicted to the dopamine of the internet really bad right now, especially the millennials. Um, you know, the people who did not grow up in the analog age like we did,
Yeah.
they are addicted to the dopamine of that finger. I'm doing it with my finger right now. Scroll, scroll,
Right.
scroll. Shorts. Faster, more, faster, right?
Yeah, my husband and I talk about how it grabs us too, and we'll be
Yep.
scrolling and we don't want to be. And we're just like, we want to throw the phone across the room.
Yep.
And that's
Imagine what
where,
that does to a child. We all
oh my
have enough
gosh.
discernment to kind of pause and go, man, this is kind of whack.
Yeah,
A
right.
kid does not have any comparison.
Get behind me, Satan. Get off of me. Yeah, no, it's a powerful, powerful force. Hmm.
You talk about both parents having to work. See what you think of it. I think I was completely justified and correct. It was mid-70s, right? So my daughter was 4, 5, or something like this. But the ex had to stay at home, high blood pressure, I don't know, pregnancy, whatever. So she decided, I'll qualify it. Grade 1, we used to have the back room, change room, when I was in grade 1, had 2 doors. So in the wintertime, I'd come home when I was sick because Miss Hudson didn't give me time to dress. I was half dressed. My mother went up and said, she sends my son home one more time, half dressed. But anyway, go forward. So she decided to babysit. So this couple that had to work had 2 sons, no more than 2 years apart. So I worked shift work. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm dressing him and everything else. So I said to them, okay, you got 45 minutes, start getting dressed. And they looked at me like, what? And the ex said to me, well, they got to get dressed. They got to do this. I said, I had to get dressed. So their parents come home. They're all, well, he hasn't got this on. He hasn't got. So I said, you're not watching them anymore. I had to get dressed. They can't even dress themselves going to school. I thought I was justified. The kids were getting, you know what I mean? Get up in the morning, dress you, take you, drop you off. And you know what I mean? The kids couldn't dress themselves at 4, 5, and 6 years old.
Wow.
It was like sit on the floor, they look at you like, well, put my boot, what they're used to. Put my boots on, put my coat on, put whatever.
I'm just gonna say that's not a very good wife, mommy.
Mm-mm.
If your kids can't dress by 4 or 5, I mean, I was dressing myself at 2. My mom said, making my own shit. I mean, if I could get up and walk around, I don't doubt it. But
That's what
damn.
I said to her. Our daughter's dressing herself for the most part,
Mhm.
But anyway, I told her not watching those kids. Those
Your
kids.
kids? You're talking about
Right.
your kids?
I'll send them home naked. See what they think of that.
Oh, these weren't even your kids? I'm lost. I'm sorry. I thought they were your kids.
No, they were
Oh,
babysitting, and they're the only 2 that couldn't get themselves, together.
wow. Well,
The other
maybe they were special needs or something.
no,
Yeah, that's a possibility.
needs do everything for me. No, they were not.
Well, you kind of know, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, I didn't do it right away. It was after months of it, And this is going nowhere. They're not learning anything.
Well, that's the irony of helicopter parents. They
Yeah.
don't trust their kids to just do. They hover over every move and micromanage the way the kid puts their things on or does what they do, like,
That drives me nuts. Ugh.
yeah.
Rush to get to work in the morning.
Yeah.
We do it and get them out the door. I understand it, but it's a disservice to the child, I think.
Yes. We agree.
I always admire the mom who kid just got a little bit hurt, and they're crying, and the mom's not even flinching. She's just like, whatever, they're
I'm like,
fine, you
dude,
know.
rub some dirt in it. Go back outside.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
obviously, you take a look, make sure it's fine, then be like,
Yeah.
no, you're good. Bye. Go back
I
out.
had to put my helicopter momminess at bay. I mean, it wanted to pop out once in a while, but then I learned from other mommies. They showed me the way. You don't have to be like that. And I don't want to be like that. So I wasn't, but I had those tendencies for sure to want to I had the kid. My first kid had cancer at 5 months. He lost his left eye. I mean, shit, I was freaking traumatized. But then we started making jokes about our Cyclops kid and shit. And he's fine
Dude,
now. He's 26. He's great. He's awesome. But
I did not know that story of your life. That's wild.
yeah, yeah,
Well, wow. Thank you. I
yeah.
mean, it feels weird to say thank you for sharing that because it's a little
No,
bit
it's
dark,
yeah.
but like
It
that's
was
really
super.
interesting.
It was super traumatic, man. He was.
Yeah.
We had to go to San Francisco every 3 to 4 months to get his. Well, we're calling it his good eye at the time to make sure there was no other cancer
Yeah.
that developed. It's called retinoblastoma.
Mhm.
And when my son Isaiah had it, it was 1997. The internet had just came out. I mean, if you look it up now, it's fucking horrible. I'm just warning you right now. You don't want to look up retinoblastoma because
Mhm.
in like when we asked the doctor, "Hey, well, what if we were in a third world country?" And he said, "Well, the tumor would spread to his brain and he would die within like 3 months." And so
Ugh.
there was no really anything on the internet at the time, but very few things. And now I've looked it up and I'm like, oh my gosh, you see cancers. It's cancer of the eye and it would grow on the outside of the eye sometimes and I mean, I've seen tumors just super big. And
Mhm.
so he uh he got put under anesthesia every 2 to 3 months for the first 2 years of his life, and
Mm-mm.
then and up until he was 5, it spread out to about 6 to 9 months after the first 2 years because every checkup was good. Praise God, he never had another incident, never had another cancer. My daughter didn't either. But I've kind of looked into it a little bit now because I was like, I'll bet that's some fucking vaccine that I ended up taking. Like,
Oh,
I never took anything when I was pregnant with them. I never let them do any of those tests or anything like that. So it wasn't that, but yeah, it was. So we were a little bit like helicopterish, but thank God, my friend Shay was next door to me and she was so great with kids and she was the opposite of helicopter mommy. Like her kid would play in the dog water and eat dog food and shit and she'd be like, it's good for him, it's building his immunity system. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
yeah. Let him lick
She
the
was
floor.
like that. And so she taught me how to be super chillax and not be like that. But yeah, it was hard to give him over to the doctors all the time. And,
Hmm.
it was,
Yeah, the hypervigilance makes sense, though. Bringing
yeah,
this full circle to
yeah,
psychology of what we all go through in life, that makes sense. The
yeah.
hypervigilance makes sense.
And
There's no.
he's a tough kid. He's fine,
Mm.
he's only known that one eye for most of his life. He doesn't. And now the Boy Scouts called him Uno. That was their nickname for him.
No.
So we we joked about it. You know, after a
Yeah,
while, you have to. You have to.
you do. You have to get to where that's my daughter from 15 months to, well, till she graduated. The doctor visit. Oh my gosh.
Remote, right? Tumor of the retina.
Crazy.
Hmm.
The
Your
test,
daughter. Oh, you're talking about your daughter that just passed. What'd you say,
no,
honey?
my youngest daughter.
Oh,
The
love you,
doctor
boo.
tests because there's usually something physical with
Mm-hmm.
autism. And um, It's a lot. And
Yeah. How old
schools
is she now? How old is that daughter?
now,
Mm-hmm.
she's 29.
Okay. She's the one that just started to learn how to drive, right?
Yes. Well, she's been learning, but she's
Yeah.
just not confident in traffic.
Mhm.
But country roads, back roads, she does great.
My friend Myrna, her son is special needs. He was born premature.
Mhm.
And he's taken his driver's test 2 times now, and I don't think he's going to get it. She doesn't think he might get it either.
Right.
His reaction to things is very delayed, you know.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
the problem we're having. But
Did we lose
Yeah.
John?
John, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh, there he
He's a
is.
quiet one sometimes, especially when other people are talking.
I'm
He's
still
real
trying to
good that
figure out
way.
the rest.
Yeah.
I had a friend, John, well, not quite a good friend,
Push.
not that far, but his son enlisted early prior to 9,
Mm-hmm.
and he was communications in Germany.
Yeah.
Point to save them from combat. But there's the international communication bases in Germany are really widespread. That's the hub of
Yeah.
communication through Europe. Just thought I'd throw that in with what
Oh
he said.
yeah. I mean, people don't realize how massive our military is.
Mhm.
You know, we're all over the world. I mean,
yeah,
as far as and you know, military blends in and gets married to different. That's like, you know, even people are saying, you know, and I'm not going to pick on Trump, but you know, people say Trump, uh, you know, he's accused of having Russian ties. Well, yeah, he's married to 2 Russian women.
Right? So true. Back to the USSR.
You know, yeah,
They're the winner. Yeah.
you know, so you know, we're mixed. Everybody's mixed in, and you know, we could say the enemy's already in our midst. You know, which there is truth to that. You know, but there's a lot of good people who truly want what not only what's best for America but the world. You know.
But the
Mm-hmm.
he came home for a while, and I met him for a bit because he had to go back. He had things to do in Canada, but he said,
Mm-hmm.
"Dad, I'm ever glad I got in communications because you ought to hear what's going on in Afghanistan." You know, he
Mm.
he probably would have got deployed to Afghanistan, but because he was already in communications in Germany, that's where they kept him because he was, you know, senior
Mm.
in communications.
Yeah, communications and intelligence, and now we're into the whole cyber thing, and that's that. When you get into that, it's like okay, you can kind of put more puzzle pieces together. Like, um, you know, everybody has this new technology where now we have espionage and infiltration, and you know. Um, Hacking, all this different things that they're developing more capabilities, you know. And I think some of it is where, um, you know, a struggle for dominance. Um, like, you know, the U.S. has been the major player in Russia and China, but we can't overlook any of these others because now you're not talking about how big your um, military um, aircraft carriers are and
Yeah.
your jets and different things like that. Because a little country with a good technology could shut it all down, you know?
Yeah, on that point, there's a guy I told you about, has a channel. He's a few blocks from Detroit. We were playing around one night, you know, when the um, Senate subcommittee appropriation,
Yeah.
and they were going to, we could only afford another 10 used battleships. So he looked it up. Battleships, $400 million to build, but before the F-47, the fighter jets were $1.2 trillion each.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it, but he double checked it. Yeah, 1.2 trillion.
Yeah, with my dad. My dad was in the Navy, so I remember going to the shipyards, and these boats and submarines. I mean, I was like 7 years old, but I can still remember. It was like, oh my God! And
Did I
as
say,
as far as you could see, just nothing but battleships and aircraft carriers, and I'm like, wow.
did
And
I
then,
the
then
aircraft carrier, did
Cool.
you say 400 million? I meant 400 billion
right,
for aircraft carrier.
then being in the military, I got to participate in a lot of exercises, military exercises with a lot of our ally forces. And you would not believe. I mean, it's kind of like it's like the state of Texas just moving.
Yeah.
You know,
But anyway, I thought said, Dad, I'm so glad I went in communications. I'm not for, there. But anyway.
yeah. There's all kinds of technology even before this. Like when I was in the service, they had where they monitored the ground. They could tell if a tank was moving on, several miles away or whatever.
Yeah.
We were on the border, and there'd always be sensors and monitors, and just that kind of detection and.
Well, even in World War II, John, the 88 shells or whatever, in ships, one over the bow, one over the stern, look out. Same on the ground. The 88 hit left, right, look out. It's going to come right in. So that's what hit my father. Went through the plate of a 105 howitzer, a fragment from an 88. Just about took his shoulder off.
Damn.
They're pretty accurate.
Oh yeah. Well, too, they're only as accurate as the information they get.
Yeah.
That was one of the things I did, is where I would call for fire, and we had exercises on doing that, and it's like you give them the grid coordinates that you want them to hit, and they'll send a single round. And then once you get them, you can walk them like into the target. And then once you get them within range, you say fire for effect. When they do that, they release all their guns. And they'll just spray that whole area,
If you look at the hunt for the Bismarck, I think they only lost the HMS Hood. They only lost one ship to get the Bismarck. But, they're pretty accurate.
Was that an aircraft carrier, a Canadian aircraft carrier, or a destroyer or something?
The Bismarck was a German warship, the most advanced ship of World War II. Unsinkable, so they said.
Oh, yeah. Another one of those. They should quit saying that,
Right? Seems like a bad omen to call something unsinkable.
It really does.
Not getting on that.
Yeah, it really does.
Actually, the commander of the Bismarck said, take us to the end. Put us on the bottom.
Oh, that's a bad leader. Did you guys see that? Did you go down that rabbit hole? I'll bet you have, Roots and John, and I think Bonnie might have. I restreamed one time about the Titanic and the Olympic getting switched, but you guys probably already knew about it.
Yeah, I love that
found
hole.
about it.
Right.
You go down that rabbit hole?
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
And who was on it? And who was on it,
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
The dead, if only the dead could tell their tales,
Well, you can add to that with the switch that it was an insurance scam, as well as who was on it, who was not on it, what occurred on Jekyll Island right around that time, but some of the insurance payouts, and there were a lot of moves going on the chessboard that
Yeah.
may or may not have gone down with that. It's very interesting for sure.
Which is kind of like a mirror to 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Who
Yeah.
owned it and who
Mhm.
just changed their policy and who got double dip because they
Mhm.
considered it a double terrorist attack. You know,
And who benefited? That's
right?
always the
Right.
question. Who
Follow the
benefited?
money. Yeah.
Yep.
I just watched. Been watching a lot of ship stuff, and yeah. But I loved when they went to the end of it, or at the end of it when they went down to the bottom, and you see the engraving on it. It's like, how can anybody even argue this anymore? Like,
Yeah.
it's there's what is there, an O, an M, and a P? Like, there's letters on there that would not be on the Titanic on the hull.
Right.
Oh, now I haven't seen a whole pitch. That's interesting.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That was in the last 20 years, I think. They sent a camera crew down there.
Yeah.
That's what they found.
Oh, I love any camera exploration of the
Yeah.
Titanic. And
Yeah.
In the
man,
ocean.
there's some pieces that have been found. White Star Line, China. I don't know if y'all saw that
Yeah.
episode of Antique Roadshow. This lady had like a White Star Line teacup or something,
Uh-uh.
and it
No
would have been
way.
either the Titanic or the Olympic, But it makes me look at every teacup in the thrift store. Like, look
Wow. So
I don't
like a
know. It makes me
passenger
wonder.
would have had to lift it off the ship to get it, or what?
Well, I mean, there've been a few expeditions, or it could have just
Yeah.
been surplus that never went on the ship. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's
Right.
just related to it. But there have
Huh.
been pieces of jewelry and luggage and clothing, and there have been pieces brought up in that are in collectors' pockets,
From
Yeah.
that ship wreck.
from the Titanic or whatever's
Hmm.
down there. Yeah,
Right.
like jewelry and um damn, there's like a video, man, I watched it a while back, just kind of like pictures of some of the artifacts they brought up. Wild stuff,
Wow.
man. Books and diaries and
Oh, I'm
shoes.
gonna find it. I'd love to see that. Yeah.
Yes. Hey,
Some of
Josh.
the and the the artifacts would have been like knickknacks. Like,
Try colonoscopy
but I
remote.
understand that wasn't a wreck.
You what?
From my understanding, it wasn't a wreck. That there was
Oh yeah. What is the
stuff to
speculation that they
iceberg.
did? Yeah, but no, what was the other, was it like a bomb or something? What was the
I can't remember what
theory? I can't remember either.
but they said that it just didn't add up.
There's a lot of things that don't add up.
Mm-hmm.
You ever watch the movie Ghost Ship?
Yep.
No,
Yeah,
not
some
maybe.
They could have been transporting gold.
Mm.
Plus you
Okay.
had the bankers on there, and
Yep.
so
Yeah.
there could have been more to the story.
There was a lot of wealth on that ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember when Elizabeth and Philip came over, 39, everybody thought, well, it was just like, I don't remember, I wasn't there, but it was just kind of like a visit. They were transporting gold. Britain.
Did you ever watch that documentary about the Mary Celeste?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, isn't that creepy?
Yep. Yep. Love it.
Me too. It's one of my favorite ghost ship stories.
Yeah, there was reports of dump trucks that were leaving the Twin Towers because there was gold stored there.
Yeah.
Oh, those bastards.
And then you even had pictures of the special forces over in Iraq in containers cargo containers full of gold.
Yeah. They've said that was like 600 plane rides of gold that came out the Vatican, right?
If you ever see down there an armored car with 2 rear axles, chances are they got fresh money going in from the printers. That's what it is up there.
Yeah, when they changed the whole money system, you know, they went from gold to silver to petroleum, different, you know, and then to the we call it what we're on now, where it's really not backed by anything.
Fiat.
I wonder, where did they do with all that gold?
Right.
You know, or all the gold that was produced from that point on, you know.
Who knows?
Is that what Fort Knox is supposed to be about?
No.
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 Did they ever open that up, Bonnie?
No.
They were going to, Senator or something was going to go to Fort Knox.
This week, Black Watch. This week.
Yeah, right. In 17 days, Black Watch, back up. 17 days,
Yeah.
they're gonna crack that bitch open.
This
That's
isn't
right.
with Al Capone involved or not.
Wow,
It's gonna be
you're right. Oh, what a
Sorry, I interrupted, Bonnie.
Yeah, they'll open that big vault door up, and then they'll walk in there, and there'll be a piece of paper that says "I owe you."
Yeah, like Dumb and Dumber. A suitcase full of IOUs.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
the girl probably went to China. Yes.
Oh man. Wow.
I think it's all just smoke and mirrors again.
Yeah.
Well, there's that too.
You ever seen, it was a long time, it was well before 9/11, and they wanted to show one of the silos down there, the nuclear weapon, and you see like the console where they have the 2 keys, but the door's open and it's leaning on a coat case. You know,
No.
what?
Never saw that.
Yeah, one of the silos down there they went to. That was a long time ago.
Huh.
In New York?
No, it was one, you know, where the door's open and the steam's coming out of the missile and.
No. I
Oh,
don't know what you're talking about at all.
What kind of missile are we referring to?
Where are you?
Yeah.
No, it was down there was a silo where
Down
you know,
where? What
in
country?
the United States, sorry.
Well, there's a
The fuck,
a big
Black
country,
Watch?
dude.
I know, that was 30 some odd years ago. I don't know.
Okay. Well, we're visual people here. We're trying to picture what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, brothers and sisters, I'm going to hit the sack.
Good night, John. Love you.
Good
Yeah,
night.
you know,
Good night.
my word of advice: don't let it get to you.
No.
You know, go for a walk, breathe, and hug a tree. You know, do something.
Don't
Yeah.
let it kick your ass, man.
Yeah.
Slide as much as I
Word.
can. Thank you,
Love
John,
y'all.
for coming up tonight.
Love you. Good night.
Love you. God bless you.
He's a great guy. I'm glad you told him you wanted to hear his opinion. I guess that's what it takes to get him up anymore, huh?
I guess so.
I was like, I wonder if John will come up. It'd be nice to hear him. And I was kind of fading in and out when he was talking, but I was loving everything he was saying tonight. I was just like, man, he's so spot on, as usual.
I did notice in chat, Deanna.
Unlike Black Watch.
Better
than Neil.
I noticed, Deanna, in chat, you kept bumping your comments up to the link. And then how come John's comments keep going up top to that link? All of a sudden he's on pen.
Aren't you observant?
That video, quite honestly, could have been, see, we de-escalated. Meanwhile, there's something computer running the whole thing a few miles away. I don't know.
We de-escalated? Is that what we did?
I think de-escalated the whole.
You and me again? Did we de-escalate again?
You can go up and
I don't know
down.
how many times I've gone after you, Black Watch, but it's been
Oh,
a
me
few
too.
times. It's fun. He loves it too.
I think he is a glutton for punishment.
Oh yeah,
I'm
he
ruthless on Black Watch, and I do not apologize, sir.
Me neither.
I think he likes to argue.
Oh, for sure. He
As
likes to
long as you
ruffle
don't,
feathers.
as long as you don't defund me, I'm saving up for a case of beer.
Mhm.
Yeah, your buy me a coffee is empty.
So I can give you a coffee, no problem.
Wonderful. Damn those tariffs. I guess you're not getting a light.
Touche.
Mhm.
Oh, that's funny. What is this moving? Oh, is that Kush? I have not been looking at the chat very much here. I'm on my phone. Who's that? Monty? Monty in the house?
Okay, so Monty is saying.
The Olympia had been on fire.
Mhm.
Had a weekend with heads.
Instead of cutting out the bulkhead, they just painted it and switched the ship's name. Oh yeah, so they had a fire. I thought they hit something too. I thought their steel
It
was.
was already weekend.
Yeah, but I
Hitting
mean,
it.
yeah. And then there was some speculation about it not hitting an iceberg, but rather there being a bomb. I thought it was a bomb, but maybe not.
Okay. So the iceberg damage. So it's both.
Uh-huh.
Iceberg damage occurred, but it was at the same spot as the fire in the weakened bulkhead, right?
Right.
Which, so the thing is had been on fire. Now, from what? Was there spillage of coal? Like, why was it on fire in the first place to be weakened? To,
Titanic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about whether it's a Lusitania, but before they hit the port in England, I forget which port, to sail out to America, they said there was already a coal fire in one of the boilers.
Okay.
Not the Lusitania, darling, but the Olympia.
Well, there's arguments what ship went down for
But
sure.
isn't the Lusitania the one that saved them, and the Olympia, or one of them is the rescue
No.
ship? Was that the
No.
Olympia?
The
The winter-
Lusitania is the one that Germany attacked that was our ship, wasn't the Lusitania our
The Titanic and the Lusitania were sister ships. From the
Okay,
same
that's what I'm
No.
saying. Black Watch, yes, but
I
but
don't
I
think
thought
so.
I thought
the
was
It was the
this.
Olympia.
yeah, the Olympia. That's what I'm saying. I one of them is the sister ship, the Olympia
It's
or
the
the
Olympia. The Lusitania was in World War II. It came
I'm not-
much later.
Maybe it was. I'm not too.
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah,
What's
but
the name of the ship that saved them? There was a ship that came up and sent
that
out.
was was it not the California, but a Concord or something like that. No, not
Okay,
that.
all right. There's
It's
so many
someone to
ships.
see. I can't remember that one now.
But that's a player too, as far as the whole switch up thing, right?
Cornucopia or something like that, wasn't it?
Because it's the one that carried all the precious
Survivors.
Carried the what?
precious cargo.
Yeah, the exactly the elite who could get on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Boy, they
Lusitania, that's a
talking.
different.
That's the first thing that popped up in Google.
What is, Bonnie?
I said they hear us talking because that was the first thing that popped up in Google.
Binford,
Yeah, the German
ding, ding,
U-boat.
ding,
Thank
ding.
you,
It's the
Monty.
Carpathia. Binford
All
got
right.
it.
Carpathia, that's
Binford
it.
got it right
There it
there.
is.
It's the
Thank you,
Carpathia.
Binford.
Thank you,
Hey,
Binford.
Binford.
Ah,
Good to see you.
that was such an itch in my soul. Like I know there's another ship. Thank you, Binford.
I got
Yes.
up out of bed to look it up on the computer, actually. Now
Yeah.
I'm back to bed.
That's the one that came in and took their.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
That's
Rescued 705 survivors in lifeboats. The Carpathia had been en route to New York when it received the distress call and made an extraordinary effort to reach the survivors.
Yeah, it was a couple hours, right?
Yes, that's the one, Bonnie. They
Yep.
kind of rerouted because the Titanic itself was going between, I think, Ireland and New York anyway. So this other ship, the Carpathia, would have been leaving New York to basically they were on the same route, just pass it. Ships passing in the wind.
Right, right.
Wasn't it the unsinkable Molly Brown was on board?
Yes.
Yep. She survived it, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
She survived, and she was married to one of the main, the dudes. I don't know if it was one of the bankers or whatever that was on there, but yes.
Did he die?
That's a good damn question because we always hear about unsinkable Molly Brown. Maybe he did because
I
we
didn't
don't
think he
hear
was on
about.
it with her. They always portray her as being low.
Oh, maybe she was just right. Okay. Mm-hmm.
But that was just a movie. I don't know. Never read a book on it. Wouldn't know what one to read.
Unsinkable Molly Brown.
Do you remember that other movie? I think it was Shelley Winters. She's a big woman and she swam under. There's a shipwreck to save passengers. I don't know what it was called.
Ooh, interesting.
Was an American socialite and philanthropist who became famous for her heroism during the sinking of the RMS Titanic. Brown,
he yelled at them boys, "Go back!" Yeah.
Oh, it was the Poseidon Adventure.
Oh.
All right, now Bonnie is reading about unsinkable Molly Brown. So she was a American socialite and was heroic is what I heard you say?
Famous for her heroism during the sinking of the RMS Titanic in 1912. Brown, who never used the name Molly, helped passengers into lifeboats and rowed her own to safety. She organized relief efforts for the survivors and established the Survivors Committee, which played a role in creating the Titanic Memorial. Doesn't say anything about a husband.
No.
Yeah, who was she? So she was just a.
She was married. She was married, though. I thought
she was.
Maybe she was a widow or a widow.
Oh,
that's
Okay, this happened in 1912, and she was married to James Joseph Brown, who passed away in 1909.
Oh, that's where she got her money, her new money.
Yeah, she was new money because they joked her about being new money, but she was the badass though, getting people on the boats, organizing efforts. That's what's up, Molly.
That's what's up, Molly. That's right.
Molly. Awesome.
I love that. What's her name played her?
Kathy Bates.
Yes, fucking love her. Love Kathy.
Did you see her in Misery?
She can hobble you. Don't fuck with her. She'll hobble you.
I wouldn't fuck with her.
Yeah.
Did you watch Disjointed? Did you see Disjointed?
She passed away too.
Who?
Oh, you'd like that one. She owns a dispensary in it.
Interesting.
It's funny. It was a funny series. That's where I first heard the term fucktards. Sorry, Kush.
Bonnie, when did she pass away?
32.
At the age of 32?
No, 1932.
1932. Okay, so 20 years, me no math. That's 20 years after the Titanic.
About, 15 years, maybe. 15. Was it 1914?
1912, wasn't it?
Oh, 1912. Okay, yeah.
So it was exactly.
Wow, and we started paying taxes in 1913. Ain't that something?
Right? Ain't that some shit? Look at that dead reserve, non-existent.
Yep.
Follow the yellow brick road.
We're not too stupid. We figured things out.
The straw man knows everything.
Oh man.
I think the other night, Wildlife said the Titanic off the coast of Newfoundland. So I understand that Newfoundland was the first port to get the distress call. It was quite a ways north of.
No, Kathy Bates didn't die, did she?
I don't think so. Somebody fact check this.
No.
I don't think Kathy Bates passed away, dog. It's
I
good to
didn't
see you.
hear
Yeah.
that.
No, I don't. I think she's alive.
Sometimes they say that shit, you know? It's like I've seen it a couple times about Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm not believing that one yet, you know?
Right.
Or Michael J. Fox. They did that a number of times with him.
Have they? Yeah.
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 Hey guys, can you hear me?
There you are.
Yep.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear you.
Oh, praise the Lord. Okay, I hope you've enjoyed the view as far.
Yes, thank you.
too.
You're so welcome.
She
Oh,
is
praise the Lord. You
76.
can hear the bees buzz over here.
I heard the
It's beautiful.
birds. I don't hear the bees.
Yeah.
I hear the birds.
She is not passed away. She's 76.
Okay, good. Yeah, that show though, Disjointed. If you guys haven't ever seen that, the first one it's worth a watch. It's pretty funny. And she wrote it. That's what I heard. That was her show. She only did 2 seasons of it, but yeah, the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees and the skies up above. Well, let me tell you. Yes.
I was going to
Love
say,
that song.
let me tell you about the birds
Flowers and the trees.
birds and the trees and the stars up above.
Let me tell you about. Love your AR-15, 63
Oh, praise the Lord. You know, it's always great to hear you laugh. You know, like old. Yeah, enjoy that so much. Look,
Let me tell you about.
all of those rosebuds are like lamps of beauty. It's us
Savage.
coming together, the perfect peace, and you know, oh goodness. Thank the
When
Lord.
to your big brown eyes, there's so very much to see.
Nice to meet you, Savage Lee. I guess this is where all the early birds meet all the nighters.
I've seen
There you
Savage
go.
I have not.
It's a
in
rose.
I did not
Rescue
know Savage Lee. Oh yeah, in Rescues.
or maybe Mad Shack.
So I'm glad to see a rescue in the stream.
I didn't see
Like
Rescue. Is
the,
he here?
Savage Lee is from Bryant.
yeah, he was
Rescue
he was
was?
typing. Yeah.
I
No,
didn't see
rescue.
Rescue.
Excuse me. Remote viewer.
Oh
Remote
yeah,
viewer.
remote.
My
Yeah, that was a treat.
my
It's been
yeah,
a minute since I've
yeah,
seen him too. Yep. I
Yeah.
think he's still here, maybe.
probably.
Everyone's up late tonight. It's 1 o'clock in the morning over here.
I'm gonna share a couple of pictures with y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
that I took.
Take this off.
Look at the list of who bought
Let's
tickets for the
see.
Titanic but did not go on. Oh yeah, Anne. That sounds right. Let me turn my phone to see your
I just thought they
picture.
were kind of cute. These
Let's
two of
see.
these are from the market, and one is at a garage I drove by.
Hmm.
And you can get T-shirts made with the two from the market. Actually, my daughter got one made.
Is she?
Yeah. Okay. Now let me see. Isn't okay, first is this one. This is sweet. Know what that is?
You're not sharing, or if you are, I'm not getting it. Oh, there we go. Is it a Mustang?
No. It's a
Oh,
Thunderbird?
T-bird.
don't
That's a
shame me for
T-bird.
guessing.
Yep.
Damn it. I
It's
took a
a
guess.
old T-bird. Isn't that sweet?
What
I mean,
is
I
it?
wouldn't drive. It's a Thunderbird.
Oh, it's a Thunderbird. Okay. I don't know cars. I'm not going to guess no more.
What
Fuck it.
year?
Oh,
What year?
I think I would be horrible at guessing. I don't know.
Has it got the bullet eyes in the back like the 62?
Yes.
Yeah, 62. My first brother-in-law had one of them before he got married.
With the wings.
Well, it is sexy.
It is. I saw it and I was like, oh, back up. I got to take a
She
picture.
purty. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here's that one. 64, savagely said. Maybe. I don't know what year. I didn't go up close to it.
But it was the end of the baby bird, the next ones, right? The 60s. Thunderbird. The big ones, the boats.
So this is the T-shirt my daughter had made. 5 things you don't mess with: family, faith,
Yeah.
friend, flag, firearms.
I like it.
I do too. I was like,
Mhm.
I want one. I'll just borrow
Right.
hers.
Are they silkscreen? Silkscreen shirt? Kind of.
Mm,
Where they
nothing.
pull the bars.
He used a press. And then this one I just thought was pretty cute. Where'd it go? Ah, right there. You ladies will like this.
Ooh.
Don't play with me. What does it say? I can't see it.
You in my
I'll hide
trunk.
you in my trunk and help people search for you.
Oh, yeah. Donna Reed style, too.
Ooh.
That can be a
Wow.
T-shirt also. See how sweet she looks.
She looks wonderful. Look
See
at
you
that
when you
hair.
see you.
Oh,
Yeah.
she looks wonderful.
Yeah.
What does jump the boogie mean? I don't know what that means.
Jump the boogie.
Yeah.
Well, up jumped the boogie. I guess he's found some energy.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. My mind can't picture something. It's blank.
A long time ago where they had the guy strutting with the big boots, remember?
Good night, Savage.
The big boots. Jumped the boogie. Is it Australian or English or? That is not American. I know that.
Yes, and the T-shirts are made in America.
Who talks like that? Jump the boogie.
American T-shirt. We do make T-shirts in America.
Oh
Yes.
man, when I was in Lahaina, last time I was in Lahaina was years ago. Of course, that whole front street's gone now, but I mean, so many of those stores all had the prints right there. They'd press it, make you anything.
Yeah.
South Dakota was the same way in Hill City. There was a lot of that there too. Any tourist town,
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Custom shirts and custom hats were a thing for a while. You could go in and they would print something for you, like, yeah.
That's cool. I mean, that'd be a great business to be in if you could keep
What he
making it.
He said, "You come up with it, I'll print it." And he said, "I can print it on anything you want." He had caps there. He had beach bags. He had
No.
aprons.
We should get a few printed up that says "Y'all ain't right" on there.
Hey, that 88.
Right? That's
Don't
deep.
Look down.
don't give them something that'll take off, Bonnie, your sayings or something. Because you know a funny thing, I had a guy from the shop. He did, like shirts. He did, like lapels, the race shirts. So I said to him, "Will you print me up a few shirts?" He said, "Sure. What do you want on it?" So I put, I live with fear every day, and some days she lets me race. Do you know there's an online store for that now?
Mm,
Trademarked it. Damn it.
right.
Well, I mean, that's just something Root said one day, and I said that does sound like a good name for our tribe. I don't know how many times we were saying. People kept saying that y'all ain't right, y'all ain't right. And then he said it a couple days after.
That's Lauren's favorite saying, and that's why I got that game
Is it?
because it
Lauren
Ah.
says the 88 for sure. He's like, "Here we go, Marty," because he's talking about back to the 88 miles an hour with the flux capacitor. And here we go.
So the game we played is called Off Topic, and it says a game for those slightly off. And I was like, "Oh, this sounds perfect for us."
It is. It is perfect for us.
Slightly. You remember? Of course, you got to remember to calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Blackwatch, maybe you're a little more than slightly.
We're for sure. He's the one. He's over. He's extra.
Yeah. You're still the one.
Another great song.
Oh, you're still the one.
Is that Shania Twain?
I mean, it's a dude first.
Wait, but who does that song though?
You're still the one who could slap
Yeah,
my.
it's
Is it Billy Joel?
No, that's not Billy Joel. I
No,
think it's
that's
Shania
just the way
Twain.
you are. You're still the one who could slap my itch. Or scratch my itch, not slap my itch.
Because I know it's on my playlist.
Who sings it? Come on, you researchers. Somebody.
I know, right? Come on, chat. Still the
But
one.
you guys
Is
are
it Shania
slacking.
Twain or is it something else? Y'all
Twain.
click on it.
Still having fun. You're still the one.
It's Shania Twain.
Word.
No,
See?
there's a dude that sings it.
Yeah.
No. Well, the
Teddy
song we're
Swims.
thinking of is
She
Shania
remade
Twain.
it.
Teddy Swims sings it.
Who?
Teddy Swims. He's got his own
Well,
channel.
that was his one-hit wonder, I guess. I don't know who that dude is.
Orleans.
He's got rather large glasses. He's quite good. He's actually. There's
I
one.
thought it was somebody boppy like Billy Joel or somebody like that.
Mm,
No.
now I want to know what song you're thinking of, Dee.
Bobby.
Yeah.
You
Hopeless
know, you're still the one who can scratch my itch. You're still the one.
You crazy?
No.
That's another song, I think. Harry Styles does Hopelessly Devoted.
Ooh.
Hopelessly devoted to you.
Don't play any Teddy Swim stuff.
Well, that's a weird name. Teddy Swims, huh? I never even heard that name before.
He's got great big kind of glasses, and he sang some emotional one. He says, "My eyes are just sweating. I'm not really."
Lose control.
Yeah, you're thinking of a different song because that one is slower. Shania Twain's You're Still the One.
No, she just redoes it slower. I've heard her sing.
We got the something.
Oh yeah, it is. You're still the one I kiss. Good night.
Yes,
Still the
Yeah,
that's
that
one
is a different song than the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's the
That's
one
right.
we're talking about. That's not the same as
yes.
Billy Joel or.
Our Teddy swims.
You're right.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna drive me crazy now. Ouch.
Well, okay, so Teddy's okay. Okay. All right. To be fair, now that I think about it, I can picture a male artist singing this, and maybe it's Teddy Swims. I am not familiar with that artist like
I don't
intimately,
think so.
but there is a male who does sing this same Shania Twain that Bonnie and I are talking about.
Yeah, well, I definitely
Mhm.
got that now too.
Yeah. Okay, I'm picking it up. But
Because
I'm curious because you kept saying Billy Joel, and I'm running through Billy Joel songs in my head. And I'm like, damn it, which Billy Joel is she talking?
Billy Joel, the piano man.
it might be
Piano Man's an
Orleans.
awesome song. I know Billy Joel. That's why I was like, wait, which one sounds like that one? But
How about an innocent man?
This one. Can you hear it?
Yes, who is that?
It's Orleans, they're called.
That's what I said a while ago.
You did? You said Orleans?
Yes,
No.
yes, I
Well,
did.
I don't even know who they are.
whatever it was, I enjoyed it.
No, I would have liked to kept playing it, but I want to get Bonnie's
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah,
not a cover. I think you can do like 30 seconds, right? Is that how long you
Yeah.
can get away with?
no,
Yep.
it's
Copyright 107. You get a few seconds to critique the song. You get like a certain amount of
just
time.
because
Rewind.
Carl and Chuck got me to play one night, 16 seconds, and it knocked that. They deleted it.
Took you right down, huh? Oh, 15 seconds. Oh, I hope I didn't go longer than 15 seconds on that one.
It also depends on the artist. Like certain
Right.
bands, you play for
Right.
certain just a few seconds and you're done. Like they will zap you out. And then
Yes.
there's other ones that you can kind of fly under the radar, you know?
Right.
Yes.
You know the one Led Zeppelin where it pauses and it goes, "Woman, you need me." He got
Yes.
at 12 seconds
Mm,
because
no
I
doubt.
came in with it and he got nailed.
Whole lot of love. Got a
That's a
whole lot of
great.
love.
That is such an awesome song. Oh my gosh.
But I took
Yeah,
the
Led Zeppelin's bad for that.
I took the music out of it. It's just a solo verbal, right? Woman, you need me, and then boom, 12 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Eimer, if you're being a lurker, I love you and I miss you very much.
Yeah, where the
But
fuck is
Eimer
Eimer?
manages to do these mashups, and
Yeah.
some of them they don't work. Like he can't get them through, right? And Bonnie, I know you've been there, and
Yes.
like certain bands where they get
There
mashed
he
up
is.
just
That
enough. There he is! No freaking way! I didn't even say it 3 times.
Eimer,
My
we
heart
love
is so
you.
swollen right now.
Who loves you,
But he
baby?
can get
We
away with
do.
some of these
We
because
love
they
you.
mash it enough that it doesn't. Oh my goodness, Eimer! I am tingling
You just made us
everywhere, my
all
friend.
tickly inside.
Everywhere.
We're just so happy.
Yes. No, dude, I fucking love Eimer for real.
I do
I
too. Even
mean,
though he's an asshole, I love him too.
oh, I love him. But
what's
he
that?
even had you like, okay, here's a mashup with, and I think Led Zeppelin is one. There's a couple of other bands where you can't even play something that's even done like that for 5 seconds and you're out. I think I want to say AC/DC or
Yeah,
just a couple that you cannot ride.
Pink
But then
Floyd.
there's others that it's good.
Yeah. Seems like Carl and Chuck had me playing. Oh my goodness. Think of Carl. Think of what he would
Led Zeppelin for
like Ted
sure.
Nugent.
Some Black Sabbath.
It was
Iron
probably
Maiden, Rush. Shit, we could go on and on for what? Pink Floyd.
Yes, I bet Pink Floyd is a bitch. I'm saying Rush and AC/DC. Yeah,
yeah.
some of
Yeah,
them.
ACD.
Yeah,
Oh,
Eagles.
ACDC.
Yep.
Yes.
The list is long.
Yeah,
The list is long. You're right, Lady
their
Smith. It is
egos
long.
are long.
You think him and Pamela listen to us and just don't talk to us anymore, or what? Like, I just
Yes,
wonder.
they're
Okay.
listening right now.
We
Us.
love you guys.
Yeah, Pamela and Carl, we love you, and we don't
We
want to see what
love
you're
you,
doing right now.
Pamela.
Yeah.
They
Well,
would.
what else would they be
Oh,
doing?
never
Of
mind.
course
I'm
they're
not-
listening.
Pants are required for this stream. So,
Don't come knocking if the band is rocking. Leave
oh,
them
no.
But it wouldn't be rocking listening to us, I would hope.
No, hell no. No, not at the same time. We're not that exciting.
Maybe she's teaching him what real love songs are.
Although when Virginia starts talking about her sandwiches, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, think
does
about
get
the idea of
spicy.
background noise. Sometimes, I'll just play a stream for background noise doing dishes
Yeah.
or laundry or walking around or whatever, right? So
Yeah.
I don't think that we should underestimate that they could be, we're just background noise. That is definitely weird.
There's
All right.
no way I'm ever doing that with my husband with you all in the back. I'm
Well,
just saying that right
I'm
now.
just saying. Okay.
He'd be like, turn them off.
TMI, Carl. TMI.
Yeah.
Yeah, the silence is deafening. We hear you, and it's gross.
Right. I know. It
Yeah.
is.
Kush is like, I need to say a prayer right now. This has gotten out of control. I just wanted to share my.
No, I won't interfere.
I don't know. Do you remember 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock rock, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock,
8 o'clock rock.
9, 10, 11 o'clock,
12 o'clock rock. Gonna rock
Rock
around
around
the clock
clock
tonight.
tonight. Mhm.
Who doesn't? Who didn't grow up with that? Excuse me. Virginia Roots in the chat, huh? Oh. Not
Yep.
that's the rule. You got
No,
this
it doesn't
couple
change
different-
because I don't
yeah.
change my actual name on YouTube. It's just when you come into StreamYard, you can
That's
make
right.
your name anything.
That's
So,
right.
yeah.
Well, I am always curious what yours will be each night.
She comes up with something every time.
Well, she dreams of them. She told me. This
I
shit goes
do.
through her head all the time.
I do.
VR,
I think
VR,
about
VR. What else can I do with VR?
it can really get to you. I mean, I challenge anyone just for the thought experiment. So, Black Watch, lay in bed tonight. I dare you, and just think of all the combos of a B and a W. It could be like
Ooh.
blue water. It could be boiling wiener
Big
schnitzel.
wiener.
Yeah, big wiener. No, for real. And kind of
come on with
it's like
big
a
wiener
constant
next
thought
time.
experiment. It's not really that deep, you know.
I'm getting silly. I'm sorry. I should get off of here.
Black
Oh, please
water.
say.
Did you say AMW?
Yeah,
And
that's what we said.
no, it has to. Well, it doesn't have to be a B&W. Like I like to reverse them too. So sometimes I'll add the R first, then the B, but it's that combo. You know, so you could combo a W and a B in your mind. You know, like wild boar, or wacky bee film.
That's an easy challenge, Roots. Anybody could really do that.
You could, but it's thinking outside of your identity. You know what I mean? Thinking outside, and I don't mean this like in that queer way that people do that shit.
No,
it's
we know
just
that.
you kind of like say something with it. Like one of my favorites was when I had Viva la Refuse. And I did it right after Trump did that thing where we were all called garbage. If you support Trump, you're garbage. Puerto Rico is garbage. So for the VR, I did Viva la Refuse. Now that's a combo because refuse is garbage.
Right.
Refuse is the same spelling, so it depends on what you see as well. You know what I mean? So there's some philosophy there, but it's not that deep. It's just what it is.
This is like Bonnie, 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 the banana song.
Who's banging on the mic?
Ikpe Attenley. Anyone?
Yes. That's yay.
Third way.
I Uday.
Under full way.
I like gibberish better. I never could figure it out.
The what one?
Gibberish.
Gibberish.
How does that one go?
You just picked out what it would be for the day with our little
your own.
Yeah. And then it's kind of like pig Latin, but you would use that instead of the. It was just different.
I'm going to bed, you guys. Good night. I love y'all.
Well, that was quick.
Yep, I know because I've been fighting it for a while. But I
I've
love
heard
y'all
you.
very much. Thank you for having me.
Love
Don't
you too.
forget to put the damn cat out this time.
Good night,
Bless you,
Blackwatch.
D.
Take care, D. I never did like my Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean, Monty. I understand that. This is Cecilia. I love music. Huckleberry isn't doing the mashups anymore. Come to think of it.
Cola has posted a short video.
I'm sorry, Coach.
Cola, she's posted a short video.
Oh, okay. And good night, Virginia. She just kind of poofed.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. We're going on 7 hours. I am kind of sleepy. I don't know what it is, D. I'm looking at who's bobbing and I don't see it. All right, y'all. I'm going to close this one up. Thank you all for hanging out. That was a lot of discussion again tonight. Love it. Covered just about. We always think we cover everything and then poof, there comes something else. Aw. Okay, Virginia, but thank you for coming up.
Hey, love and blessings, everyone.
Now stay safe. God bless you and see you next time. Much love.
Yay.